Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell.
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello heroes, villains, and time stream tanglers. We are back with yet another day of Marvel Rivals Championship here in EMEA. I'm Lightday, joined by the wonderful Moxie.
Yes, and we're going to get to follow along with all of the wonderful action, which means longer matches when we head into those rounds 10 and 11. Harry, we're going to be moving over from the BO3s to the BO5. So I do believe our first match of the day is actually going to still be a round 9 game, so it's still going to be in that BO3 first to 2 territory.
Yeah, I believe that this will also be an elimination, as round 9, I believe, was only the lower bracket. So everyone's fighting for their lives down here, including some teams that may have got ostensibly unfortunate bracket play thus far, and maybe got matched up against potentially one of the best teams in the world early on in the MRC.
Yes, Virtus Pro is in the MRC, as the rule that barred the Ignite teams from entering MRC has been lifted for this season. So we get a little bit of an appetizer, not just for some of the new talent, but also getting to see how some of the Ignite teams are adapting as they move over from Stage 1 into Stage 2. Well, like you said, we've got Virtus Pro, an unchanged team who kept their entire roster the same, but we also have the likes of Insomnia, we've got FaZe coming on through, who are sort of an amalgamation of a lot of different teams that were able to qualify. But something else that we have to talk about is all of the wonderful cosmetics that you're going to be able to get your hands onto. The Chrono Storm is incoming. You can earn double Chrono tokens from your weekly missions and challenges and season missions, up to 2,000 bonus currencies. And that is an event duration that's going to take place from right now all the way up until September 12th, to make sure that not only do you not miss out on the storm, but you also don't miss out on all of the wonderful Battle Pass goodies before they're gone.
Yeah, make sure that those Battle Pass goodies get picked on up. And if you've already completed your Battle Pass, like some of us who play the game for hundreds of hours, then it means you can either trade them in for units, for costumes in the last page of the Battle Pass, or you can maybe try and pick up some previous rewards, but for our current rewards that need your attention, as you've got Awaken the powers that lie within you. Ancient powers have awakened from across the cosmos, the Phoenix Force, and the symbiotes that lie beneath Clintar, making sure that Iron Fist, Venom, and Doctor Strange are all reaching their full potential. And you can get Doctor Strange's Old Man Strange costume for free, or you can upgrade to Premium and gain permanent access to it, unlock these rewards at any time.
Yes, and there are a lot of costumes included, but so too do we have our wonderful emojis. We've got a new round of them, so you can elevate your expressions to a whole new level, exude undeniable aura, and let your emojis do the talking with Scarlet Witch's dynamic emojis, available from August 28th. Chaos is about to ensue on the battlefield. Make sure that you're showing off yours in style.
Crawl back to your domain.
Plenty of great emojis have managed to come to the game recently, including Cloak and Dagger's new costume as well, the Polarity Bundle. It's been great for quite a few of the strategist players who love to express themselves in your competitive game chat.
I think my favorite emote has to be the shared emote, though, with the Jeff and the Emma.
Yeah.
We were using it yesterday, actually, Harry, when we were stacking to make sure that the Jeff gets all of the wonderful head pads before he takes everybody off the map. And speaking of the Jeff, because of the Jeff shenanigans that we got to see on Ignite, we actually got a couple of Jeff the Landshark fans coming on through in both EMEA and also Pacific earlier today, if you were watching along with that one.
Yeah, we've had quite a few players inspired by the high APM gameplay of Jeff that Fate showed off during the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. And of course, Jeff has been buffed up with that Symbiote Shenanigans team-up alongside Venom that was introduced, I believe, at the beginning of Season 3. And it's a thoroughly underrated team up. Its ability to give overhealth as well when it heals beyond the capacity of their character's health pool is absurdly broken in some cases for the overall survivability of a squishy hero.
Yes, we can have a look now at our schedule. We had yesterday round 7, 8, and 9, and today we're going to be moving on into 10 and 11. All of the rounds after, and including round 10, are going to be that best of 5 format. So we're going to be seeing some very, very long and very close series potentially go the distance between all of these teams that are going to be fighting, not just in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket too, because if they're in that lower bracket run, one loss means that they're out of the tournament for good.
Yeah, 3 weekends of MRC filled out the schedules of our erstwhile competitors, and they're doing it all for not only pride, but cash money as well. Per region and per platform, we have a total reward of $14.5 thousand, whether you're on EMEA, the Pacific, or Americas, and whether you're playing on PC or console. This prize is up for grabs if you're good enough to claim it.
That championship spot is going to be able to earn $6,000, so there is a lot on the line. Not just the money, but also the opportunity to throw your hat into the ring and prove that you deserve to be up there with the big leagues in terms of those Ignite positions, as we're always going to be on the lookout for some of those new talents coming on through. As we get ready to head into our first game, there's going to be a familiar face. If you saw yesterday's matches, it's going to be FaZe coming on through in their lower bracket run after Virtus Pro sent them down.
Yeah, we've got a couple of players we recognize on FaZe for sure from the Ignite runs. Crisis definitely one to watch. When it comes to aimers, Crisis is definitely a standout as one of the newer names in the scene who is going to be demanding a lot of respect when it comes to those duels. We saw a lot of players potentially underestimate Crisis and pay for it in Ignite. So the question is, can their competitors in Omni Junior EU have someone to stand up to that level of fragging power?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is definitely not going to be underestimating what Crisis can do, given the fact that they have one of their strategists essentially solely assigned to healing him. Poor Pin Clone is going to be under the label of Crisis Heal Bot, because that's the tag that he used when he signed up to MSC and he was not able to change it. So if you're looking at that backline and thinking to yourself, who exactly are these people? It is Oasis and Pin Clone coming on through as we get ready to head into our first round, which is going to be on Krakoa. And FaZe instant banning out the Loki, which is a big swerve away from the instant ban of Human Torch that they had against Virtus Pro yesterday. But when Saipe's Loki was one of the determining factors of the win, it's no surprise to see that the God of Mischief is instantly targeted out.
All right, for any of our Ignite viewers, let's chat banning infrastructure quickly. This one is a little bit different. These aren't one-sided bans mocked. Every ban made in this MRC structure is universal, and the protects are exactly the same. So it's not going to be quite so much of an asymmetric draft.
Yes, and now we're going to be seeing both of these teams potentially going for a mirror composition off of the back of it. So if you're surprised about seeing both the Psylocke and the Ember come through, it's because both of them are going to be able to have access to it. However, the Lunar Snow was instantly burned out, so no Idle Aura going to be coming through there. Seems like we're going to be having a Cloak and Dagger and maybe an Invis lineup in terms of those strategists, or potentially a triple strategist line, given the fact that Mantis and Ultron are missing, both from the protections and the bans, as too is Magneto currently missing. And with that Phoenix save on the side of Omni Junior, you have to worry about the Wombo combo of Meteor M and Ensong Inferno.
Yeah, Ensong Inferno and Meteor M we've seen decimate many a strategist ultimate as they've been available, and Phoenix has been rising through the ranks of duelist usage, feeling in many cases like a Hela who can threaten a grouped up team a little bit more with that spark accumulation, just rampaging into a bunch of explosions. Mantis is going to be protected here, and Mantis's use rate has also shot up. That's going to be a missed ban here, but it isn't quite as impactful as in Ignite, because it just means that both teams are going to have an extra slot available to use.
Yeah, potentially FaZe were debating a little bit too long about what they wanted to take out, or like you said, because it's a universal, they're happy that the Phoenix got through. They don't really want to try using that ban on something like a Magneto, as the Venom is going to get banned on out. Venom and Psylocke have been proven to be a particularly devastating duo in terms of that dive.
Yeah, Binary definitely someone who you want to watch out for on the Venom as well. is incredibly adept when it comes to playing around with his hypermobile vanguards. I particularly like his Hulk. Don't know if we're going to be seeing it today, though. As we head in, Mox, let's get ready to see Krakoa.
Is going to be starting off right now on the Doctor Strange, potentially setting up for a portal immediately onto one of these players from Omni Junior. As we can see that Omni Junior, they're right out of the gates, are looking to position up onto that point with the Groot to start pushing some of these walls and find an isolation. However, here comes the portal. Do they manage to find someone? Instantly, the Phoenix walks right through. And with that one, the numbers advantage goes to FaZe immediately.
Yeah, Ducks Films equally unlucky. Crisis managing to find all the little nooks and crannies in which to fire the sonic crossbow and find Paydirt. That is a remarkably quick take here for FaZe.
That's really bad for Omni Junior. I think they're just going to be off of the Groot immediately. Yeah, if you're in control of the space with the Groot, you can start, you know, putting those walls up, finding isolations from some of these players. If you're trying to play into a retake, though, you don't get to look for those opportunities, especially since FaZe is so mobile. Both the Captain America and the Doctor Strange have an ability to their kits to be able to dodge away from getting fully split away from their backlines. It looks like it's just going to be a game of poking right now, as FaZe building up incredibly quickly to that first range of all time.
Oh, quick grab there coming through from the Carbon Crush onto Rosa, but Crisis Healbot standing behind, ready to go. Leolaz time to lay down, but for healing and the damage as the Rage of Ultron is declared across Krakoa, and managing to find Paydirt once again, frag after frag, delivered for the Ernst Weil robot, and FaZe hold strong.
Rage of Ultron just builds up so quickly, and Christopher, who'd actually been on that Groot and then swapped over to that Magneto, sacrificed a little bit of ultimate charge, plus that first fight being so one-sided meant that even if he swapped, he didn't manage to keep up the 50% to potentially build up the Meteor and absorb the Rage of Ultron, and FaZe are still just going to be taking advantage of the better ultimate economy of how one-sided these fights have been. The tail end of Dance with the Butterflies leads to the follow-up biovac murder from Rosa, and this is just FaZe playing with their food.
That's a bit of a heartbreaker there from Duck Films as well. Just about popped for Rage of Ultron, hoping to try and heal the remainder of Omni Junior through the Dance of the Butterflies, since they're all stacked up. Maybe they could have shared out that healing, but falling just as it popped.
Omni Junior do have both of their Vanguard ultimates. It's potentially going to be that Psionic Seduction coming on through from Emma to open up the way and give them confidence to look forward. The FaZe, it's not going to result in a lot of picks from there, and they've got that Eternal Bond. The CC immunity means you don't have to worry about the Emma ult entirely blocking a strategist from being able to do anything, as Binary in the back line starts up the dive, putting pressure onto the Mantis, trying to force like the Solar Resurgence, and Kai just holds on to the ultimate all the way back to respawn.
Yeah, Kai not going to be able to get that one back. The Phoenix next up on the docket here for Binary, trying to chase down the hit scan. The Ensong Inferno declared as Phoenix takes to the skies, but can they find themselves someone to try and take on down? Seems unlikely, surrounded by the shield vanguards. As the shields are raised, they find themselves within a Testudo formation. There's no escape for Omni Junior, and FaZe will very quickly take the first round 100-0.
That was also a strange TP recontest attempt coming on through, and that cooldown is going to carry on as we head into the first fight of the Grove, as opposed to FaZe, who I believe are going to have the strange TP cooldown back online yet again. They managed to find the grab onto the Phoenix in that first fight off of the back of it. Do Omni Junior manage to avoid losing one of their players that early to a TP play this time around? We'll have to see, because, you know, if you had something like the Loki, the regeneration domain, you could drop it immediately and make sure that everyone stays alive, but that insta-ban on the Loki is proving to be a particularly nuisance for Omni Junior to have to deal with when it comes to how aggressive FaZe are being.
Yeah. Soul Resurgence is going to be available, and it has been buffed, of course, recently as well, with Mantis becoming a team-up anchor. I believe it gets a flat percentage healing increase, either 10 or 15%. And of course, maybe there was a world where if Groot could have set up those life spore walls, could have been a massive defensive staple of sustainability for Omni Jr. But once again, Rose is going to be looking for a very early engage.
Who goes into the TP? Oh, they're gonna just hover it right over the choke that Omni Jr. have to walk through to get past main.
It rolls on through first. Seems like for now, just straight into the grasp of the EMEA. Carbon Crush grabs out Rosa, kicked into the wall, and the disengagement was attempted to be cut off right there. Crisis Heal, but a little bit too far out. Kai manages to find that one off the back of a well-placed Spore. And Omni Jr., they might be able to get first cap.
Yeah, it costs them both the Soul Resurgence and the Rage of Ultron. They overlap the two ultimates to deal with the damage coming in through from the Rage of Ultron and Dance of Butterflies on the side of Phase's end. But it's bought them this space now to start to play around the verticality and natural cover of these trees. They can be broken, so Duck has to be careful that he doesn't overstay his welcome, as here comes the Captain America and the Psylocke. They wrapped all the way around the back to pull the attention and let Phase's frontline move forward and into position to use the Eye of Agamotto on the point fight.
Iceland's ready to be opened, but it's going to be Omni Jr. who strike fast. The Eternal Bond is declared, and the Soul Resurgence is going to drag the rest of Phase forward here. Rosa looking for an opening, wants to try and open up that eye. Duck Films has to move back towards the ground to try and get inside of the Eternal Bond, but a secondary one coming through from Crisis Heal bot. There's going to be even more that's available. A Sonic Seduction to try and shut down any additional ultimates that could be deployed by Phase here, but an isolated Cloak and Dagger is easy prey for Crisis. Kai going to be chased on down here by Captain America. Liberty does not rest, and nor does the backline of Phase, making sure that everyone has the sustainability they need. Omni Jr. are scattered to the four winds.
Omni Jr. do have the Wombo. They've got both the Phoenix and the Magneto ultimate, but unfortunately, if they use that Magneto ultimate in tandem with the Phoenix, Leolez gets a free Rage of Ultron without it being absorbed. And Omni Jr. so far away from that Eternal Bond of their own, might just have to mirror an Ultron ult, try and open up this fight. Crucially as well, Rubber has to keep an eye on Rosa, otherwise this Doctor Strange ultimate's going to be able to get past both the Diamond Bomb and the Carbon Crush.
Oh, Rosa's actually up above them. If they don't scout this, it could be a free Eye of Agamotto onto that backline. Distractionary measures coming through. That's going to be a four-person stun. The Eye of Agamotto opens, and within its gaze, you find yourself absolutely paralyzed.
Oh, disaster for Omni Jr.'s ultimate economy too. Christopher used the Meteor M! And now they've got the end song Inferno, but there's no accompanying duet with it. So FaZe can just try and live it. Granted, that end song Inferno does absolutely blitz down any overhealth and shielding of the Freedom Charge. Not that they're going to need it. The Captain America isolated and alone, even with the ultimate in hand, is going to fall immediately as Omni Jr. avoid the poke fight and just portal onto point.
Leolaz under so much pressure here. And you can see that Oasis as well within the range here of the Rage of Ultron. Psylocke next up on the docket, and Duck is starting to confirm the frags. Looks like you've quacked your last there, Crisis. And Kai making sure that Leolaz can't stick around any longer. Cap back in favor of Omni Jr.
I mean, it was very smart from Omni Jr. to understand the Captain America's absence means that one huge part of stall point from FaZe's composition had been removed, and they could just portal onto it and force FaZe to one by one have to contest and send them directly into the grinder. As Omni Jr. have the Eternal Bond, they've still got the Sensong Inferno. It's been held for so long. Magneto might actually get another ultimate up to be able to play off of the back of it. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, but it's shielded and doesn't find any form of staying power it was looking for.
Yeah, it gives absolutely nothing. Rubber can't be saved in time by the Eternal Bond deployed by the Cloak and Dagger. And now Rosa goes for a quick disengagement. Can't get too aggressive here. Now knows with the Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket. Wants that Ultron towards the back. Leolaz starts to open it up for themselves. Kai noted in the back the Insong Inferno. Once again, a song sung by the Phoenix. Keyvine, Cal, they've all fallen down. Christopher will stand alone. Only some squishies now remain to try and get the last bastions of defense for Omni.
There's no more teleport recontest either for Omni Jr. Remember, they used it to punish the Captain America's overextension. So they're going to have to just get past the Doctor Strange and that Dance of the Butterflies the hard way. The last time we saw that FaZe used the Psylocke ultimate to get an attention check so that the Eye of Agamotto could go through unimpeded by the EMEA. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies to open up yet again. But this time there's no follow-up from the Eye. It's just blanket damage as Viner in the Diamond form finds the kicks. directly into the wall, and Omni Jr. Thanos snapped out of existence.
Yeah, Carbon Crush cracks through the silicon layer, Laz. There was an ambitious attempt at a Meteor-M there, but unfortunately Christopher just ain't that guy. And FaZe managed to find the crack in the defenses, but Dux Films was trying to keep stopping there. And that's going to be a 2-0 in favor of FaZe.
I tell you what, you're taking to these duck puns like the birds to water, Harry, but we have to talk about how close it actually was on the grove, because you and I, outside of broadcast, we were discussing what exactly this first match had to be, and we said it needed to be a blanket shutout. As there are so many questions just above the head of FaZe trying to figure out their positions. We've seen all of the tier lists that players, coaches, analysts have had and posted on social media, and FaZe has always been a big one of where exactly do you put them. They've got an Ignite position. I believe they actually have low 9's Ignite position. So we know that they're going to be moving into stage 2. It's just a matter of where they're going to be in terms of all of the teams that enter into Ignite. And that first round, 100-0, that was the dominant performance it needed to be. That second round, though, was a different matter entirely.
Yeah, slightly bungling that initial engagement, losing Crisis Healbot on the Cloak and Dagger. Crisis 41-1 with 20 final hits, though. That's exactly what we've come to expect from this duelist play.
Yeah, Crisis Healbot doing a lot of healing alongside Oasis, a triple strategist line. We're going to be seeing a lot of sustainability and staying power. And like you said, it started off incredibly strong. The teleport so that they would immediately get that pick onto the Phoenix. There was no punishment for them all stacking up together to take all of the damage from those spark explosions coming on through. And then just taking advantage of how one-sided the first fight was, having the ultimate economy, knowing that Omni Jr., even into things like a dry Dance with the Butterflies, didn't have a strategist ultimate yet built up. If they took the fight in quickly, there was no opportunity for the backline to battery their ultimates and build any form of defense. That's the way that FaZe played that first round, but when we headed to the second round and they didn't have one-sided fights, the ultimate economy was a little bit more evenly matched, that's where we saw some of the fights starting to fall out of their favor.
Yeah, like for Omni Jr. certainly showing some signs of life. And of course, there are going to be plenty, given that we've already made it this far in the MRC tournament. There's talent on this roster that will have opportunities over the course of this MRC, maybe over the next couple of maps, to try and really make their mark against some of the bigger names in the EMEA scene. But our next map is going to have to wait for just a moment until after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Fear not, gamers, we're back to bring you a second map from this best of 3 between FaZe and Omni Junior EU. We're in round 9 of MRC at the moment. This is a lower bracket game, so Omni Junior EU are currently fighting to save themselves from elimination as FaZe are 1-0 up.
See, I wonder if we get to see a Doctor Strange ban come out now, Harry, because the teleport strats from FaZe were particularly devastating for Omni Junior to have to deal with. I mean, Domination, a map type, is always going to be very difficult because it's played around point percentage. The longer those fights take, the more point percentage the team in control of the objective is going to be able to pick up, the more desperate and the more that your hand is forced in terms of just having to commit those ultimates without clearing your angles and into things like a Psylocke and a Doctor Strange. You need to know where your enemy is to deal with the ultimates before they can come on through. So if we do see a Doctor Strange ban as an adaptation, I wouldn't be surprised.
Would be unsurprising, certainly. Omni Junior going to be starting off getting rid of Luna, on the other side Loki. The standard fare of the competitive backline has already been decimated in our ban phase.
Now, is it going to be a Human Torch that gets taken out? We should remind as well, these are MSC bans, so these are universal, not one-sided. So neither team is going to have to burn another ban on Loki to make sure that no one gets one-sided God of Mischiefs. As it is going to be actually a Human Torch protection coming on through from FaZe, and Omni Junior instantly jumping on the bandwagon of pushing that Torch's value up, going to be saving the Ultron so that they can get the double flyer pocket comp up and running.
A little bit toxic there. Cal, of course, hovering the Lord Psylocke, and Omni Junior ban it. Thanks, Rubber. Of course, it is going to be a pivot, most likely to Johnny Storm. He is essentially the most valuable duelist at the moment, not only pumping out a huge amount of damage and also being one of those aerial threats so not everyone can really interact with fruitfully, but also having some excellent evasion under his belt with melee weaving alongside his dash to make sure that it could be a real nuisance to try and hit midair.
Yeah, that Doctor Strange is going to be feeling the strength as well because phase take the Emma Frost out, and that means that you're not going to have to worry about the CC immunity of the Diamond form being able to interrupt Eye of Agamotto casts. Something that I'm sure FaZe are going to be very happy with is this the first time? Somewhere I know Schmungus just sensed a disturbance in the Force because that is a Scarlet Witch save and a Penny Parker ban.
My
Only in
goodness.
MRC.
Shout out to Craggy, the primary Scarlet Witch believer. I mean, maybe there was a world where they were trying to like spook FaZe into banning the Doctor Strange to try and get rid of that Arcane Order team up. I
Surely
mean,
not,
it's cope, but wait, it's not cope. It could be real. We'll come back after our map showcase to find out whether or not this is actual factual compositions.
It is real. Omni Jr. currently have Dark Sorcery as well as that Adam Warlock on a triple strategist line. As Rosa is going to be over onto that Doctor Strange, setting up a portal. But this time, Omni Jr., they're going to be ready for it. They're going to have Soul Bond and potentially a counter teleport of their own.
Both teams equally able to try and deal with this one. However, quickly backing up into spawn. Easy peasy here for FaZe to try and survive this one. Rosa's going to swap over now instantly onto the Venom. No more portal shenanigans.
You know, it was also really smart from Omni Jr. They prepared for that teleport strategy with the Scarlet Witch stun as well. That AoE just fully covering the entrance to the portal, which meant that FaZe couldn't actually go past and try and find a pick onto one of Omni Jr.'s players. And they've also now been able to establish themselves almost onto the point first. However, the Pyro Prison coming through from Crisis is sending them back, which means that Binary can start walling off, fortifying out this choke so that FaZe get first cap entirely uncontested.
Okay, so big cooldown to watch for here is definitely going to be the Arcane Order coming through from Cal. Those Thornlash walls are doing a real number to the backline of Omni Jr. They're making sure that anyone who takes damage is taking extra, even more so. An Ironwood wall separates Christopher from the remainder of their team, and they're more than happy to be separated from this corporeal plane by FaZe and their fire. Crisis manages to get in close with the flames and just cooks them.
Yeah, Omni Jr. as well get taken down so close to the Karmic Revival, so Duck is not going to burn the Rejuvenation Cocoon. Gonna hold on to it to have up for the res fight that's gonna come on through. FaZe are so close to that Strangling Prison Supernova combination, but they don't want to burn all of their ultimates literally. As we can see that Rosa has actually been able to pass the stealth check and goes directly into the backline, already forcing out the Eternal Bond from Omni Jr. As they have no choice but to try and get to point, but the Strangling Prison comes through at the tail end of the Cloak and Dagger's dash, and they manage to catch and cancel Eternal Bond out early.
Yeah, Eternal Bond gone away. Wait a second. Could be a stun coming through. Crisis and Crisis Healer. Can they get away from the incoming damage? It's a full smorgasbord of ultimates thrown out here by Omni Jr. And yet I see no red in the frag feed. Sustainability, the name of the game for FaZe. And with Omni Jr. putting all of their weapons, cashing in the entire armory. They can't find anything off the back of it. Cal falling on down. Resurrections being delivered here by Adam Warlock. Even extra damage coming through from the Terror Cape. Ducks trying to bring it on back. You can see a Cloak and Dagger have returned up close and personal. There gets a little bit of a fumble there, I'm not gonna lie. But the remainder of FaZe seem to be well on top of things and have it in hand as we move over to 100% here in favor of FaZe.
I think Rosa took your call of smorgasbord a little bit too literally there, because they literally just treat the Karmic Revival as a buffet point for Feast of the Abyss's targeting. So many people get chomped on by that venom. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, even with the overhealth shields that Karmic Revival now provides. It decayed as well. They waited the full 5 seconds so that the decay would start to hit through. And finally, they were able to find the picks after the Adamant was done.
Just like it's just a buffet. All you can eat venom.
Oh, no, it's not all you can eat venom. It's all you can eat. It's Jeff. Can Oasis actually stick with this? Or are we just going to see the pure min-max of Jeff's speed bubbles to get out of spawn a little bit faster from both of these teams?
I'm hoping that maybe we get to see some real value come out of a damage boosted arcane order. Cal, usually you'd be in a pretty good position to try and chase down a flying target like a Storm or an Iron Man using that arcane order, because you just fly up in the air and kind of duel them up there using that phase.
Wait,
However,
hold on,
Crisis
Harry.
does have a great disengagement option.
Phaser on Blade. This is not a drill. Phase are on Blade. It is out of spawn. It is real. Are we going to see a stick around long enough for Price and Fold Slash? We're not going to be seeing Omni Jr. stick around long enough for this fight. That is instantaneous, just pure damage coming on through from that Human Torch Crisis. In the blink of an eye, 75% to that Supernova.
And Blade was also there. Most importantly. Oh, Omni Jr. now they're going to be assaulting the absolute forest that can be erected here by Binary. Has now lost out on the team-up wall, however, so it won't have the additional sustainability that the Mantis' new team-up does offer. Crisis looking towards the back. A quick flambe, perhaps, of a storm. Some flash-seared weather manages to look in towards the weather channel. I'm forecasting quite the slaughter here in favor of FaZe.
True, but Crisis does get burned in the meantime, and FaZe's plays are going lower and lower. They're actually going to start giving this fight. The Eye of Agamemnon should cement the win, but no! Crisis healbots outside of it, just sends up that invis boundary, and there's no Maelstrom of Madness supercharged on up to find the pick, nor is there a damage boost because Kivine was using the Eternal Bond rather than the Terror Cape to set up the follow-through. Now the Supernova comes out from Crisis directly onto Cal. They know the Scarlet Witch's location. They don't want to let that pure reality erasure come on through, and they managed to catch it directly in the middle of everything. And the 1000-fold slash, it's real, it exists, it found its target, it did more than just paper cuts. Omni Jr. are wiped off of the map.
And at the beginning of that fight, Oasis ate Binary out of their own strangling prison.
Look,
oh,
Jeff
there's something so heartbreaking.
exists in water, so it makes sense that he would definitely have a fun time under a bridge, because sometimes he does troll just a little bit.
A little bit. Here comes the Arcane Order. Maximum DPS from the Scarlet Witch. A difficult customer to try and deal with. And one beef-footed shark can't stand up to the combined might of both the Sorcerer Supreme and Chaos Magic. Binary looks in towards the edge. Leolaz, of course, can work the margins too here as well with the blade as they start to awaken the Dampier bloodline. Moving forward now with the Soul Resurgence. Rubber making sure there's additional movement speed. How far can Cal make it, though? Tries to chase down Binary, but it's an easy counter-rotate around the physical cover.
That's unfortunate. The Groot now is still going to be alive. Comes under fire from the Storm, however, with that damage boost, they will be able to find the fix. And Omni Jr. custom Solar Resurgence just to get themselves through all of that incoming damage and onto point. But they held on to the Karmic Revival crucially. They're going to have it up for this next fight.
Ooh, Dark, early poke there as well onto Oasis just to try and slow this one down a little bit. Rose is already taking a little bit of damage as they tip their toes onto the point.
They have to scout. They have to scout the Venom. They have to scout the Torch. If they don't figure out this rotation that FaZe make and they manage to find that in onto the backline and the Adams position, it's going to be curtains for Omni Jr. as out comes that Venom dive. The immediate Terror Kit comes on through. The Eternal Bond is out of the strangling prison, but the rest of the team, the same cannot be said, and FaZe have so much unsolicited damage. There's the Karmic Revival position, but they're all off of the point when they get brought back. So Overtime has no opportunity to start burning down.
Duck Films managed to get the entire team resurrected, a full 5-person res, but as you said, not on the point, so no dice there. Quick victory for FaZe in round 9 of Marvel Rivals Championship EMEA.
Blade's got a win rate. Blade
100%,
has a
baby.
positive win rate. We got 4 yesterday. We got Blade today. I think it's actually pretty smart as well from FaZe because they're hiding some of their strategies. Obviously, they're in the lower bracket. They know that they're going to be going up against some of these other Ignite teams. They don't want to reveal too much, and you can also use the opportunity to limit test. We saw a lot of teams in their qualifying 10 matches actually using the Blade to try and limit test and figure out whether or not you can actually fit him into a composition, because I mean 350 HP pool for a duelist and anti-heal in coordinated play sounds like a winning recipe for success, but we're really yet to see it take off the ground.
Check out the highlights from that game here. I'm sure they're going to be many and varied, but mostly FaZe. An excellent job of kiting as well and doing some crisis management when going up against both the Omega Hurricane and the Reality Erasure Ultimates. Of course, there's going to be a lot of Crisis. The rest of the team may have been playing some more experimental picks, but Crisis, the old tried and true, homie doobie tryharding right now on the Human Torch.
Yeah, the Human Torch just absolutely melting everything. It's like, look at the amount of damage that FaZe were able to output into such a small space too. There's just absolutely nowhere for Omni Jr. to be able to run, and they dealt handily with the Karmic Revivals as well, just going for the full team wipes. There's a couple of ways that you can deal with the Karmic Revival. You either try and track down where that Adam's ultimate is going to be, so you can catch them as they come out from the animation lock. You can potentially stagger out the picks over the full 10-second duration so that they don't all get brought back in one fell swoop. Or, as we saw in that last fight, you can identify that if everyone's off of the point, even if the entire team gets brought back, they're still not going to be touching the objective, so the round will end regardless, and that's exactly what FaZe are able to do. Every single time they deal with the res a different way.
Cool, calm, and calculated, and we've got our own calculations to do here as we add +1 to our round counter. We'll be back in 5 minutes with round number 10 of MRC EMEA.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act.
You're done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Heroes and Villains, round 10 of MRC EMEA is finally here, and we are going to be starting in our upper bracket with a banger of a game. We have Choppity going up against Insomnia.gg with so many familiar faces, Mox.
Yes, and it is going to be round 10, which means it's a BO5. We have a potential 5 mapper here on our hands, and this is going to be a little bit of a taster before we see both of these teams up into those Ignite positions. So I can't wait to see, especially because Choppity been following them through the bracket. They've got a lot of really good talent. They picked up Tuzi, most notably, coming on through from the side of Old Business, which means that the Psylocke and the Human Torch is going to be incredibly strong, and likely going to be a component for an insta-ban off of that alone.
Yeah, one of the things we are going to be looking out for with these teams that have those Ignite positions as well, Mox, is how they interact with the MRC ban system, given that they probably have been screaming quite a bit more of the Ignite ban system, which is asymmetrical and one-sided. But here in MRC, we use universal bans and protects, which can really change how the game is shaped.
Yes, we're going to be seeing a lot of mirrors coming on through, as we can have a look and see that first round 1 is going to be Midtown, a map which has always been beholden to spawn holds, so no surprises that Mantis is one of the insta bans for both of these teams to come on out, weakening the Ultron composition, also meaning that we're not going to see that team up synergy coming on through with both the Loki and the Groot. And speaking about Loki, he's gone too.
Yep, Loki gone. Does mean that Luna is going to be on the table here. There's a world where maybe adopted it. Relaxing Sky is a fantastic Luna player as far as I'm aware. But Ultron being protected here, it's going to be Psylocke on the other side. That's, of course, a Tuzi mainstay. If I could characterize Tuzi with 2 primary characters, it would be the Psylocke first and the Star-Lord second.
Torch is gone too, so Choppity saving that Ultron is going to be a little bit weakened without having the Human Torch to be able to pocket it. Like you said, that Luna is still going to be around, as is the Emma. So currently, right now, Psylocke players are going to be very, very happy with all of their resources available. Groot is going to be the next thing that has now been removed. So no Strangling Prison to put some pressures onto Cloak and Daggers, having to save their Eternal Bond and use the CC immunity to dash on out of that ultimate AoE. Magneto also still stuck around, as does Captain America, and that's going to put a lot more pressure on keeping the Emma Frost in play so that you can prevent that dive when it comes on out. But if you keep the Emma in play, the Psylocke becomes stronger, so this is a little bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation in terms of ban drafts.
Bit of a conundrum here, but both Pasuo and Beetle are going to be happy to see that Captain America is still in play, and of course, as you said, Emma, a necessary protect here to make sure that the Psylocke's going to be operating at full power. The last ban now for Insomnia, and no one has touched the Lunar Snow yet, which is a bit of a rarity, given that it's still an open option for either team to ban. Adam Warlock going to be taken away.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Luna was in play and Adam was still in play, then we would get Light and Shadow Karma, which means that Luna would be able to link, and all of the damage that she does in that link form would then be translated to healing herself. She would be almost impossible to pick, even with things like the Captain America and that Psylocke in the neutral, unless they burned all of their cooldowns to be able to take her out. So it's not surprising that Adam is going to be removed, especially because Adam is also now part of a spawn hold strategy on convoy maps like Midtown, where you rely on the mass revive of the entire team to keep stalling fights right outside attacker spawn.
Yeah, Midtown, we're definitely going to be seeing some of those early setups inside of the building. Question is whether Choppity are going to commit to it for a long time. Let's have a quick look at what awaits us on Midtown, Mox.
it's another Midtown defense. It's another triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold, and you can see that Insomnia are already anticipating it. They've got all of the duelists, the Punisher, the Storm for the damage boost, the Squirrel go for the Ricochet bounce, and Punish if Choppity are trying to hold and fortify themselves into a small room, and the Moon Knight to get the maximum amount of Anquances onto all of those stacked up players. But Choppity, they're not playing in those small rooms because they knew that the Squirrel Girl and Moon Knight were coming. They're out in the open to deny some of that ultimate charge.
Yeah, don't want to bounce around too many of those projectiles in a tight space, so it's just sitting down main. A route outside of the LOS here of news, so a follow-up is not going to be available. But when you're in such a tight corridor, eventually you're going to be eating the acorns. Out comes the fists of Khonshu already, but Khonshu for now can't find themselves a brawl in the street. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, additional damage going to be deployed, but it should be easily dealt with here by the Invisible Roundry, erected by Vertigo, and Mash and Tuzi equally ready to go with their own strategist ultimates.
There goes the Tsunami coming in through from that Squirrel Girl ultimate. There goes the Squirrel Girl herself. BRB is going to bring her right back into the fold, however, and Insomnia are doubling down on this push. Psionic Seduction paired with Final Judgment to try and find the damage even through this Eternal Bond that Mash was able to get laid over all of that main road so that Choppy can keep themselves full, alive, and able to stall at this point yet longer. Beetle on that Doctor Strange too is going to mean that we have to watch out for a teleport recontest coming through before Insomnia are ready to deal with it.
Yeah, ready to portal back yet again, and Insomnia used quite a few of their ultimates already to try and break through that first hold. Only going to have the Omega Hurricane to move in here.
They don't actually go for the teleport recontest. As Strange walks up just with his own 2 feet. Eye of Agamotto not going to be up. However, Omega Hurricane is absolutely going to be available for Pasuo, who's just trying to burn some of the strategist ultimates on the side of Choppity. As Insomnia, they knew that they likely weren't going to win that fight. They just want to get a couple of picks to better set themselves up for this next one.
The Battle Recall Beacon brings Beetle back into the fray as well. Meteor M ready to go. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier makes sure that all of these duelists are going to be feeling well and truly amplified. A dunk on top of Nocta. Khonshu can't deal with the magic meatball of metal, and quite a spicy one it is. But as a raid against the Moon Knight, kicked into the cart, the Fantastic R itself stopped by the Doctor Strange as they're dragged into it. The unbeatable Scroll Tsunami in the back pocket here of Nu, if only they're brave enough to deploy it. But when Khonshu's already struck pay dirt, maybe it's going to be unnecessary. Vertigo dancing away with the fate of both worlds keeps the remainder of Choppity sustained for now as Nu waits for an opening to let loose with an absolute tsunami of mammalian power.
I think they're holding on to it, potentially for this fight to move over to this very location. Unfortunately, though, Choppity aren't in time. The Eternal Bomb doesn't connect onto the objective until Insomnia have already been able to pick up first, and now Choppity have to back away, tail between their legs, so that they don't get staggered. Beetle now on the classic hero, though, the Captain America that we so expected to see, and the Omega Hurricane does not manage to get back to the team safely. All of the damage is dealt to that one specific target, and Insomnia is slowed down entirely.
Yeah, Insomnia at this point are just looking to try and spend their ultimates potentially, though, so they can start rolling over to a more classic composition that isn't full duelist. But while Choppity continue to play this 3-3, there is going to be the continued demand for damage, and Vertigo meets that demand when they're presented with Khonshu's wrath. Crazy Kitty going to be the next one to go on down, and that's going to be an introduction of squirrels to the back line, and these two Naries should meet, for it's quite the deadly combination.
Yeah, High Tide finally comes on through. The Squirrel Tsunami gets sent out. Now we're going to be looking at the POVs of all of these duelists as they just head back to the spawn room. Amped up a little bit of movement speed by that Storm Boost. Now we're going to be seeing a 2-2-2 line with the Psylocke and the Captain America. Nocta also going to be going over to that Phoenix to try and find a little bit of punishment onto Chopty's strategists when those ultimates come through with that end song Inferno. But Crazy Kitty already on the Winter Soldier, so the pressure not just onto the dive but also onto the flyer, with that tainted voltage being able to drop into the ground. And Choppity, without full control of that space, open up the fight with Psionic Seduction. The way that we see is they had no way of clearing out those angles aggressively first, but they've already lost the Captain America to Insomnia being able to get them into the flank.
Just a little bit too deep there. Beetle, his exoskeleton, the carapace cannot stand up to the amount of damage that was given on over. Forever feeling comfortable in the front line for now, trying to avoid the incoming Bardock. Because that 2 players grabbed on through and then struck with the Kraken impact as well. But Forever simply spaghettifies him against the wall and just stretches him out into his constituent parts. Choppity lose a little bit of space here for 2Z, but a quick disengage means that it's back to safety for the Shinobi. Sarlocke stays alive for a little while longer to continue threatening that backline. Forever continues to pressure forward, but against this much meat from a pair of Vanguards, it could be difficult to try and make it around the corner. Still Choppity yet to break under the pressure. Iron-willed when it comes to his ultimates of the strategist. 2Z noted in the back. The Dance of Butterflies cannot be sent on over as Doctor starts to use the animation cancels for maximum output. An attempt to isolate one player in the Dance of Butterflies could be thwarted here as Choppity managed to drag themselves together and stack up under all of the damage in towards the back line. Twisty manages to send in the knife and twists it as well to start taking apart the meat of Choppity.
Insomnia found the pick onto Mash, who had the Eternal Bond. It's up to Beetle to stall the fight for the Cloak and Dagger to come back through with that Freedom Charge, but they're losing player after player. 2Z comes on through the Dance of the Butterflies, but he's not going to be counted as contested. Choppy have to have an actual body onto that objective, and again, it's going to be a reliance of the Eternal Bond to keep these players up and alive. Beetle's able to jump into it and sustains with the heals per second, and the end song Inferno from Crazy Kitty punishes Insomnia as they try to back on out and wait for the ultimates to be done.
Yeah, Nu blown apart by some sparks that were pre-laid by Crazy Kitty. All the prep that was needed to try and make that ultimate work on out with defensive usage of the portal here. The pentagram of Ferala blocks a little bit of additional space away from Insomnia as with 10 seconds remaining, they have to advance towards the cart. It's going to be KP moving in first. Forever 7-7-4, looking for 7-7 more. And Twisty wants even more than that. Mash underneath the tenderization of the Shinobi equally is going to find themselves fragged on out. Vertigo trying to come back quickly on the Jeff, but the marine life can't stand up to the grasp of death that's given over by Insomnia as the Eternal Night claims yet another point and we move to C.
What a clutch call from Twitzy, just dashing past the Emma, anticipating the Sonic Seduction from Choppity to catch Insomnia as they move into Subway Tunnel. But the Solo can dance with the butterflies, you can't target her, you can't actually silence her with that Sonic Seduction. So because the Emma is so far forward, she's not there to be able to absorb all of that damage coming on through from the dashes, and Insomnia have the damage to finally be able to break through second and third. But they have so little time, they cannot afford to lose a singular fight here, as they can just be held by both the Captain America and the Psylocke dashing on through at the beginning opening of the fist folding, and that's exactly what's going to occur as 2Z invests the Dance of the Butterflies aggressively, and now Choppity are just gonna make Insomnia pay ultimate toll to get any form of distance on third.
Yeah, great combo there with Mash sending him a Terror Cape from downtown as well to make sure that everyone was taking additional damage from that Psylocke ultimate.
Insomnia do have that end song Inferno, but it's going to be in such an awkward position. You need to push out into that open space. DRP even scouts out where the Psylocke is looking to set up an off-angle rotation from. And Choppy have all of the information. Insomnia want an open fight, but that's exactly what Crazy Kitty wants too with the Kraken Impact.
Crazy Kitty lies in wait. Like a trapdoor spider,
Oh,
opens the door, and it's slammed close onto Nu. No option here for the Eternal Bond, so it has to be the fate of both worlds, and the execution potentially on the docket. Relaxing Sky directly impacted. A spicy meatball, yes, and the British are introduced to flavors in the most encompassing of ways. Crazy Kitty now just going around with the Rotter Stern, hitting shot after shot and chunking through the health bars. A quick usage there of the protected barrier coming through from DRP, and that's going to be more than enough damage and more than enough dominance on the point for Choppity to hold strong here, as Sarlocke can't quite make the dash.
Oh, Insomnia. They banked so much on the heal per second of Eternal Bond. They thought even if they kept their backline separated from the front line, separated from those avenues of peel, that they would be able to get one of those heals off from the Cloak and Dagger ultimate before the pick comes on through. But it's such an aggressive move that comes on out from 2Z, and it just catches Nu even through the Cloak and Dagger. As the dash hadn't completed, the heal per second hadn't actually started ticking on out, and the Cloak and Dagger still takes damage even in the dash form, which is the reason why Cloak and Dagger players absolutely hate Hawkeyes in the lobby. What an aggressive call from Choppity to just shut that push down before it could even start.
Value City as well from DRP. Getting 2 off of a fully charged Meteor M. And making sure that Relaxing Sky was not going to be having a relaxing time. No shared dance between them. Still, this is very winnable here for Insomnia GG. We've seen many a first point hold here on Midtown, Nox.
Yeah, Choppity at the moment. I mean, DRP is already onto the Squirrel goal, but likely when they scan out the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist hold, we're going to be seeing even more swaps of the composition come on for something like that Moon Knight, something like the Storm that we saw Insomnia used to just brute force one-sided damage boost against their opponent. Choppity are going to have to deal not just with the 6 players on the defense, but also that Rocket Res being able to bring them back, effectively placing them into a 6 versus 7.
7-player defense might be a touch unfair, but the same tools are available to everyone. With the eyes on Mash here, maybe a well-placed Force Physics really could isolate someone. 2 Smash to make it all the way around the back here.
Oh my goodness,
wow,
the rotation.
The extra damage is just so hard to deal with. Armor Overdrive just burns through.
We're gonna call that one the Boa Constrictor, because Choppity literally wrapped all the way around high ground to take away Catwalk, which is one of the locations that Rockets like placing the BRB to break it before the fight began. Also had presence on left side and had presence on point. They had so many angles, and Insomnia just got boxed in. When you're running a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist line, you normally like taking fights in closed up spaces so that you can get the most amount of heal AoE for your Cloak and Dagger onto everyone with all of those souped up health bars, and Choppity managed to punish it. Now that we've seen the swaps come through though, is the composition going to have the same amount of firepower as the Winter Soldier handily deals with flankers and flyers alike?
2 headshots instantly from the Rotter Stern, and now Beetle scares away everyone in their path. A quick carbon fist caves in the skull of Psylocke, and forever finds himself out of swords, out of heals, and out of friends. A desperate attempt of an approach here from Nu, but the only new thing that's introduced is extra heat from the Encephalo Rays of Ultron.
Perfect timing from Choppity, taking advantage of how quick that one-sided first fight went before Insomnia have the opportunity to exchange any ultimate other than that Luna's. Now we're going to be seeing second come on for Insomnia. They need to win one good fight to be able to hold this position, have the verticality, punish Choppity's rotations that both the Psylocke and that Phoenix really want to be able to take. But DRP, with the Squirrel Girl Tsunami, can just send it directly into Subway Tunnel, and Insomnia are going to be forced to burn something like Eternal Bond.
Yeah. We'll be trying to have to use one of those too early. Already an array of shields has been brought forward in the face of Beetle. And the Eternal Bond as well is going to have to be used in response to this. Choppity going to go for a disengagement, but wait, no, they're going to recommit to this. Mash is outside of the invisible boundary, though. It's a little bit of a fumble, honestly, from Choppity. They got everything they wanted and could have disengaged.
Yeah, Insomnia now, they won that one fight that they were looking for, too. It costs them the Cloak and the Psylocke ultimate, but Choppity are going to be swapping off their composition. Squirrel Tsunami is actually going to be now converted over to 50% charge for that Meteor M, to put more pressure onto Insomnia's Strategist line, as well as try and keep pace and have the CC immunity to dodge away from both the Kraken Impact and the Sonic Seduction, which Insomnia can use to open up this next fight. Out comes the Sonic Seduction, and there goes Vertigo's ultimate to try and counterplay it.
Yeah, Vertigo make sure that everyone stays sustained. If they get down below the culling threshold, it could be easy to try and play it, but no, nice dodges there from Vertigo. Avoids the Meteor M that was destined for that dance, and now it's down to Crazy Kitty with the additional healing brought through by the Rage of Ultron to try and make something work here. Still, Insomnia have greater sustainability. Tuesday, though, sees the victims in the back, finds the backline, relaxing down. Nu as well, a quick cancel of a dance of the butterflies. The dance state is over, but the pain has only just begun, and the party's just starting for Choppity as Insomnia, their eyes are wide open.
A little bit of a min-max there coming on through from Tuzi, going for the Dance of the Butterflies as he counted down the ending of Fate of Beaufort, so he didn't have to worry about the Luna, managing to find the absolute zero and catching him out with that CC to counterplay the ultimate connection. Now Choppity have won that fight, have the Meteor M as well as the Sonic Seduction to buy Mash the opportunity to build up to that Eternal Bond that you don't even have to worry about a one-shot stopping it early. You do have to worry though about Bionic Hook. Noctis' position has to be marked.
Early advantage here when it comes to the ultimates to trying to shut down Nu here. from downtown. It seems like there's not going to be a big connection coming through from a Meteor M. Tuzi's isolated. Will be able to pick up a health pack in their own right. And Crazy Kitty now going to turn up the tempo. Moving forward, trying to isolate Forever 774. There's going to be a desperate roll towards the cart, and Carbon Fists will meet them. Now it's down to Passio to keep their feet on this. But with only a meter remaining and very few friends to try and play with, it's going to be Insomnia with a last-ditch effort to disengage. They've got to quickly reset. There's going to be one fight between Choppity and Victory.
Oh, the staggers too. When Choppity was setting up that defense on third, they lost the last fight cleanly so they could have everyone in position to instantly pounce as the fight came through from the side of Fisk building. Unfortunately, that's a luxury that Insomnia are not going to be granted. It's going to now be a little bit of a cloak coming through. DRP just building up some of that damage on that Magneto, wanting to put the pressure, getting into positions to use the psionic projection and have the double shield to block out the Sonic Seduction. The Eternal Bond, can they cover for it? No! Mash gets found by Passilo just as he comes out of ultimate, and Eternal Bond is down.
A broken bubble as well. Good confluence of fire from the rest of Insomnia. But the question is, can their talents coalesce to try and hold back Choppity here? Looks like they're going for a full disengage, aided by the dance moves of Lunar Snow. And now the ebb and flow, the yin and yang. The river runs red once again. Beta rolls forward. Tuzi gets slain. Absolutely frozen up and taken down by Relaxing Sky. It's far from relaxing for this Shinobi.
Big catch coming on through from Relaxing Sky. Tuzi was getting into position to just absolutely jump onto that back line. Twitsy's going to have the dance of the butterflies. We can hear it going off. However, Crazy Kitty with the Rage Vulcan should be able to keep all of the players on the side of Choppity intact. And now, we turn to look once again. Cloak and Dagger versus Magneto. DRP doesn't find the connection, and News Ultimate remains.
Unfortunate miss from DRP. A Terror Cloak almost available once again as well. And that's Choppity once again back to the drawing board when it comes to the resets. They refuse to actually finish a fight here and consistently force out these resources. It's KP's turn now to move on forward. Forever 774 taken from the back here. Tuzi can't commit though, knowing that the meat of the Vanguards is a little bit too much to try and break through. Passio takes to the skies. Shields could be erected in but a moment here, but they choose Beetle as their primary target, knowing that exoskeleton can easily be crushed by the auspices of a Magneto. Rolling forward, claiming the space off the back of the Eternal Bond. New isolated, and a quick 1-2 from DRP puts the strategist to bed. All of the array damage too much, even with the Lunar healing given over. Seeing someone outside of Lunar's LOS means that it's an easy pickup potentially for the Psylocke. A quick bit of mind control to grab Magneto's attention, and Twitsy can't do anything but run away. They don't have the space, they don't have the respawns, but they do have a portal to come back quickly.
They don't have the time. They can't get it
the
through.
spinning kick as well. That's disgusting.
The body block. Beetle goes into diamond form, jumps through the portal, and then body blocks any potential contest before the objective can hit its mark. What a play from Choppity. I mean, the back and forth on third, where we just saw so many ultimates invested. It really was, though, just a matter of them with the time that they had available, building up economic ultimate bank and cashing everything out in one fell swoop.
Yeah, Choppity has been one of the rosters that was one of the most exciting products of the EMEA roster mania. So it's exciting to see them really being able to leverage the talent that they've got on this squad. Tuzi, of course, walking away with the MVP. 22 final hits, 36 and 7 overall. An impressive performance on the side.
I mean, that's why in Ignite, all business, the roster that Tuzi was previously on, they literally just full-pocketed Tuzi. You either banned Tuzi's hero pool out, or you let all business give every single resource to a Psylocke or a Torture, even in some instances, a Hela, when we saw 3 duelists be targeted out of Tuzi's playability. And it was just all business making sure that Tuzi found everything that he wanted. And it looks like now he's found a home on Choppity. He's still getting to stretch those wings, still getting those resources on the Psylocke, because both the Emma and the Luna made it through the ban draft.
Yeah, like Luna getting through, that's kind of crazy. We've got ourselves probably an extended highlight reel here of this map, as there was great plays coming through from both sides. And a lot of them are going to be Solux. A lot of great value found out of the Dance with Butterflies in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Twitsy just managing to come on through, find all of those picks to keep that map going. DRP had some insane connections here with this Meteor M, being able to instantly find his target and claim 2 of the backline. Beetle getting to line up 2, making sure that the Carbon Crush into that Diamond Kick is instantly into wall to get the amplified out damage. You can tell that he's really thinking about where he's taking those engagements so he can make the most out of all of the M's kill.
Now, let's think about the macro implications for Choppity having some, what you mentioned earlier, the Boa Constrictor strategy on first for Midtown. Having this kind of clarity of vision for Choppity as a more newly formed team is definitely a hallmark of great potential for this roster, that they're already able to try and make these kinds of strategies work.
Yeah, I feel as well like they saw that the Atom was banned, so your immediate just swerve for a defensive hold line would be the Rocket Raccoon, and the Rocket is going to be looking to keep the BRB out of waiver fight as much as possible, so that's why they really prioritize being able to go for that really long wraparound. 5 seconds of a rotation compared to being able to just be held for a full 2 minutes outside of your spawn. That's a trade you make every single day of the week.
Yeah, it's just efficient. However, we need to be held for about 5 minutes before we get into map number 2, so we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
You're done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
EMEA Mixed Choppers is up 1-0 against Insomnia.gg in a matchup between two Ignite teams here at MRC EMEA Season 3 mods.
Yes, and now is there going to be a change in terms of those ban drafts? Because this is MSC, not Ignite, which means all of these bans are going to be universal. So Twitzy is going to have to be going up against Tuzi, and the question is, pick your poison. Do you want to take on Tuzi's Torch, or would you prefer to take on the Psylocke when that Psylocke has access to the EMEA and the Luna and literally the Captain America too? So everything a Psylocke player could possibly hope to have that we never really get to see them have an Ignite for all of the reasons that Psylocke dive is just absolutely unstoppable sometimes.
Yeah, as a Rostermania nudiser, I definitely have been eyeing with a particular gaze the combination of Beetle and Tuzi as a Psylocke and Captain America duo.
A potential new
EMEA.
Polly and Pokey.
Yeah, because obviously Polly and Pokey, they're kind of the archetypical Cap Psylocke duo in the world, if not in EMEA. And Beetle and Tuzi, they could definitely get up there in terms of individual skill they have on those heroes. It's just all about the coordination that Polly and Pokey have in spades.
Yeah, but Passiwo is no stranger to the Captain America either, which I feel like
true.
Insomnia are potentially going to want to lean onto, especially because back in the Ignite season, Virtus Pro even actually banned Passiwo's Captain America out after losing a map of Hell's Heaven to it. As we can see that Captain America is still going to be up and running currently. The Ultron yet again is going to be saved for the side of Choppity, and now it's up to Insomnia, as the last time we saw the save of that Psylocke, which then led directly into the ban of the Human Torch, which I'm expecting is likely not going to be changing, as Celestial Husk is a very good map for Human Torch, and indeed, there he goes.
Maybe there's a world where Insomnia.gg feel like in the break they managed to work out all the problems that occurred on the previous run-through of Midtown, and maybe they don't really need to change up their roster that much. It's true that they did make it quite far on Midtown, and a couple of fights here and there that were better managed. Maybe Insomnia walk away with that win. It's going to be Venom that's banned away this time by Choppity.
Yeah, you sort of have to pick the Vanguard that dives with that Psylocke. Captain America has very good longevity in terms of those dives, but Venom, the pick potential when you combine Feast of the Abyss with Dance of the Butterflies is particularly brutal, especially if it's played alongside a Mantis. However, that Mantis has been removed, so you don't have to worry about a 12% damage boost coming from seemingly nowhere, as Insomnia decide to go for the save yet again of that EMEA Frost, so that the Psylocke starts gaining more and more resources, and Luna once again has been able to slip through unless she gets taken out in these two last bans.
Maybe there's a world where these teams are a little bit more comfortable bringing out something like we saw both teams pick up the Rocket for their 3-3s previously. It's going to be Doctor Strange taken away here by Insomnia, which is going to mean that there's going to be no surprises coming through from Pentagram of Ferala recontests in either the last moment or the first.
Yeah, that first fight, not going to be finding an immediate first pick, and it really is going to be a battle of the first fight. Both of these teams are going to have access to the Captain America and the Psylocke and the Luna and the EMEA, so whoever wins that first fight is going to be stalling the second
Pick
for
your
a
hero.
very,
Or
very
villain.
long
I'm not
time
judging.
Oh,
indeed.
all right. Going to be Phoenix as our last ban here, which is going to make any deployables a touch more safe and potentially make something like It's Jeff a bit more safe as well, who's known to be dive bombed by a Phoenix when activating that. However, as we head over to Celestial Husk, let's see what Clintar and the Phoenix Force have in store for us for this map.
4.
We're getting ready to head in, as we can see that Insomnia are running the anticipated Psylocke, but they're going to be rocking a Star-Lord next to it as opposed to Choppity, who are fully rolling out on the Jeff. Vertigo is going to be able to provide a lot of speed bubbles so that Choppity can really quickly rotate, as well as keeping up pressure on these flying components of that Star-Lord, who's going to have to duel not just the Ultron, but the Jeff in the sky too.
This will do nicely.
Nocta, and then maybe an attempt to bait there, coming through from the Jeff, and it works out. The trap is sprung here for Susie, now looking in towards the remainder of the backline, and guess who's going to be joining them? Beetle, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from Choppity, seeing this newly minted roster show off just what you can do when you spring the trap of the flankers.
This is a strategy that Pep's used in some of their matches as well on Holo Dijalia, where you utilize the Jeff speed bubbles to instantly spike into that dive before Insomnia are ready for it, as that Star-Lord can mark out these positions. He gets a really good line of sight angle up in that sky for these rotations for where that Psylocke and Captain America could be. One catch of the Psylocke, a lot of the time with a clip, can send her just her health bar spiraling so far down she has to disengage rather than committing to that dive, as we can see that Twitzy has to go all the way around, just looking for the hit onto the Ultron. The pressure is there, but so too is the Imperative Firewall, but the Ultron is a flyer, has no natural cover, no peel available in the sky, and goes down. Choppity, though, still keeping that point in play with the amount of sustainability that they have in this comp.
Beautiful play there from Twitzy, but unfortunately the damage had already been done. The speed is just unmatchable right now.
Insomnia, the only way that they can match their speed is if they go for a Jeff themselves, but then they would have to give up one of the damage components of that composition. Vertigo is going to have the It's Jeff. Nocta actually is swapping over to the Atom, so you bring more damage to the table, a res, as well as the fact that you have that soul bond for this next fight, as they don't have a strategist ultimate to try and live the damage that's going to be coming on through from the Dance of the Butterflies when Tuesday strikes.
The Emma should be moderately threatening here to try and keep Beetle at bay. The Carbon Crush is that eternal little bit of damage that's going to be coming on through. Soul Bond already used here by Nocta to respond to the incoming damage that was going to be layered up. But I think that Twitzy actually managed to miss there on their own ultimate. It was just a little bit too low to the ground, and DRP catches themselves a spicy meatball from Pasuo. Out comes It's Jeff. Question is, who's going to be caught up here? Pasuo is going to be the primary target. Maybe the Jeff as well here. Who's going to be able to try and escape? Oh, there's a hole. Are you going to be able to send the Vanguards through it is the question. Oh, the floating isn't there for Pasuo. Knowing that having used that Meteor Ram, they had no capacity to float on back. Vertigo gets the value and survives for even longer against this.
Oh, and Nocta was trying to set up a comic revival spot, but Tuesday's able to track him down. If the Atom goes for the self-res, it telegraphs the comic revival, and Tuesday's instantly zeroing onto that ultimate's position. Gets the connections onto so many of those players from Insomnia who've been brought back. And the stackers are here. Remember, Stranger's Bard, which means no teleport recontest regroup for Insomnia. It's just Choppity cleaning house.
Yeah, Vertigo might be on the off angle, but it's going to have to be all the combining of DPS here. Relaxing Sky taking on down. Vertigo going to do their best to try and escape. Extra movement speed given over by the bubble. Tuesday finds 2 already. The healing is going to be a little bit thin on the ground, and so too is the meat of the Vanguards here. Insomnia finding it so difficult to survive, and while Nocta is able to come on through with the life stream, it's only going to be healing themselves. Tuesday demands attention and demands violence, which Nocta obligingly gives over, but they don't have control of a point, and Choppity going to take away the vault.
Tuesday is impressing, not just in terms of mechanics, but the macro and game sense that he's showcasing right now, putting the pressure onto the Atom so that Nocta is zoned out of that fight entirely. Because Insomnia, they have to try and stall for a full regroup. They don't have the strange TP. They need to tread water. And that one tread of water, they could have been able to paddle to shore if they get a soul bond to some of those live streams coming on through from the Atom. But Tuesday pressures his position so much that he just can't walk past the Psylocke and on to the point where the fight is happening to have any of those resources connect to his team. And overtime burns out so quickly.
Oh, man, Tuesday's on a bit of a crazy one right now. Dance for Butterfly is already going to be available here for Twitzy. I believe that in the previous map, may have seen them attempt to try and go for a mid-air Dance for Butterflies onto Crazy Kitty, but just dropping down too early to get the 2 requisite slices onto that Ultron, so just having to cancel it early. Have to see if they're a little bit more effective this time around.
We do have, as you said, the Dance of the Butterflies already. Choppity don't have a strategist ultimate currently, but Mash is so close to that Fate of Both Worlds. They should have it online before the Psylocke is in position, especially because Choppity, they're already scouting out. They're looking for this dive connection. Vertigo is playing the high ground angle so he can keep up that heal sustain onto the Captain America. And it means that even though the Dance of the Butterflies is that, there is no follow-up from the rest of Insomnia's team.
Yeah, Beatles is for Light and Dark Karma. Get used here by the Lunar Snow. And now guess what? Nocta once again in the crosshairs. Soul Bond's already been used. And, well, the live stream's not going to be enough to try and keep them through this one. Relaxing Sky next up. The Beetle is venomous. It's poisonous. Its exoskeleton cannot be touched by mortal hands lest they be claimed by necrosis. And Choppity get themselves first cap.
And they're going to have so many ultimates to put the pressure onto this Karmic Revival position coming out from Nocta. Tuesday's going to have another Dance of the Butterflies. Passivo does have the Freedom Charge to try and make sure that everyone survives after the Karmic Revival cast, but it's going to be really rough for Insomnia to try and land any form of value of something like this Eternal Bond, especially because they're walking directly into the Raging Ultron. Before it's ready, they have to burn the Meteor M just to be able to absorb some of that damage. The Soul Bond is there, so too is the Bulwark, and Vertigo actually with the Ace Jeff tries to punish Insomnia's stack against the Psylocke.
A rare attempt of a combo, that much is for sure, but it seems like most of this has already been burned. With two strategists down, it has to be a desperate usage here of the Fate of Both Worlds to try and sustain the remainder of Insomnia. There's only 3 of them remaining, trying to dunk down onto the Luna. Mid-air onto Twitzy! Unbelievable from DRP. Drops them like it's hot, and it certainly was an absolutely flaming usage of the ultimate there. Tuesday falls on down in their own right, but Beatles ready to move in on the relay race. The baton pass is given over. The stat changes are accumulated, and right now the stats are looking in favor of Insomnia GG as they manage to find these divers and thin the numbers of Choppity.
Yeah, but the baton has passed onto point control too. Choppity, despite losing these players, are still retaining point control. Dance of the Butterflies is there, but the backline just plays patty cake. No one goes down off of the back of it. DRP has finally fallen, but Insomnia can't afford to use some of these ultimates because it means that they'll be less equipped to take the fight afterwards. Crazy Kitty's gonna have to force their hands though. The Rage of Ultron. Twitzy tries to go up aerial to dispatch the Ultron, but it has to be the Eternal Bond coming on through from you to keep Insomnia in this fight. And all the while, Choppity are about to hit 99%.
Oh, Nocta noted. Nocta taken down. Tuesday ready to go with the Dance for Butterflies yet again as well in the back line. All of Australia just going to have to play patty cake in their own right. It's Twitzy who manages to arrive just in time. Tuesday forced to disengage right into the clap of Lunar Snow, making sure all of that healing is delivered. Forever overwhelmed, has to use the self bubble. The magnetic curtain can't deal with the damage brought on forth. Relaxing Sky. There's no time to relax. The heartbeat gets ever faster as Choppity get ever closer to their own victory here. Only a few members of Insomnia are remaining, and they're going to be lying awake at night thinking about how wrong this went on Celestial Husk, as the Celestial Codex, I believe, is claimed, and that's 2-0 now to Choppity.
Yeah, the failure to find that flip on the point, that's what's going to haunt them. Because it forces their hand. They knew going into that 99% fight, they couldn't burn all of their ultimates. If they do, they have nothing for all of the fights that come afterwards. And if Choppity are smart, they either go incredibly quickly and just take the fight to point and overwhelm with sheer numbers and target focus of a 3-point dive, just being able to be focused upon by so many different angles, so much space control from the Jeff, the Ultron, the Psylocke, and the Captain America, all punishing these players' static positions on the point itself. Or they play cash up the ultimates the way that we saw previously on Midtown and just wipe them off the face of the board with 6 Qs all pressed succinctly. And that meant that they had to try and hold on to those ultimates as long as possible. But because they tried to hold on to those ultimates as long as possible, the fight just kept going and going and going. And Crazy Kitty hit an ultimate, and eventually they had to mirror, and they lost that leading position.
20 final hits out of 40 there for Tuesday. Almost hitting what some might call a deadlift. Unbelievable. Highlight reel ready to go. And I imagine there's going to be a lot of Tuesday here. And honestly, for anyone watching, domination maps seem like it might be where this Choppity roster is the most dangerous, because that's where you're often going to see those capside duos, the absolute marauding monsters.
I mean, yeah, Beetle literally just bullying the Atom, giving him the shakedown, give us your lunch money. This Dunk Master was insane. DRP, it stands for Dunk Master. It has to. Just turning around with that Meteor M, making it look like he was going to go for a strategist who's grounded, protected by the shield. Everyone expects that's where the Meteor M is going to be hidden. And then the Psych 45-degree turn, instantly clocking into the sky. That Ultron was an absolute masterclass in magnetism.
Yeah, match point now for Choppity, up 2-0, going up against the established team that is Insomnia.gg. We'll have to see if they'll be able to close it out cleanly. I believe it is random maps here in MRC rather than loser picks, so for the side of Insomnia, it might be a little bit more difficult to try and choose where they're at their strongest. However, they are going to have some time to figure out how they want to adjust their strategy. Heading into map number 3, we're going to have 5 minutes and we'll be right back with you.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blinking open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
It's reverse sweep of a lower bracket for Insomnia.gg going up against EMEA mixed team Choppity, getting ready for their first appearance in Ignite. Thus far, Mox, it has been a tale of a shinobi going up against some easily cut down Oni for now. Tuzi has been dominating these lobbies.
Yeah, to say it's been a little bit of a Tuesday diff is definitely an understatement. 20 final hits on the Psylocke in one round of domination is actually wild. And unfortunately, it being MSC and with these bans being universal, the overlap of hero pools for Tuzi and Twitzy for both of these teams just makes it a little bit harder for Insomnia to try to navigate around what hero they really want to force Tuzi onto as we head into our map point, which is going to be Holo de Jalia, which is a very, very strong Human Torch map, but it is likewise a very, very strong Captain America and Psylocke dive map. So again, it feels like they're between a rock and a hard place when it comes to this hybrid map.
Yeah, even with Pasuo being a dedicated Cap enjoyer and a good Captain America player at that, I feel like you've got to try and at least make Tuzi dive alone, right? Like, Beetle and Tuzi together have really been creating some great shaped engagements that have distracted the backline and often been rewarded with a final hit.
Well, that's a change for the books. Insomnia go for an instant ban of the Ultron, not targeting Tuzi or Beetle's hero pool, but removing resources that give them stability and sustain within that dive that they like running. And that means that Crazy Kitty now is going to be forced off of the Ultron. Choppity going to be instant banning out the Loki before it can be saved. There's a clear given, as if they do want to run something like that Psylocke, having those doppelgangers up to be able to draw attention of those dashes on Dance of the Butterflies is definitely a resource you want out of the way.
All right, Mantis protected here by Choppity. That does allow for some kind of remote support of a flanking duelist. What are Insomnia going to do here to try and shape the engagement? Maybe there's a
definitely feels like Choppity really don't mind the duelist lineup, as if they felt pressured into saving the Psylocke or the Human Torch, they would have banned that save slot, but Insomnia are doing the work for them. The Psylocke is going to be saved, and yet again it's going to be Tuzi versus Twitzy on that aspect. But as we've talked about, that drone from the Ultron is going to be removed for both the Captain America and that Psylocke. So potentially now it's a little bit more of a sustained fight, as once again Tuzi's Human Torch is going to get the fire extinguisher treatment.
I mean, honestly, when you're going up against Tuzi and you're the ones protecting Psylocke, I feel a small amount of pain. How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Trouble to get their own ban now. What are we going to get rid of here? The Adam Warlock is going to be removed. That served Nocta well previously. Likely see a protector on the Captain America, potentially, given that Choppity have seen so much value thus far. But no, we're up against Pasuo. Maybe there's a world where they don't think that that's particularly necessary. I believe Insomnia have usually been protecting the Emma on their side.
Yes, they have like protecting that Emma so that they can get the projection with the Psylocke, as Choppity are going to save Jeff.
Okay.
Well, this is a good map for Jeff. There's a lot of environmental positions for Jeff to take people off of the map, and not only that, there was actually a strategy. I wonder if Choppity are going to adopt this. Peps played it where they had a very specific Jeff composition dive that they played to specifically take first point on Hall of Tajalia, and then they swapped off of the Jeff. They wrapped all the way around the left side and came on through with a Venom and a Captain America dive. And given the fact that previously we'd actually seen a Venom ban coming through from the end of Choppity, the absence of that sends alarm bells in my mind. That means that potentially we see it popping up at some point this map.
Should we be trying to bait a Venom ban here? Oh, okay, Luna's gone. All right. Now for Choppity. How do they want to try and play this one? I mean, it feels like...
If they remove Emma, like, 10 out of 10 mind games coming on through from Choppity. You get the Psylocke, but you don't get the Idle Aura, and you don't get the projection.
Okay, they're banning Venom themselves.
ban.
Okay. I thought the Venom ban would come from the other side. Choppity, they're just going to get rid of it in their own right. This is an interesting ban phase. Definitely a new approach. Insomnia still want to opt in to that Psylocke.
I mean, Choppity, they preferred running the Psylocke with the Captain America for sustainability and just bullying the backline and being able to stay in that permanently, as opposed to Insomnia, who have previously run the Venom aggressively to combine the Piece of the Abyss, as we get ready to see whether or not Insomnia can find a reverse sweep. Hall of Tajalia has begun, and so far we haven't had any Penny Parker Spider Mine shenanigans coming on through. It's just Insomnia locking in that Psylocke that we expected with Passivo and the Captain America. But something that is unexpected is the fact that Choppity don't have a Psylocke of their own. Tuzi is actually going to be onto the Phoenix, taking it into a duel for lane control. One wanting to dive, and the other wanting to play both frontline and flank.
The crazy Kitty and Beetle's positions here are a little bit wild. Twitzy already getting all of those resources coming through from the Mantis, but it's going to be quite difficult to get onto the Tuzi here. Twitzy would have to invest themselves an entire dash to try and make it happen, and their disengagement options would be limited. Attempting to try and get rid of that Cloak and Dagger from both sides. Tuzi is just doing so much damage that Twitzy can't stand up to it. As for healing resources, they're concentrated elsewhere with so much damage being taken by the Magneto. And even then, the stream, the joyful splashes from Jeff are too much to stand up to, and Beetle manages to chase down the remainder.
Yeah, Choppity are just spreading the dive. They're splitting Passivo and Twitzy so that the times are out entirely. Passivo is forced to get out because of the Terror Cape at the same time as Twitzy is looking to go in. So the Psylocke doesn't have the Captain America's hitbox to hide behind and gets taken down in the duel between the Phoenix. Tuzi, by the way, already has Ensong Inferno.
Bro's doing damage right now. Beetle guarding the entrance here of Twitzy to make sure there's going to be no unfair duels between the Phoenix and there's a little Jeff duel happening in the back for now. Seems like it's a brand new approach here for Insomnia. Already so many spores sent over the way of Twitzy to try and make sure they've got all the resources they need. A quick Mantis diff coming through from the side of Relaxing Sky, and just the high ground's going to be taken away here by the Captain America. There's already a good amount of space that's been gained by Insomnia.
Insomnia going to have to worry about the wombo of the Phoenix and the Magneto. Twitzy comes on for the Dance of the Butterflies, but it's entirely nullified by the healing coming on through from that Eternal Bond. Forever doesn't have that Magneto Meteor and cancel either, and DRP in exchange manages to find it, and that breaks the back of Insomnia's sustain potential.
Tuzi gives a personal delivery to Relaxing Sky in the back. Not sure if that was entirely necessary, but sometimes it's not about the overall efficiency, Nox. It's about sending a message. And Nocta receives quite a familiar message from DRP.
Yeah, that one is definitely going to be in cursive, as Insomnia are going to be sent right back to the respawn point. Passivo does have that freedom charge, but losing the Jeff late is going to make it particularly problematic for them to be able to try and take any form of position for Choppity. Are already controlling all of these spaces. They've cut off the left side, they've cut off the right side. It forces Insomnia to just walk right through main with absolutely zero off-angle pressure. They're starting to establish themselves on one corner of the point though. Choppity fall back over towards Slope until they're ready to start taking this fight, because they want Tuzi to be the one to kick things off, instantly frying the Jeff on the high ground.
Animation cancels maximum DPS here. The Freedom Charge can be troublesome to deal with, but don't forget that if the End Song Inferno starts, but the songs don't stop. New taken down here by Tuzi. Maximum DPS output from the Duelist. And Vertigo decides to join in themselves with unreal accuracy. Choppity holding so strong here, and Insomnia, they're yet to even convert on a singular tick.
Twitzy is going to have that Dance of the Butterflies, but there's no follow-up damage off the back of it. It's going to be a reliance on New to provide that terror cape, but Choppity, they have so much sustainability with the Freedom Charge any longer as well before the fight begins, and Mash is going to have another Eternal Bond up to ignore it entirely. And Insomnia, they just have to build up any form of win condition that they can. That's a win condition. No ultimate needed. Mash gets taken down. It was a flank Jeff all along that they required.
Nosh already grabbing two. Tuzi looking to try and strike Paydirt with the Inferno. News already down. Within a cloak form, couldn't bring out all of the damage that was needed. And now looking down towards the end of this, Tuzi falling super low, of course, as a primary target. Crazy Kitty take themselves underground and will emerge on top of Relaxing Skies with the dunk on top of the Jeff. And it's successful there from Forever. But Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, has his own designs upon all of this. Mash is isolated, taken away from the potential to try and heal through this one. Still, Insomnia haven't got themselves their first tick here, and the Eternal Bond is more than enough healing and to try and grab away all of this. Nocta finds itself with very few victims at the hands of its Jeff. Tuzi chases down for Wayward Psylocke inside of a high ground, isolated with but a heal to their name, and now Tuzi is free to try and chase down the Captain America. Liberty melts under 1,000-degree heat provided by the Phoenix Force itself. Agamotto in the back, two players stunned on up, souls separated from bodily corpus. And so too are Insomnia separated from the point. They gain nothing, and now they must play for the draw for their survival.
Oh, the Strange Portal recontest. It could have gone so differently if Mash hadn't hit Eternal Bond during it. Vertigo opens up the portal of Ferala, goes on through. Mash lags behind, playing in and out of spawn to get that instant heal the second they're through their own gate. And as a result, Insomnia can't find the pick on the Cloak and Dagger until Eternal Bond is up. The portal lasts long enough for the Eternal Bond dash to come through, out onto point it spreads, and Choppity have all of the sustain to build up to things like the Eye of Agamotto and punish Insomnia's reposition, given how long overtime was dwindling out for. Crazy Kitty is indeed on the expected Penny Parker. The question is, do Insomnia expect those mines to come on through that damage? It's won first fights off the point previously. They can't afford to lose a player this early.
If I identify these mines, there's maybe a world where Forever goes and picks those up with the Vanguard health pool. Lets their strategist heal it up after a round starts to get some free additional charge. Don't think that's going to be the case here, though. As now Choppity have to make the decision, are they going to commit to that Phoenix once again, or on the offense, do they value the flank pressure that perhaps could be provided by Tuzi on the side?
The problem for Insomnia is that they got so little. They got a sub 0% of the point. If they fall to a portal fight where Choppity just go aggressive rather than going for the teleport as expected on the high ground and just instantly dropping these strategists, it's game.
All right, damage boosted Arcane Order here. Tuzi going to roll out on the Scarlet Witch. Remember, they don't have much space to give here on the side of Insomnia, as they didn't manage to get that first tick either. Beetle already taken down by Twitz here. Distraction in the back, yes, but still a successful frag. Desperately trying to take down Relaxing Sky. And Twitz has got themselves yet another. A quick trip to the Dark Force dimension as Mash falls down to Passio, and it seems like it might be Insomnia finding everything they need off the back of this engage. Big value from that Psylocke.
Yeah, huge coming on through for Insomnia. They survived that first and brutal test because, like you said, since they just need one tick for Choppity, Insomnia can't actually afford to be off of the point at any point and stabilize and give up percentage the way we've seen teams previously before they're ready to take those fights. They have to make sure that Choppity never are allowed a permanent foothold on it, which means that they have to prevent any brawl fights from coming on through, catch every single rotation before Choppity have the space and can set up multiple angles to pounce on one specific player.
Off angle coming from Crazy Kitty could demand attention. Twitzy into the back. Yes, there's a Metallic Bulwark coming through from Magneto, but it's carved through rather quickly. Tuzi noted on the disengage. Twitzy grabs three. There is a distraction happening on the point. It's just a Jeff and the Captain America at this point. All Liberty is doing is stalling.
Yeah, this is why the portal fight was going to be one of the hardest ones for Insomnia to take. Now, every single time, Chocolatey have to walk through these positions, which allow Insomnia, already set up with the Captain America and the Psylocke, to choose when and where they go, where those ultimates hit, who they hit into. Chocolatey, though, these slow pushes, they've been holding onto their ultimates. They haven't actually been mirroring any form of investment. They know that they just need one fight win to just take the entire series.
Crazy Kitty using their ultimate a little bit earlier here. Out comes the Meteor M, but where do they try and put it? Two strategists grabbed up here by Nocta. Question is, where are they going to put them? Off the map, of course. Nocta grabs both Vertigo and Mash, and Insomnia still holding strong, and Chocolatey are on precious little time remaining.
That was an investment coming on through from Chocolatey too. Down to the Butterflies and his chef. They thought that that fight would have been winnable. Insomnia only trading 3 ultimates for it too. Holding onto the Freedom Charge, holding onto the Eternal Bond for the sustain to go toe-to-toe with Mash and Beetle. But it's really going to come down to DRP. Having that Meteor M, being able to shut down the Cloak and Dagger with the one shot, the way that Insomnia don't have access to shutting down Mash's ultimate, that's going to be the turning tide.
DRP concerned about the backline. It's going to be surging forward instead. Relaxing Sky almost womboed there in the back. Up comes the Meteor M. They desperately want to try and shut down New. And indeed, they'll manage to. Chocolatey have finally decided that business means business. A Freedom Charge gives over additional max HP to the remaining defenders of Insomnia. It's going to be Relaxing Charge to come on back via the portal. Just giving up their ultimate charge in order to try and do so. And Vertigo's too far away from the Eternal Bond. Forever manages to pick up that one before being punished in their own right, standing too long inside the Eternal Bond of a Dark Force dimension will claim them. Beetle with a little blast to the backside of Nocta inside of this Dance of the Butterflies. They share out the damage. They democratize it by stacking, and it's Tuzi's own chance to carve on through once again. 2 Vanguards fall in conjunction with New, and it's the New Kings who reign over Wakanda as the Intergalactic Empire bows before the might of Chocolatey.
Oh, the ban on Adam Warlock comes back and haunts the narrative too. If you'd had Adam, you could have soul bonded. That last fight coming through from the portal, soul bond the Psylocke Dance of the Butterflies, have the self-res, and potentially keep that stall going. But Adam was barred, the cheese was denied. That is going to be a 3-0, a clean sweep. And such a stellar defense and attack coming on through from the side of Chocolatey. Tuzi Psylocke proves to be just as deadly and dangerous as it was in the previous stages, and I'm sure when we head into Ignite and the one-sided ban phases, we're very rarely going to get to see Tuzi be able to access that hero as he comes on through with 11 staggering final hits once more.
Big match from DRP as well, walking away with the MVP 23-4. And this is kind of a surprising result. Maybe not in the overall winner, as Chocolatey do have like so much star power on their roster, but in how clean it is as a 3-0. I thought that maybe this was going to be a little bit more of a contentious series. Perhaps for Insomnia, they still have some hatches to batten down before the storm that is Ignite. Let's jump into our highlight reel and see all of the best bits.
I mean, Insomnia, when they were defending, at the beginning, it looked incredibly clean. Unfortunately, they were just placed in such a tricky position because they couldn't afford to give up a single bit of point percentage. So they had to play hyper-aggressive at the beginning before those ultimates were built up. And then it was just a matter of one fight lost, round and match entirely lost alongside it. DRP having that Meteor M, being able to shut down New's ultimate. If that Cloak and Dagger had lived, maybe Insomnia were able to hold on longer, but DRP finds the connection at the same time as they managed to shut down the portal recontest. And even though Insomnia had moments of greatness with things like that double eat of its jab, it really was just a matter of time working against them.
Yeah, like the time just, they're paddling, you know? Treading water, hoping not to fall under. It was draw and go for a 6-map reverse sweep or face the lower bracket, and in the end, the Spectre of the lower bracket overtakes them. It was a contentious effort by Insomnia, and hopefully we will see them once again bounce back in the lower bracket. But for Chocolatey, this is a very exciting time for this team. However, there's still other matches as well here in the round of 10 in both the upper bracket and the lower bracket, and we've got an entire day to bring them to you. So hopefully we'll be able to cover as many of these as possible.
Yes, hopefully we'll get to see a 5-mapper series as well come through, Harry, because we are in the BO5s. We don't want these 3-0s. We want the close matches, the adaptations, the evolutions of the picks and bans as both of these teams figure each other out as that series goes on and on, longer and longer.
Yeah, we'll continue going longer and longer, all the way into the depths of the night to make sure that you have all of the action here from MRC EMEA. And well, Mox, I was very happy we got to cover that one. Like, Choppity has been an EMEA mixed roster that we've been hoping to see for a while, ever since we heard that like these players were coming together in the nadir of the Ignite series after we had kind of our top cut kind of established. A lot of rosters, they decided that they were going to start to make some changes, and there's a lot of other rosters here that can definitely potentially threaten Virtus Pro. But in our bracket at the moment, to give everyone like a wide-ranging overview, we definitely have Virtus Pro standing as seemingly the favorites of the teams that are currently participating. Definitely one of our top 3 in EMEA when it comes to our overall standings, narrowly missing out on going to the mid-season finals in Guangzhou, China by 1 fight. So this is definitely going to be a redemption season for them, potentially, if they manage to work out their woes with some of the current meta.
I mean, Virtus Pro also kept their roster entirely unchanged, so they were able to come on through. Although that next match is going to be coming on through in a matter of 10 minutes. We'll be back with the next round 10 match after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The nightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Heroes and villains, we have even more of round 10 from MRC EMEA to bring you. In our upper bracket, we have 8 of the best teams the EMEA have to offer, and they're going to have to eliminate each other one by one to see who's going to claim the top prize of $6,000 out of our $14.5 thousand prize pool here for EMEA PC, Marks.
I am so looking forward to this next match too, because I mean, it's Zabs versus Dawncore. Zabs previously being all business. They lost Tuesday. They have some new pickups coming on through, most notably Blacksow and Demon, who are both known for very specific heroes. Blacksow was known for Groot, and Damon was known for Wolverine, but obviously those two heroes are kind of the antithesis of each other, so it's going to be the battle of the favorite child. Who makes it through the band drafts? Is it the Groot? Is it the Wolverine? Let's find out.
Oh, actually, we're going to pivot and have Alcalzia versus Underachiever, which is actually an incredibly interesting matchup as well, as Underachiever have themselves a Thor one trick.
Oh, you're looking for... I know you've been looking forward to this one.
I have been looking forward to this one so hard. Underachiever, it's kind of the remnants of a team that did quite well in the Ignite Trials called 9 Lives, which is why we see 9L in some of the tags of these players. Alexio on this roster is a Thor enthusiast, and Thor got a recent buff to have a Thor force be regained when canceling Awakening Room, which allows for Thor to have a much more reliable disengage option after committing with that Awakening Room. We'll have a look at the roster of Alcadzia as we head into our bands here for round 1.
Well, Alcadzia, yes, I was going to say, we're playing fully with this Psylocke and that Venom. Ballas's Psylocke instantly going to be banned on out. And this is something that Underachiever are taking into consideration, because we saw from the previous games, not only did they like running that one trick 4, they liked combining God of Thunder with Dance of the Butterflies to just punch through a lot of strategist uptime and deal out the damage to dispatch them immediately, as Alcadzia will be securing the Loki, so regeneration domain, as well as the ability to copy another strategist ultimate, and it's going to be the premier strategist ultimate to copy. We're going to be in for some very long fights indeed, Larry.
Oh boy, your powers are his. Let's have a look at what the next ban is going to be. The question is whether teams are going to try and ban out Thor, or if they are quite happy to see Alexio play it often here. Underachiever going to get rid of the mag. They are quite comfortable going into the EMEA, even though she's widely considered one of the greatest counters for Thor. As we look at the Alcadzia roster, Milk Boy definitely grabbed that mag ban because he's a very respected, like, neutral player with the Magneto. Very good with the primary fire and the mag cannon to string those together into reliable KOs.
Well, not just that, if you're going for copies onto Luna Snow as a Loki, you don't want Meteor M to be able to shut down that ultimate. Or the Luna's own ultimate. So one-shots are going to start to be targeted on through, as the Phoenix is going to be secured. Something that we've been seeing come through an awful lot, where she just does so much damage, can burst these players down before they even expect that pick to come through.
Yeah, the rest of Alcadzia definitely a star-studded roster here. Tilt and Ballas, people to be respected when it comes to all manner of duelists. And Lindstrom and Maluki, they've been showing some real synergy in the backline, especially on the bog standard of Luna and the Loki. Maluki, she's a very talented Luna player. Lindstrom has so much variety. Previously a substitute for Virtus Pro, and was always a great fill for them.
Well, there's a thunderstorm currently outside my house, and there's a thunderstorm guaranteed in the lobby, because that is a force save coming on through for Alexio. So, Harry, your wish is granted. You are going to be able to watch 4 come through in this composition from Underachievers, as Alcadzia are going to be running Kaya, not on the Captain America. That is the last target ban. It's likely going to be onto that Venom instead.
Surprise, Odin's domain looks a little bit different. We're heading over to being in T'Challa, Moxie.
Yeah, Alcatia going to be already on that Doctor Strange. Kaya likely just going to be going for a teleport immediately onto one of these players from the side of Underachiever, who are currently with that Penny Parker. That's going to change the second the spawn does open. That floor is going to be fully committed into, as we can see that Alcatia are going to be looking for that first pick off our Underachiever, ready to anticipate this portal coming on through, or are they going to lose one of their players prematurely? Everyone stopped and stacked one on top of each other.
All right, early engagement. That's going to be instantly Beamer Boy beamed on down by Ballas. Very aggressive going in onto Simba. And Alex resets off the map. Good usage there of a Storm Surge. One player knocked back, and it's going to be themselves.
Yeah, Phoenix is such a horrible duelist to play into against that portal, because normally the way that you counterplay the portal is everyone stacks on top of each other. But obviously if you stack up against the Phoenix, all of that AoE explosion damage is going to be traded onto every single person, as unfortunately Mufasa is already down. No Herd of the Wildebeest needed. Just spam pressure coming in through from Alcatia, catching the Underachiever rotation early, and they lose another player before this fight can even ramp up.
Oh, stabby right now from Kaya. The daggers of Danak just keep hitting pay dirt. Catching Mufasa is like the most valuable early pick you possibly could find.
Yeah, if that Luna goes down, Underachievers just can't really take that fight. This 4 as well is going to have a really rough time trying to get into position, because Tilt on that Winter Soldier can reposition him immediately, and you don't even really have to worry about the Storm Surge displacing your Emma, because Diamond on the CC immunity. All you have to worry about is the Endsong Inferno as Alcatia. We know them to be an aggressive team. Underachievers are learning this the hard way. They're just taking these fights before anyone is in position to try and counterplay.
I mean, great usage of the ice arts alongside that end song as well to make sure that those players can be cleaved through, and they were brought low by the impact of a Phoenix.
Iron Beamer has the Eternal Bond, but they're so far away from the objective. They do not want to use it. It's going to be the longer rotation so they can try and avoid a little bit of this poke spam pressure coming on through. There's the Eternal Bond. Now that they've posed up some of that distance onto the objective itself, the Endsong Inferno tries to find a connection through the God of Mischief's copy of that Lunar Ultimate. But Alcatia are still having numbers, still having players, and still finding picks. The Maelstrom of Madness pins too.
Oh, Kai's just a one-man army right now. The Dark Maelstrom is just tearing through all the members of Underachievers.
This is so rough. Underachievers, like, we hear them go for that portal to just try and get onto the objective past Alcatia, but I believe it actually gets cancelled out by the Phoenix stunning. And that is going to be Underachievers just held before they could even have anyone get into position onto that point.
Yeah, Kai could just sit in place with the Loki totem there for a generation. The main means that there's no real danger approaching. And, well, Alcatia, they didn't do amazingly during the last Ignite stage mocks, but they mostly stayed together with this roster. And the scrim hours definitely seem to be paying off. They are looking like a well-oiled machine when it comes to these engages.
Yeah, I mean, 4 is a Vanguard that should be able to go in and brawl and displace. So Alcatia are winning the fight before the 4 has any real chance of doing so, because he has to be so close to you. He relies so much on the damage coming through from Yulna, but the hammer needs to be directly in your face rather than all the way away from you. And Alcatia, with just the Winter Soldier, the Luna, even the Phoenix, and that Loki all applying pressure from afar, there's nothing Alexa's really been able to do.
Thought I was going to feel real silly when this God of Thunder gets 6, I'll tell you that.
4, 3.
See if Underachiever can do any better this time. Kai still has the Pentagram of Ferella available, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if Underachievers win a fight and can get this 4 into position to really put pressure onto Alcatia, the game changes entirely. But playing into this retake, Alcatia just run rampant, as Kaya isn't actually going to use that teleport onto one person. They're just going to use it to block off angles from Underachiever, to stop them from being able to set themselves up onto the point and establish the space for Stuffs to safely use his final judgment.
Yeah, just getting a free advanced engage certainly is going to be able to extract some value here. To already taken down, though. Simba going to try and take that there Kingdom. Maluki has to pop out their own ultimate here, trying to deal with all of the damage that's coming on through. Guess what? It's animation cancel time as Milkboy plays around the outside. Doesn't want to grab any of that business here from Stuffs. Simba can take to the sky with the Endsong Inferno potentially as the God of Thunder strikes down upon them. A mid-air interception of the Endsong Phoenix from Kaya, body blocking it with the Sorcerer Supreme's own robes. A Cloak of Levitation grab grabs it as Maluki moves in with eyes struck with violence. She manages to take down 2 in her own right using the ice powers.
Well, deja vu. We've been here before. Alcatraz are going to be playing incredibly far up to once again put the pressure onto underachievers so that when this Eternal Bond comes on through to potentially dodge out of either the EMEA or the Doctor Strange's ultimate, it's not going to be able to connect onto the objective. As once more, underachievers have to take a long wraparound rotation, which means that Alcatraz can immediately counter-rotate to meet them.
Reliable shielding here from Kaya is going to make sure that the duel between these EMEA ultimates is going to be very much in favor of Alcazia, unless Kaya loses that shield in advance. And being off on this angle could put him in a little bit of a more dangerous position. Going to be exchanged once again of a Sonic suggestion. Simba already grabbed by that, but it seems like a follow-up's not going to be forthcoming for now. Kaya looking for an opening to try and open the Eye of Agamotto. Milk Boy moves on forward. Eye of Agamotto in the back seems to have been mostly shut on down, but Alexio had their souls separated from their body. Tilt has found their victims again and again. The sounds ring out. It's like season 1 all over again, Mox.
There's so much spam damage coming on through for underachievers that they have to burn the Eternal Bond just to get on to the point, rather than take a fight after they've been able to establish their position. So Tilt just waits for the Eternal Bond to be done and comes on through the Kraken impact, buoyed up by that Eye of Agamotto. This time around, underachievers do pour the launch to the point, position themselves in for this potential Endsong Inferno, but Kaya catches Alexio before the God of Thunder can come on through. There's no potential to that, no combination. And unfortunately, no potential win of that fight either, as underachievers just are waylaid by the damage that Alcatraz are able to output.
I mean, Maluki just makes the executive decision to engage there with the Fate of Both Worlds with the damage boost as well. And now there's going to be no availability of the portal to move on forward and try and get that last second contest. Oh,
they have to get the Spider-Man to tap the objective. Does he manage it? Yes, he does. He goes down instantly, but it's enough. His presence was there, and underachievers now get the opportunity. Fate of Both Worlds is up, giving them safe passage to point, and the Endsong Inferno picks free.
Oh, Simba, what a performance right there. The accuracy allows for underachiever to get their first percentage and put themselves on the board finally against Alcazia.
That was a lot of ultimates, though. That was also Fate of Both Worlds having to be used, not just to grant safe passage, but to also damage boost up that Endsong Inferno. So now, Stuffs with this final judgment, if they want to pocket him, it's going to come at the cost of the Eternal Bond. But if they do that, then they have nothing in the face of the Kraken Impact, nor the Endsong Inferno. And Alcazia just go aggressive with a portal, instantly forcing that Eternal Bond from underachiever so that it isn't a point flip.
We have the capacity to shut down Beamer Boy, though, is the question. Simba manages to close the distance, and when the Phoenix gets in close, she's too bloody dangerous to deal with. Kaya finds out the hard way just as well. Have to be careful not to be caught on the wrong side of the portal here for Shlomi as it closes, and now Kazia once again are back to the drawing board.
Underachievers have to now go up against the ultimate economy that Alcazia have access to, though. Maliki is the only one missing an ultimate alongside Ballas, but give it a couple of seconds or so and that will all be changed, as it's going to be Sonic Seduction opening things up. Final Judgment use the CC immunity to ignore the Amber ultimate, but Alcatraz has so much sustain. The Punisher falls, and that opens the door for the Kraken Impact. Even blind Tilt's able to find the connections and the resets. An underachiever are going to try yet again. Another Spider-Man, another Venom trying to tap onto this point and keep overtime in play, but there's no Fate of Both Worlds this time to save themselves from the fate of being swept and burned into T'Challa.
1-0 already here to Alcazia. Underachievers, unfortunately right now living up to their name, but they're going up against a much more established brand and a collection of players that we know all too well in the Ignite scene. I'll have to see if they can bring out anything a little bit more new, a little bit more surprising as we head over to map 2. Let's check out our scoreboard at the conclusion of this matchup. I imagine that Tilt is going to have quite the collection of final hits to their name, and Kaya as well, with 12 of them, really putting that dark energy to work.
Yeah, and blocking as well, 28,600 damage. Everything that Stuffs was trying to do, like that Punisher, 8,000 damage. He just never got the opportunity to get off the ground. Alcazia just kept taking away the space. Punisher is such a good duelist when you're already in control of the space. Trying to take control of the space is where you run into those problems, and it was something that Alcazia took advantage of fight after fight after fight.
Let's jump into our highlights here. I imagine we'll actually see a quick one of Simba We definitely were showing off just how much hit scan prowess they have. But overall, this was just a monument to the coordination Alcadzia has.
Yeah, those ice arts just connecting off the tail end of the Endsong Inferno, his tilt, just waiting out the duration of those strategist ultimates coming on through, finding the connection of Trooper's Fist onto 2, so that Kai can close up the distance and put more pressure on the front line with that Doctor Strange. This is the Endsong Inferno, ramped on up with that Luna just swapping on over to the 40% damage boost from the Fated Profolds. But again, underachievers, they had so much point percentage to make up for, and Alcadzia with that really fast teleport play just denied any opportunity for the other side to battery, to lengthen, stall out the next fight, so they could take it when their ultimate economy was looking a little bit more fresh.
Yeah, this matchup is interesting because we're wondering how Alcadzia we're going to do in MRC when there's like this expanded pool of competition from teams from Ignite that could take part during the Season 3, like Virtus Pro, considering that Alcadzia were fairly unsuccessful during their Ignite Stage 1 run, but they kept a lot of the pieces of their roster, and we wondered how scrimming would help them really like tighten up their gameplay. And it feels like Alcadzia currently have a lot more regimentation to how they're taking these engagements. We'll see if that stands up to the test of time deeper into our best of 5 after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Now Kadzia stand ready to move into map number 2 here against Underachievers after quite the impressive beginning on Burning T'Challa, really being able to get one over on our Thor Enjoyers in fairly easy fashion. It feels like they were able to really craft all of those fights to happen exactly as they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, just the aggressive plays of them tempo attacking. And we saw from the stat line, right, the disparity of the two teams in terms of numbers. Because that first round, that was never a full fight. Underachievers, they lost to the portal play, and then they lost to every single rotation. It wasn't a 6 versus 6. It was just Alcatia picking one target off before the fight began, and then snowballing it from there. So as we head into the second map, I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing certain bans coming through. It feels like that Phoenix is likely not going to make it out. And potentially as well, you start limiting some of these Vanguard lines as well to give your forward potential a little bit more of a stronger staying power when it comes to actually getting into the space of taking fights and being able to do damage.
I mean, if you're not planning on using it, maybe you could try and get rid of a Winter Soldier as well from Tilt. It seemed like those ults were very difficult to deal with. The Kraken Impact. Well, for Season 1 of Marvel Rivals Esports, Kraken Impact was just Marvel Rivals Esports. It was which
the
team
Thanos
has the
map.
better Bucky play?
Yeah, we did not need to get Thanos added to the game because Winter Soldier was him. As Underachiever will again go for this ban onto Velas's Psylocke. As Alcatia now, the ball is in their court. What did they decide to insta-ban out from? I don't expect we're going to see a full target ban because I feel like Alcatia are actually going to be happier with the 4 in play.
Yeah. Not only that, Kaya is actually a little bit of a Thor enthusiast. In the ancient days of the Dwarven Caverns, where first the competitive writs were minted, Kaya was a little bit of a Thor head. Bro enjoyed slinging some lightning.
Him and Lugia go were the two players that you could always just like, we didn't even need to have a comms check. You could just hear them from the team comms just being like, hey guys, please believe me. We can play full here.
Just one life. It's a Thor map. This is Thor's best map. You say that.
I mean, Araco is a decent map for 4 in that enclosed spaces. Lots of players going to be stacked on top of each other, taking a lot of pressure from Mjolnir, as well as getting slowed on through if he's able to come on through with that lightning round. And that is a big if in full bold and capitalization, because Alcatia, the last time we saw them play Araco, were a very aggressive team that did not allow their opponent any opportunity to set up for pushes.
Okay, Johnny allowed here by Underachiever. This is, I would say, Simba's most prolific hero. But on the other side, I'm not sure out of Ballas and Tilt who's more likely to play this. I believe Tilt has the Human Torch out of a pair of them, and Ballas usually is the Psylocke player.
There goes that Magneto again, removed from Milk Boy, but Kyra is going to be very happy that he gets access to the Captain America, because we've known him for things like the 4. We've also known him for that Captain America. Luna Snow will also be able to make it for the draft for both of these teams, as will the Loki once again. So very long-lasting team fights and a lot of burst potential in terms of damage for that Strategist line. And there it is. Yeah, I was wondering if we would say it. The Phoenix has been removed, but they have not targeted out that Winter Soldier. So Alcatia might keep running it in anticipation yet again of the God of Thunder that they know is going to be coming in through from Underachiever's end.
By the way, if you guys are big Thor fans, for those of you in the audience who love to see our boys succeed competitively, you can go back and watch the Underachievers VODs of them versus Team Peps, where they managed to take away a very surprising map against a top-tier team. But let's check out Araco as we head in.
Well, that drop of the banger beat means that we're getting ready to head in as Alcatsia will be defending up first, and Kaya is already going to be on that Groot, starting to find some of these isolations onto players from Underachiever, who are currently on a solo Vanguard composition. The 4 is absent as they are just trying to break through the triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold with sheer damage and verticality to avoid those Groot wall lockdowns.
Triple flies mocks their posting cringe. Arrest them now. This does mean that there's a lot more trouble for the group to try and interact with these flyers. However, Tilt has no such issues. The daggers of Danak managed to find Payda up against Simba and Shlomi at range. Maluki, she's just on fire today when it comes to her accuracy.
Well, Groot has been spotted, and the Lumberjack has been called in to deal with it. Simba moves away from the Human Torch and onto the Wolverine, looking for some of these grabs. Alexia is still going to be playing this Iron Man, however, for a double flyer composition to come on through. It's not going to be the last time that we're likely to see an Eye of Agamotto targeting those flyers out, especially since they don't have the Ultron pocket to be able to shield it.
Okay, so you've seen the regeneration domain come out of a Loki now. This could be a good opening for Alex to really get value out of the invincible pulse cannon. Maybe used to get rid of that ultimate quickly from the Rocket Raccoon, but instead, no, it's going to be Battle striking first, using the cannon of the Rocket Raccoon. Rarely do we get to see the full damage rocket, but today we are treated by Alcadzia.
Yeah, Ballas could just assign and outsource all of that healing output to the Cosmic Yawn amplifier so that they could soup up the damage and keep everybody stuck inside that strangling prison. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto from Tilt. Was not swept aside by that Emma. It's going to be up to the Eternal Bond to try and keep everybody alive on the side of Underachievers, and they do actually find the pick onto the Strange up at the back of it. And now Alcadzia trying to disengage into that Lunar Snow ultimate, answering back on through as Lindstrom gets the copy, and now potentially sets up a 24-second stall. You do have to worry about the Iron Man. Out comes the ultimate right onto Maluki.
Shuts her down, gets rid of that ultimate before it can really come to be born on fourth. But Ballas, though, with the resurrection of a Battle Recall Beacon, means that Maluki's still here to try and play. Of course, she is going to try and escape rather than use the ultimate to survive here. Ballas going to be up real close, and Stuff's just the Omega Hurricane now ready to go. But really, you're going to generally use this to force out Maluki's ultimate and then leave.
Yeah, you have to force the Lunar ultimate and then retreat back to your team and hope that they catch you, as Tilt is actually going to go over to that Human Torch. Teleport comes on forward, but it's onto the higher ground to give Alcazia's backline a safer position, as well as start taking some of the space away from Underachievers to stabilize. And they have already found the full backline, the Cloak and the Luna all taken out in one fell swoop. Hurricane came out, and the forecast is 2 picks, but Milk Boy sends a departing message with the diamond kick off of the map, and Alcadzia remain in control.
All right, Alcadzia, they invest their Fate of Birth Walls to try and make that engagement happen, though. Now Alex has heard the call of thunder, and once again, the strongest Avenger takes to the field.
Has to worry, though, about Milk Boy on this Emma. You can see just trying to figure out some of these positions that 4 is going to come from. If he tries to jump into the team, we're going to the Diamond Bomb and the Carbon Crush, and then the kick as well, either onto the wall, off of the map, or directly deeper into his team so they can capitalize onto the 4's vulnerability. But speaking about capitalizing, Stubbs finds the pick onto the Emma, and that lets loose Underachievers to move forward.
Wait, Ballas is cooking right now. Ballas is cooking. Oh my goodness, the full damage Rocket Raccoon is certainly getting rewarded here. The additional damage and shielding coming through from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier means you can be so audacious.
You've heard of zero damage Rocket. Get ready for only damage Rocket. Alcadzia looking on the fringes of a full hold. Underachievers swap Alexia onto the Venom to be able to better get the touch, as well as get these tethers to connect onto the players from Alcadzia stacked on up, trying to take advantage of the freedom charges that Captain America has access to. Supernova puts on the pressure, forces out the copied fate of both worlds, and Underachievers are going to try and mirror the sustainability with an Eternal Bond, hoping to supersede the sustain.
A stack of Flame Tornadoes might be too much damage to live up to here, but it's going to be Tilt who's going to be putting them down on the floor for now. I'm the Beamer Boy, has to stand at the back after having used the Eternal Bond previously to sustain the team. Ballas decides to go elsewhere. Simba is getting rather aggressive on the move through there. Stuff's taken out elsewhere. Kai managing to chase down the remainder of the strategists, and it seems like Kaya does not wish to go off the edge. Instead, grips back onto Terra Firma and grips so stalwartly to victory. Simba flies above it at all, taking out their counterpart in tilt. Yes, Lundstrom needs the healing to come through from Maluki before setting out more magic missiles towards the cart. The shield is not available. The reaction has been spent, and only 75 meters is gained here for underachievers.
Not impossible, but definitely a very hard task, especially if Alcatia are able to break that spawn hold immediately. It really is going to come down to the spawn hold. It's going to be all or nothing for Underachiever, and for Alcatia, they get the grace of being on the attacker side, which means that they can scout the composition they're up against and swap to something that better plays into it. Tilt on that Moon Knight is already there in anticipation of the triple Vanguard line, but if Underachievers don't put the money into that Vanguard line, Alcatia can simply swap off without needing to lose a team fight, nor give up distance for it.
Looking real good right now for Alcatia, covering each other well in these matchups, and it seems like the communication structure is strong as to when they are using the teleporters, and the strategist being good on covering those disengagements. The only time we really saw someone fall through the cracks was Milk Boy disengaging on the Luna and getting tracked down with some excellent aim from Stuffs at range of the Storm.
Underachiever's not going to be banking on that triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold. Instead, it's going to be yet again that 4 coming on through, trying to disrupt, buy space for the Human Torch and punish it to start melting through these health bars. But Alcatia are going to be opening up things incredibly aggressive. Kaya on that thing is just going to fastball Milk Boy directly into the midst of that backline. And Underachievers have to just give up so much space for it. The Wolverine finds the grab connection onto the Cloak and Dagger, deposits them directly into Alcatia's waiting arms. And without that backline strategist, Underachievers just have to look for an end trade.
Kai, however, bites off a touch more than they can chew. Simba sees that Lindstrom could be playing around these areas. Has to be careful, though, of the long-range tainted voltage from Ballast, which could just knock them all the way down to the earth, but they'd be more vulnerable.
Yeah, but it's one fight essentially now for Alcatia to be able to take this if they have 3 bodies on that objective. Alexio goes for the high ground, manages to utilize that just immediate shift dash with the 4 to position himself into these positions. Alcatia wanted to keep themselves sideline on the fight, keep themselves a little bit safer, but it seeds them directly into the isolation battle 1v1 against that 4, and he will be able to come on through with the win, but the last onto that Winter Soldier. Definitely going to be making those particular shenanigans a little bit harder to pull off once more.
Gamers, it is Thor o'clock. Tilt might find this out the hard way with the lightning realm up in the sky, able to ground and aerial targets. The Alexio doesn't want to go out too far. Shlom is going to be doing most of the front lining, but with Milk Boy at 100 charge of a Sonic Beam, you can't stand up to all of that. Stuff's forced to disengage. The assault rifle can't stand up to the mutant powers of Emma Frost. Simba taken down to the ground, and Rota Stern makes sure that it's 6 feet under the ground as well. Alexio temporarily on the point. It's a celebratory usage of the Kraken impact as Alcatia complete their push, and Underachievers are slain on Arako.
What an impact coming on through from just being able to get that immediate grab onto Beamer. It's not often that we see the Cloak and Dagger being the target of the Wolverine fastball. However, Alcatia read the room perfectly. The person who's going to hit ultimate first in the composition that Underachievers are running is normally the Cloak and Dagger with that Eternal Bond, and if you're in a retake position and you don't have control of that space, a lot of teams burn Eternal Bond to give themselves that in so they can start taking the fight against their opponent. However, because Beamer got picked originally at the very beginning of that fight, when they need it the most, Eternal Bond is not online. So it just becomes a disengage, 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 and they just run out of space to be able to give away.
Man. Alice, honestly, not putting up the healing numbers on the Rocket Raccoon. Not sure if this is quite the rocket I want on my squad. Only 6 final hits. Let's have a look at the highlights. I'm sure the Ballas's full damage rocket might feature very prominently, and there it is as the opener.
Oh yeah, that's Strangling Prison with the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. Just before Underachievers could do really anything. They had the Eternal Bond, but the picks had just come on through, so there was no point in them using it. That diamond kick as well from Milk Boy, just saving the fight because they were losing players, they were losing position, but where they were able to stop that objective around that corner just proved to be so impossible for Underachievers to be able to bypass without needing a lion's share of ultimates, and also meant that there was a corner for the defense for their backline to play and stabilize around without being in any position of fire.
Yeah, it really feels like they kind of... It was some very tight play from all of it. Milk Boy is such a reliable Vanguard as well. He's rarely going to be draining more of your resources than is necessary. He's always going to be able to deliver on the raw mechanics. We'll have to see if Underachievers can really figure out any secret sauce to try and turn this one around against Alcadzia, who looked to be pretty supreme in this matchup after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
On match point, Alcadzia are looking to bring it home in a clean 3-0 fashion against underachievers. Alcadzia looking resurgent since Ignite Stage 1, a lot tighter in the gameplay and able to craft exactly the engagements they need to get value.
Yeah, they impressed, honestly. Like, they made my absolute favorite play that I'd seen so far in this MSE yesterday on Symbiotic Surface, where they had this amazing fake dive with both a Psylocke and a Venom fainting that they were going to be going in, pulling out a Loki regeneration domain, which then forced, when those ultimates actually came through for reals that time, the Luna Fate of Both Worlds, and then they had the Magneto Meteor M just immediately on top of it to cancel it out. So we're getting to see coordination, communication, and really good just execution coming on out from the side of Alcadzia that was a little bit lacking the last time that we saw them in Ignite. So that off-season has definitely done wonders in terms of turnaround.
Let's head into what could be our last ban phase. It's going to be the Hall of Jalia, where underachievers are going to have to try and turn this one around. However, we are still in the winners bracket, Mock, so no matter which of these teams falls, they have a second chance in our lower bracket.
Come on, Kaya, do it. This is one of the only opportunities that we have for a 4 versus 4, 1 versus 1. There goes the Adam Warlock, and there too goes Balas's Psylocke. As we talked about, Alcadzia had some amazing Psylocke and Venom dives come on through yesterday, so I'm not surprised that underachievers do not want to face them down on that, as we're going to be seeing the Human Torch come through this time around rather than a Luna Snow save, which has been the tradition for underachievers in terms of their first save position.
Once more, Magneto will be taken off the field, which means that Milk Boy is more likely to go over to the Emma Frost and match Shlomi. Right now, Milk Boy has been a bastion of reliability for Alcadzia in the front line, meaning that they can often direct their resources elsewhere for whatever wild angle Ballas and Tilt are trying to manufacture.
Human Torch on the field means that Ultron is going to be the next to go, so no drone pocket double flare composition up in the sky. Luna Snow has been able to make it through, and there's the Captain America, which means I feel like Kyra is going to be turning away from the four in a matter of moments. Sorry, Harry.
Ah, well, at least I've still got old Lexio to play the strongest Avenger. Not going to be opting in for the Protect this time. Underachiever, just making sure that Mufasa is going to continue having access to the Luna. But to be honest, Alcadzia would likely be quite content keeping the Luna just off of this board altogether, given how proficient Maluki is on the Luna Snow.
Yeah, I mean, Luna just means that Captain America's survivability just went through the absolute roof, as Jean Grey is going to be going to the bottom of the ban phase. Alcadzia now have one last ban. Remember, these are MFC bans. These are not one-sided, so these are going to apply to both of these teams, which is why things like the Luna, the Loki, and the Human Torch have all been navigated safely through, as if it's top meta, everybody gets to play it.
Mantis off the table, Tilt likely to meet Simba in the skies as we head over to Hall of Jalia. The intergalactic empire of Wakanda shall once again ring out with the sound of thunder. Come on, Kaya, let it happen. Thor versus Thor.
You. Come on, Kaya. Let us summon the Thor versus one.
Valhalla predicted this. Let's head over to our map show.
We might need to rename Hall of Jalia to the Thunderdome, because it is real, it is happening. Two God of Thunders walk into a convergence map. Only one will be able to exit. Alcadzia on map point Can they take out underachievers to add salt in the wounds on Alexio's own pick?
Let my comp teams know, Thor's meta. See, both teams in a pro game playing the Thor. We actually have a Hela as well here for the Ragnarok Rebirth, potentially. If Husk can manage to find a final hit after their Thor's already fallen down, Tilt already falling low, Awakening Rune used to put up max DPS onto Kaya, who for now is just kind of messing around up on the high ground, just interceding on these potential engagements, but it's trying to be cooked here by underachiever Kaya. Out a touch too far. Simba's able to punish that one with the hot drop, and now underachiever are going to be able to start claiming some space here on the point as Elect can use the Awakening Rune to really bully out Alcatia using raw damage.
Yeah, it was somewhat of a long con coming through from underachievers, taking that high ground, getting into a position where Alcatia lose angles of pressuring both the Hela and that Human Torch in a crossfire setup. Alcatia backed all the way up to slope, giving away a little bit of tick percentage in the hopes of recontesting with a strategist ultimate, and underachievers go first. They bolt up the Eternal Bond before Alcatia ready to take the fight, instantly aggress into that backline, and force Maluki to have to play aggressively forward with the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds grab. Lindstrom not going to be back for a little while, but this Radicus Slomi's already down. And guess what? When Emma's down, there's no shielding to be given by the strongest Avenger, so Milkboy can feast upon the eyes of underachievers as all are seduced.
One tick, though, is all that underachievers need. So Alcatia can't make the same play where they retreat back to slope and immediately come back in when all of their cooldowns are intact, and underachievers are starting to run out of steam at the second stage of this fight. Supernova is going to be up, as too is Final Judgment, and Lindstrom with that God of Mischief can go for a copy onto Strategist Ultimate to pocket the Final Judgment and make sure that the CC immunity manages to survive and sustains the team for the next section opening.
Kyle books the margins in the back, used the Awakening Rune already. Simba couldn't quite convert onto that one, but this is going to grab all of this space, trying to grab people into the flame tornadoes, and the damage is too much to deal with for now. Over in the corner, it's difficult for Ballas to try and make this one work. The God of Thunder strikes down upon Beamer Boy, and indeed it's a beam from the heavens that strikes into the heart of both Cloak and Dagger. Milk Boy the next to fall on, down so close to a convergence here. They need to get rid of Tilt eventually, and it's going to be the Lightning Realm that does it. A first cap, a first point on the board for underachiever.
Brilliant Supernova from Simba, just anticipating the use of the Final Judgment to avoid the Sonic Seduction. But Alcatia actually keep Pallas on the Doctor's range and commit the portal, not for a recontest onto first, but to go instantly into second before underachievers are ready. Underachievers were starting to posture up for that fight on second, and Alcatia catch them as they come out of garage.
It seems the remainder of Alcatia less keen than Ballas on taking that particular engagement here. Stuff still overwhelmed by Maluki. God of Thunder strikes on down. Maluki can't stand up to the current, the amperage that was forced through her veins by the strongest Avenger. Alexio takes out their counterpart in Kea, and now Tilt is just going to have to reset in the back.
Ballas is going to be on that Hela. Alcatia with both the Hela and the Human Torch. The pick potential is so high for this team. They need one good fight, and then they can just immediately start burning the time bank down from underachiever or pick every single rotation that this attacking team has to make. So underachievers can't afford to put a foot of a step wrong in this next engagement. They do have that Eternal Bond. It should allow them to survive through the Supernova, but they're going to hold on to it. They thought that the Supernova came through at the wrong time, and they lose the 4 in the meantime.
If there's an extension though, we could see Alex resurrected by Stuffs. It seems like mostly Alcatia just going to claim the space fairly safely and not feed over that Ragnarok Rebirth.
Yeah, but this means that Ballas is going to get an absolute shooting gallery of targets. The second that underachievers move away from the natural cover of those statue positions, you can see that Tilt is cognizant of potential flankers coming on through, trying to scout out where the Spore is going to pop up from, and they find him. Instantly, the torch pressure is enough to send Alexio out.
Yeah, Tilt's going to play a little bit lower now. Kaya, the backup after them, looking towards the sky. It's going to be Stuffs up there. Lightning Arcs managed to connect. Great accuracy coming through from Kaya. You know that he loves this hero. And now grabbed out in the Eternal Bond. Full damage from exploding pools of lava is more than enough to burn through Mufasa. Schleimy catches the headshot on the basis of Ballas. And that's going to be Alcatia once again holding the streets.
This Howler is just going to wait as well. Punish underachievers for having the Emma which means that that shield is not always going to be present to just try and deal with all of that hit scan threat coming in through from the duel as the torch manages to send the full low enough and catches the disengagement attempt to get to the LOS of the back line. Egressor split away is vulnerable and without the fall, Alcatia get aggressive, even casting the Goddess of Death to just keep this fight going even longer. Underachievers stand still as they have no choice but to try and just go down fast enough to regroup.
A rarity to also see a frag from an Estrond Crow in the Rivals esports scene, but yet there it was, taking down Stuff's Ballast, as you said, absolute shooting gallery now.
Yeah, I mean, we're filling out all of the bingo cards. Now, have Underachievers filled out the numbers test? Yes, they have. They see that the Emma is a little bit overextended from the rest of the team and instantly zeroed onto that backline with the Supernova, forcing out the fate of both worlds. But the Fire Tornadoes haven't been able to stack the damage, and Alcatia, for the most part, are able to survive. It's up to the final judgment to layer over the top of it and finally be the straw that breaks the camel's back and lets Underachievers finally move this combo forward.
Oh, combined damage, yeah, it's just too much to bear. It's going to be the Awakening Rune to try and finish off the rest of it until it's taken down.
Still, though, they're not going to get second. It's overtime. Alcatia are going to have ultimates coming into this next fight. Egressor is moving on forward, taking a little bit of face damage so that Beamer can board faster up to that Eternal Bond. They have to worry, though. Kaya bringing the hammer down of God of Thunder can potentially catch the Cloak and Dagger mid-dash.
Superdoma already used here by Tilt Ballast over the top. This is very audacious from the Hela, and they get punished for it. The hammer strikes true from the Thor. Milkboy could be overwhelmed, but healing's not there in time. The Light Force Curtain doesn't strike the Vanguard before they're taken forth. Lindstrom rolls on forward now with the Eternal Bond, and it's going to be the forcing out of Mufasa, struck with the Terror Cape, and Kai is there for the follow-up. The Avenger stands alone amongst the ruins of Ragnarok in which they stand. It's a new kingdom for Alcadia that will be built on the smoldering ruins as the defense holds on second.
Yeah, Kaya and Lindstrom just working together to entirely zone out Mufasa so that the Luna doesn't get the opportunity of keeping the team alive long enough for a fate of both worlds to come on through from that attacking side. And that is going to be where Underachievers end their push of Hall of Dajali. If they want to be able to continue on in this series against Alcatia, they have to be able to hold the objective. And Alcatia, they're going to do it yet again. Kaya teasing that 4 as we get treated yet again to the Vanguard 1 versus 1. But it feels like it's not a battle of the Asgard in that front. It really has been a match between these two Hellas. When Balas had that full space control of second, that's when Underachievers lost all of the momentum beneath their wings.
Yeah, it truly was so difficult to get through this area while Ballast had that constant tax on their health bars moving through. When you don't have the reliable shielding of something like a Magneto or a Doctor Strange, and you only have the meager shield of the recently nerfed Emma Frost, it can really burn down quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, the ammo also has to place it in specific locations and then call it back, which means that in the interim, the Hela gets an opportunity of tracking the cooldown and finding the damage onto one of your squishies. As we can see, Underachievers already setting up the culling turret, starting to break the bridges so that Alcatia take that long left wraparound rotation. You don't instantly get to take a fight on the doorstep of the high ground.
Looks like the rest of the team weren't too keen on helping out with that particular bridge destruction. Lindstrom might be able to really help out in a duel here. Giving Ballast that regeneration domain could allow for quite the unexpected ambush onto Simba.
I mean, the unexpected Howler as well. Everyone's looking at the ammo right now. Underachievers thought that the fight was on main, and it was to the side of it. And immediately, Lindstrom and Balas, the sibling synergy between the two of them, just instantly wipe out Underachievers in one go.
Oh, legitimate hoodwinking going on before my eyes right there. Underachievers, so much attention was given on over. This should be a full contest coming through with 3 Vanguards, no less. There's a lot of meat on the table here for Underachievers, for Alcatia. Oh, there's no vegetarians on this roster. They're not scared of the meat. They can chew through that easily.
I mean, Alcatia, they were able to set up the Pyro Prison too. They saw the Doctor Strange portal. Tilt gets 35% charge to Supernova, but that continuous tax of tick damage coming through from the burn is too much for Underachievers to sweat through. And now Alcatraz can position themselves again, making sure the underachievers don't get an opportunity of slowing that objective as it moves closer and closer to the finish line. And this fight's one-sided right now. There's no poke pressure coming through from the defense, which means that their ultimate economy is stalled out entirely.
Yeah, so much stalling coming on through. Alex might actually have been hoodwinked once again, baited in by their trickster brother. And you better believe that the other Thor was there and ready to go. Tilt starts to claim the space. The backline going to be spun in the cycle by the Flame Cyclones. And Stuffs can't even stand within the Eternal Bond and feel safe. The Dark Force below them gives way to the unyielding power of the Elemental Fire. It's going to be the Thor on top of Ballas. For now, Awakening Rune doesn't care at all. Piercing Knight pierces into the heart of underachievers as mind control after mind control is found. Shlomi has no option but to move over onto the cart for a last second contest. A hammer sends to the skies, but instead bonks their whittle head up against the archway. And now Kadzia looks strong with a 3-0 finish.
Yeah, it's just that perception check. The EMEA, so much focus going down where they thought that the entirety of Alcatraz's team were traipsing up main, that it would be a fight around corner, so that the defense would have to try and keep themselves safe on slope, and then play the game of give them an inch, take a mile in the retake, where you give them 1 tick, maybe 2, build an ultimate, contest, get the better of it, and then tax their approach again and again and again. And Alcatraz, we've said it again, and we're gonna keep saying it, such an aggressive team. They go for the tempo swap up. It's not a brawl fight, it's a 1-2 hood swing coming on out with that absolute hammer of the Lassen Lindstrom's angle, the Heller and the Loki, all of the doppelgangers set up too. No one was looking at the Loki's way, so that damage was amplified by every single copy being up and firing.
All right, we'll be able to drop into our highlights real soon, but personal highlight for me has got to be Thor versus Thor, baby. It's real, it's meta. Both teams are playing it, it's meta. But I guess Kaya was like incredibly happy to have the opportunity to go for this one. But overall, I think our story here, Mox, is how much Alcadzia have tightened up their play from the, let's say, laissez-faire approach they had to quite a few fights during the Ignite Stage 1. They had the capacity to win any fight, but also throw any fight. And I'm glad that they're a little bit more consistent now.
Yeah, they were really, like you said, consistent, and they were also incredibly polished. When they overextended, they did so meaningfully, and then they immediately pulled back. They never sort of bit off more than they could chew and lost spacing or the ultimate economy off of the back of it. And indeed, they themselves actually utilized that strategy. They baited their opponent into overextending and then immediately swung around and showed why you should not give them that space.
Yeah, just showing exactly what a punish can do. We had some great baits as well coming through from both the Human Torch and from the Loki as well. Make sure that they can play well under-resourced as well with Loki on these off angles is very important when it comes to your resource management, because Maluki would have a lot on her plate to have to essentially solo heal 4 other players while Loki sets up these hoodwinks that we consistently saw. Still, that's going to be moving into our upper bracket semis, I believe, is Alcadzia, as we take our upper bracket down to just 4. But it's not over for underachievers. They still go down to the lower bracket where they've got plenty of high-value contenders to go up against. We'll see if the Thor does a little bit better down there, but we are going to be bouncing around between upper and lower brackets as round 11 and round 10 are underway.
Yeah, I mean, there were moments where they had really good reads of the situation, understanding that Final Judgment would have to be pocketed by a God of Mischief, which means that the Loki has to go through 2 ultimate cast animations, so you could catch them midway with the Supernova, and then just making sure that that Final Judgment didn't get the pocket that it was looking for to be able to sweep the fight. That was really, really clean, but they definitely did, like you said, get baited into being a little bit over-aggressive, and unfortunately, if you get baited and get overextended, as Alexia learned the hard way, gets punished almost immediately.
Well, I've extended my voice a touch in the finale there, so I'm going to need a couple 10 minutes maybe to try and get this one repaired. We'll be right back with more MRC EMEA action after this.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, gamers. We're heading into round 11. Now, we're in the lower bracket following down Insomnia.gg, who we saw failed earlier by Chopped against Think Twice, who we haven't covered yet on the stream, but have been fairly active in both Ignite Trials and MRC.
Yes, and this being the lower bracket means that there's going to be even more pressure on the situation. However, it is going to still be a BO5 format rather than a BO3. So there's even more opportunity to look at your opponent, learn the strategies, learn the heroes that they're comfortable and confident on, and start removing them from play. Although that's easier said than done, given the fact that all of these bans are universal. We do not get to see the one-sided torch confirmations, no Loki locks coming on through, which means that everything that's meta tends to make it through unless you're fully target banning out one specific player on the other side.
Yeah, we'll be able to get into our first ban soon for map number 1. Of course, this is still yet another best of 5 here, Mox, or first to 3, since we can have draws on our convergence game modes. Sometimes we see a best of 7 go to 8 maps if you happen to be an Asia Grand Finals. That happens sometimes, but we're not huge draw heads here in EMEA. We tend to be pretty clean in our convergence maps, not allowing those draws to happen. I don't know that much about Think Twice as a roster, so I'm excited to see how they manage to work their way through this.
Yes, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on them coming into this because, as we saw, we got to see Insomnia, like you said, earlier on in the series, but they're trying to still adjust to a couple of the roster mania changes that came on for Forever and Past. They were stuck with the team, however, so it's likely that we're going to be seeing the Captain America, but no, Insomnia actually decide to ban it out themselves.
Okay. Interesting. They're going to constrain Pasu in their own right. Maybe there's a player on Think Twice who has a particularly scary Captain America they don't want to go into a mirror match against. There's going to be the respect here for Twitsy's Psylocke. Of course, we know that Insomnia do like to protect Psylocke as their first protect, and this has given Insomnia a little bit of pause for thought as they decide what their first protect is going to be.
Human Torch is still going to be up for both of these teams because, again, bans are going to be universal. So Magneto is going to be saved, which means if the Human Torch does get through, Meteor M is also going to get through. And nope, there we go. Human Torch gets taken out, but that Meteor M is still going to be able to absorb a huge chunk of Rage of Ultron, as well as if there's a Cloak and Dagger or a Lunar Snow on the field. That one-shot potential is going to keep the Strategist's ultimates in check too, as Cloak and Dagger is going to be removed for Think Twice too.
Maybe they prefer playing the Loki Luna here. Of course, yet to be touched by the bans. It's going to be a protect onto the Wolverine. So Insomnia.gg and Think Twice, their Vanguard lines are going to be constantly held at risk of kidnap.
Yeah, I mean, the Human Torch being out of the mix would mean that the Groot has a little bit more staying power, as you don't have the ability to constrain that flyer, and you just continue to take spam pressure coming on through, as unlike the Thing, Groot doesn't really have an option of dealing with the Human Torch unless he's flying a little bit too low. As we're going to see the Mantis save, so it's going to be a triple strategist line coming on out with that Mantis and Ultron. As the Loki gets removed, Adam is still going to be in play, as is Luna right now, and Think Twice only have one ban slot. Do they leave both on the table, which means that a spawn hold composition is going to be very stubborn to unseat, or do they start taking out one of those components? Instead, they decide to remove the Venom, so one instance of dive taken away, and Paso and Forever aren't going to be really happy by that one because they do like their dive. If Captain America is banned, the heel turn tends to be into that Venom.
All right, Insomnia going to be looking to possibly use that quadruple DPS to once again break a spawn hold. Think Twice. Will they be bringing out the 3-3 is the question. Midtown's going to be our first map as we associate the power levels. Let's check out Midtown.
Well, by role, it's not a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist role, but some would argue, I'm sure, with Wolverine's passive and the 375 health pool, he can count as a Vanguard in his own right, as Think Twice are going to be on that defense. Insomnia, like you said, going to be on a composition designed to just have the damage output and break through it. However, with Think Twice not going for the traditional spawn hold, Insomnia not going to be going into that comp. Back to the 2-2-2 we go, with a pocket onto a Star-Lord and Phoenix, as they try and make the Mantis and Luna Snow work.
Control of Catwalk here is going to be super important. You can see that Pato has already committed themselves to that. Also makes them a little bit more difficult to grab for the Wolverine, considering they have to use their dash to get up there as well. Already that's going to be an attempted kidnapping off the back of the Feral Leap. Doesn't seem like too much has been gained. Nocta going forward. Blaster Barrage going to start racking the back line. But look at that. We Rise has already got access to the Rage of Ultron. Maybe some direct impacts here onto Nocta. The disengage is going to be covered by Insomnia as Think Twice for now holds strong in the road.
Nocta gets picked to 87% to that Galactic Legend. And someone else who gets picked is Forever, who gets grabbed by the Feral Lunge coming on through from Jim outside of Diamond form. And off of the back of that, Think Twice are going to be sending Insomnia all the way back to their spawn, getting ready to potentially disengage or mirror the Mantis Solar Resurgence coming on through as they want to withhold that Meteor M till they have to deal with the Galactic Legend from Nocta.
JJM once again going to have to try and fight for dominance over the Catwalk. You can avoid getting grabbed here by the Emma using the Diamond form. Forever's already invested it, and that could mean that the Emma might find themselves vulnerable a little bit later after all of this. Out comes the Galactic Legend, answered of course by the Soul Resurgence from the Mantis. For now, We Rise is going to stay out of the firing lines, try and keep their health in a topped up position. Rolling forward, up comes the space. Paso are going to dump down directly on top of the Luna. Instead, it's just going to have to settle for the Mantis. A Rage of Ultron's going to once again be summoned here by We Rise, but lads, think twice. They've overlain their strategist ults. A quick grab to the throat of Wolverine. You won't be enjoying that one as Forever kicks their fellow disciple of Think Twice into oblivion.
Still, Think Twice are going to make a play for this teleport recontest. They've still got that Meteor M2. Relaxing Sky does have the fate of both worlds, but this Luna has to be protected by the Vanguards, otherwise that's going to be shut down prematurely. And Think Twice can gain a foothold. They scout out Nocta, who was scouting out that main road to see if it was going to be a teleport plate, and Insomnia have already been able to reposition their backline out of reach.
Already using the Diamond form here. Carbon Crush onto JJM. That's going to be the use of a Dark Maelstrom as well, forcing out the fate of both worlds from the Lunar Snow. Space given over now by Think Twice. They need to re-engage with their meat, and it's going to be Relaxing Sky, who's now held at risk by Kai. Meteor M going to be dunked on down. Doesn't seem to have paid much when it comes to the actual delivery. We Rise so close to the Rage of Ultron. Do they want to try and invest it though when Nocta's right there laying down the damage and attempt to try and shut down the Star-Lord? Instead, it's a distraction coming through from the side of a Phoenix. Twitzy just managed to get so much of their attention. You can't turn around just because you were distracted by a bright bird bringing down on top of the backline. The Phoenix manages to strike upon them, but the end song for now is not going to be delivering the final blows. Out comes the Silent Seduction, the second one in as many minutes coming through from Forever. Rex able to try and get a little bit of additional sustainability for the remainder of the team here coming through from the Soul Resurgence.
The Wolverine is just so stubborn. Insomnia can't manage to break the health bar of the Wolverine pocketed by that Soul Resurgence, and Think Twice will hold on after a gargantuan ult fight investment. They've scattered out one behind too. They're going to be able to stagger out Twitzy and pick Forever as the fight begins to ramp up on the side of Insomnia. And that fight went on for so long, Harry, that this is the last one. Insomnia have no choice but to throw bodies onto that convoy and stall in the hopes for Forever to come in on that left with the Strange Portal recontest.
They can re-engage from that Strange Portal, yeah, but Nocta has themselves a great LOS. It is temporarily cut off there by the re-engagement off the back of the portal. Attempt at a mid-air sedation, and there's no one on the point to try and keep this one from rolling on forward. With half a meter between Think Twice and Oblivion, finally a Vanguard gets onto it, and it forces out Relaxing Sky to use their own fate of both worlds. It's a full engage. Kyubi still thinks that it's winnable. Rolls on forward their own ultimate. They're trying to buy the time. Phasix might be able to come on back with their own portal here. Forever rolls on forward. Phasix turns it around. One stun coming through on Tanu. The follow-up is there. Brawling out with the daggers of Denak, looking up towards the sky. Nocta can't stand up against the absolute zero that's given over by Think Twice. We Rise rises above it all, and he reigns imperiously with both damage and healing from above. Insomnia find themselves scuppered at the end.
What a hold! The punishment onto the players of Insomnia. Because they lost those two players early, they had to invest the Strange Portal early, so they didn't have it for that insane brawl fight in overtime. Think Twice are still holding on to their Strange Portal. they're still holding onto that Luna ultimate too. So QB gets to come on through with the later fate of both worlds. So Think Twice have more sustain as well as the ability to flip over to the damage boost, which is going to amp up the damage burst potential of the Eye of Agamotto follow-up from their end. And the fight's gone on so long, they build up a Rage of Ultron all the way through it too. And Insomnia are dispatched before they can pick up first. What a hold from Think Twice.
Unbelievable. Great management of that. I can't help but feel that maybe the re-engagement with the portal may have given a touch more cover to Think Twice than perhaps Insomnia thought was necessary. But
Well,
in the
they
end,
could also have wanted to get someone behind, because if you're losing 2 players, you want your 4 to walk through from the front corner, and then you want to have 2 players behind to split the attention. So if they turn and look at the 2, they get walked on by the 4 and vice versa. But like you said, it did actually end up providing them pseudo cover, and that Wolverine was just able to keep the points sold out eternally with the help of that Solar Resurgence from Rex. And now Insomnia have a task ahead of them. No surprises, they're on a full stall composition, but that Wolverine is putting work into the Groot, and Forever in the blink of an eye is going to be brought back by the BRB, but he's out of the fight until he can reposition, and Think Twice is just going to continue the onslaught.
Up close and personal, and honestly, I'm not sure if you want to stay on the Groot against this Wolverine. The Feral Leap goes awry, taken away by the Metallic Bulwark. Pulled into the midst of the enemy team is JJM, but Bro ain't gonna stop swinging those adamantium claws, able to roll over Passimo like a tide of blue. Think Twice, overwhelm the defense of Insomnia.
Can they find the stagger onto the rocket? New will be able to disengage. Now we can see the Strange portal gonna be coming on out, but Forever swapping off the Groot onto the Strange is still gonna be victim to that Wolverine grab if he's not careful. Out comes the Rage of Ultron too, as Insomnia have knocked it onto the Atom for the Soul Pond and the Cocoon to just try and find any form of soul for Insomnia's end.
Oh my god, every single one of these fights are just being decimated by Phasix and the Wolverine. It feels like JJM's just making fools of them here. Oh, and this is going to mean that it's even harder for Forever to get the stall out on the cart. It was moving the entire time, and they're going to be the last to fall from their team.
Yeah, and we can see 3 bodies, maximum numbers on that convoy, so it moves at maximum speed possible. After that, they're going to start pushing on up, taking some of these positions away from Insomnia so that the defense can't stop poking and rebuilding their ultimate economy, because these fights have been so one-sided. The swaps have come on through. Insomnia have kept cutting their ultimate economy. They have nothing to stand up to against Think Twice, who just push ahead with the Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, they got the movement speed bonus. Noctivo shuts it on down. JJM can turn this one around here and now with a well-placed last stand. Has fully charged Rage to try and work with it. Passimo falls on down themselves. Phasix been taken out elsewhere going in towards this JJM. A mid-air strike, and New was grabbed temporarily by JJM, but it was only a flash in the pan before they were flattened, pancaked underneath the Meteor M. Think Twice, making me think 3 times about what I predict for this series.
Oh, Nocta, I don't think that's what they mean when they say superhero landing. That poor Iron Man just flying a windshield directly into the last stand coming on through from that Wolverine. Think Twice, one of the fastest Midtowns we've ever seen. I believe it took a sum total of 7 minutes, including all of the side swap ramps and the positioning of the defense getting into their spots.
Oh man, Phasix putting down so much damage here as well, with the Emma Frost really taxing the backline. Oh, one of the problems here, it seems like Insomnia were having trouble getting the healing done. Like, I don't know if maybe Mantis isn't quite ready for the prime time of 2 strategist compositions yet.
Yeah,
but,
we've seen some teams try. It's like, it's a glass cannon. You have high burst potential with the Mantis being able to pocket both of your duelists, and then your Luna has the idle aura, so if one of your duelists is popping off, they are just running away rampant with the damage, because you also have an additional duelist alongside it, since you're not sacrificing that position for an Ultron. However, that glass cannon suffers into the burst potential of things like the Wolverine, and I mean, the Wolverine was just running rampant.
Yeah, the Wolverine was just decimating. Here's a quick look at the highlights from the match. We Rise definitely a standout as well on the Ultron, building up the Rage of Ultron so fast and using it to force out these resources, which, as we noticed, were fairly thin on the ground when you play that two strategist Mantis composition?
I mean, QB has to be honorary MVP for me because, I mean, that Lunar ultimate, that Fate of Both Worlds, the call that, okay, this is winnable, we have Fate of Both Worlds lost, we're going to have the longer term sustain, that allowed the full hold to come into fruition. So really, all of that defense was properly determined by whoever in the IGL comms decided to make the call and commit into that fight, who had the trust that their team would be able to pull through into the end.
Yeah, that was some great macro view of how the fight should go down. Think twice, definitely surprising me here. I didn't know too much about this roster, but Insomnia.gg, we know basically everyone on that roster, and we know them to be known quantities of very talented players. Even though it's not the full Insomnia.gg roster that made it to the later stages of Ignite Stage 1, they still have a significant pedigree that's being challenged right now.
The ban draft phase is definitely going to be looking very different. I think we can both predict heading into that second map. I'm sure there's no way that the Wolverine is going to be able to make it through, but we'll have to wait and see what that ban draft is going to look like as we get ready to head into our next map after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold brightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We
other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Surprising turnaround from Think Twice against Insomnia.gg. Definitely not the favorites, but definitely 1-0 up after a formidable Midtown defense, Marks.
I mean, now the bans, surely they change. There's no way. They can't keep getting a Wolverine through the ban draft. Especially if Insomnia are at any point in the map wanting to play either the Groot or the Doctor Strange. I definitely feel like that's going to be a target ban coming on through.
Yeah, getting rid of the Captain America, getting rid of the Magneto options. It definitely feels like Think Twice managed to win out in that ban phase against Insomnia, so we're probably going to see a significant pivot here from Insomnia, likely once again unlocking Pasibo's capacity to play on the Captain America, but I imagine we're going to continue seeing the ban on the Psylocke, given the respect that Twitzy is demanding on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, any team, if you have faith in taking a Psylocke 1v1 against Tuzi, you don't want to let them have that Psylocke. Especially because we've seen Twitzy Psylocke in play in the previous MLC, and it really did impress. So, like you said, we're not going to be seeing any deviation from the insta-ban there because it's entirely on Insomnia to adapt. If this match continues and the ban draft system continues the way that it was on Midtown, well, Think Twice are not going to be thinking twice about that one. They're going to be incredibly happy with how that panned out. And if it continues that way, they're not going to change anything because if it isn't broken, don't fix it.
All right, let's roll on in. Last time we saw Insomnia ban away the Human Torch as well, which JJM has been hovering, forcing them onto the Wolverine instead. And it's once again going to be, the Ultron ban first here for Insomnia. Maybe they want to try and force the... If Luna Mantis is going to happen, then we might as well have both teams just playing Luna Mantis.
Yeah, We Rise's Rage of Ultrons, the pace that they were able to build them to was a real hurt point coming on through on Insomnia's end, as Captain America is actually going to be a save coming on through for Think Twice, so they're going to be able to play both the Captain America, but so too is Pasibo, although it's not going to be alongside that Psylocke. Human Torch is still going to be around. Do Insomnia put stock in protecting it? No, they save the Cloak and Dagger, better protecting that backline positions so that they don't get forced into a position of having to run Mantis and Luna in a 2-2-2 capacity.
Yeah, I feel like Insomnia are probably pretty confident if they can force a 2-2-2 mirror match that Nocta and Twitzy might be able to get one over on their competitors of Rex and JJM. We Rise, of course, was very impressive on that Ultron, so it's an unsurprising ban. Now it's time to think twice to figure out where they want to go next. And if they want to try and constrain the pool of Insomnia, really trying to push Pasibo towards matching on the Captain America.
Adam Warlock still been able to make it through, as has Luna Snow, and we know that Nocta does like playing the Adam Warlock. It isn't a domination map, but it still finds a place even on these convergence maps, even on Symbiotic Surface, especially now that we have that team up of Light and Shadow Karma, which means that the Luna getting dove upon now has means of defending herself that isn't tied to cooldowns that also required to be utilized to heal the rest of her team, as Emma is going to be secured for Think Twice, so that Vanguard lineup is exactly what they wanted, the Captain America and the Emma, although Mag is still in play. We know that Cloak and Dagger is going to be up and around them with the Phoenix save. That Magneto is going to be looking very viable indeed.
Indeed it is. It's going to be ideal to allow for Nocta to really push out a bunch of damage here. Last ban now for Insomnia. How do they want to try and shape this potential mirror matchup? Their last, and yep, there it is.
Yeah,
no
it needs to be the wolf.
Fear. The stench of fear surrounds me.
You can just hear the two Vanguards off in the distance, crying out, please no more Logan, don't make me walk into Logan. And it is going to be the tail end. Think Twice, they had the opportunity to actually save it, but they let it go all the way through. prioritizing keeping that Vanguard line, and now that Magneto Band comes out, which means that we're going to be seeing Ensong Inferno not having as much value in the combinations, but also it gives much more uptime to the Eternal Bonds coming on through, because it's not just going to be one Eternal Bond from a Cloak and Dagger. Loki has also made it out, and now the teams are faced with a dilemma. Do they go for a copy of the Lin of Snow, or do they go for a copy of the Cloak and Dagger? We'll have to see, so we get ready to head into Symbiotic Surface. Well, Human Torch was also able to make it unimpeded through that draft, which means we're likely going to be seeing the mirror as Insomnia right now with Nocta on that Atom, likely just going to be utilizing it for a one-sided soul bond as they play aggressively off of a portal to win out that brawl fight against the defense, find one pick, and snowball it from there with a numbers advantage.
I think we saw that Kai was quite close on the scout here. Likely would have reported this coming on in, and might actually assault the backline, who stay behind to try and make sure that this is... Oh, look at all of those hot spots. Oh, instantly blown up by JJM. The second they walked through, they were corralled in by the Captain America, and that corralling was certainly punished by JJM. The sheepdog moves in, and when the farmer finally takes the meat from the bones, Nocta going to be able to disengage in their own right, but that forced out the Loki regeneration totem, so the Atom was busy elsewhere.
Yeah, that soul bond was too late, and Twitzy being out of that fight is really bad news, because now Think Twice are head and shoulders ahead of Supernova charges, especially since Insomnia are just blocked off, sidelined from the objective, and forced to take all of the spam pressure. It's going to be first fight, and Supernova's already up for Think Twice.
Yeah, just catching a little bit of early poke there to get Relaxing Sky. The early ultimate, We Rise, taken out early by Passivo. And this is just so aggressive here for the side of Insomnia. They did a good job of catching all of that poke as safely as possible to earn their first Strategist ultimate. And now they've got massive control over the point. Can the remainder of Think Twice move in to try and keep this one contested? It's going to be down to Kai to try and make it work. JJM thinks it's winnable, but it's getting harassed from so many different angles. Someone's going to try and stay on the point. In this case, it's going to be FaZe moving forward with the fate of both worlds. They still try and burn the Emma through it, but the health pool is just too large to stand up to. Kai returning as fast as possible, but Nu's already been able to catch up in the back. Nocta might be cooking back here. Relaxing Sky not told about the incoming damage. Nocta could potentially be taken out through this one. Relaxing Sky can't be resurrected in time. It was Kai on the way back who managed to make this one happen. Nocta unable to resurrect themselves in this case, and We Rise finds the final blows in the end.
The lack of Cocoon. Kaj getting picked, coming back from spawn, instantly seeing the Karmic Revival's position and picking the Atom before the Karmic Revival can bring Insomnia back. So they can punish the investment of ultimates that Think Twice had to pile into that fight to finally be able to win it. Now they have to pay the toll of approach and all of the spam damage that it entails. Kaj just putting the pressure, finding the rotation, making sure that his backline isn't left unprotected to meet the other Captain America when Passivo decides to commit.
A nice deep freeze.
Yeah, Passivo, and I think that was the absolute zero already used. And now Twitch is going to start putting down the damage. It's going to make it very difficult for the strategist to try and get LOS onto this Vanguard line. Phasix can't get any healing, really, and it's got to be the Freedom Charge that moves on through here onto the point itself. We Rise, unbelievable accuracy, shutting down Twitzy. Nocta's down already. There's no resurrections that are available this time, as Thanos famously said. It seemed like they had everything they needed to try and get the singular tick.
I mean, the Supernova was used, designed to put pressure onto the backline to split the two halves of the team, so that even if Insomnia didn't find the picks, they still, like you said, had presence on that objective and find that last little bit of point that they needed to finally send us into second. But Kaj survives on the Captain America. Stalls long enough for Supernova to whimper on out and think twice, yet again fortify their position. And Insomnia yet again have so much spam damage sent their way. It does mean that Relaxing Sky gets the build up. The God of Mischief, Passive already in that backline, yet again forcing Think Twice to turn their heads and deal with it as Twitzy finds the 1 versus 1 win. But Kyuubi is going to have a later God of Mischief copy. Both of these Lokis holding on to the copy state as long as possible to get the later Fate of Both Worlds.
Fate of Both Worlds popped out by both teams. The end song's going to be all above. Question is, can they get the damage boost? It won't even hit Terra Firma. Twitzy intercedes in mid-air. Out comes the Sonic Seduction. And raining down from above, Noctis sends Nastrond Crow after Nastrond Crow. A psionic grasp with a psychic spear. Nocta potentially overwhelmed, but Nova healing's going to be more than enough. A desperate attempt to chase out JJM before they can arrive with that Supernova. Freedom Charge popped out here by both Kai and Pasuo. It's plenty of stalling ability that still remains here. The FX, they're going up against a fully charged Forever. This is just going to be so much damage. Rex and QB have fallen over elsewhere. Even with the recontest coming here through from We Rise, I don't think they've got the sustainability necessary. Insomnia just about walk away.
The one thing that could have punished the static position that Insomnia's hand was forced because of the overtime was absent from the fight. JJM getting picked by Twitzy in the Torch 1 versus 1 was crucial. No Supernova to blanket out the Vanguards. Forever 2 getting to utilize the Mind's Aegis on that Emma. Just zoning away the LOS heals from Kubi and Rex onto the 2 Vanguards, making them more vulnerable, allowing finally Insomnia to find that last little bit of point that they needed, but they still haven't got a clean intrusion into second off of the back of it. Think Twice already in position on the high ground, and Insomnia might have to burn the Supernova if they want momentum to continue pushing through.
Oh, they want to focus in on Pasuo instead. The disengagement not good enough. The flame cluster from downtown. JJ manages to get rid of a Vanguard. And this is a lot more safety now for the backline to try and place themselves a touch more audaciously. Still, Noel's essence continues to roll on forward. Twitzy once again is able to really shape this battlefield via the flame tornadoes. They want to try and get rid of a Captain America, separate that backline. JJM flies too close to the sun. A small Icarus for the Human Torch here. We Rise, too scary to try and move up against right now. So this is going to be able to find yet another incident to try and go up against them. And it's a very aggressive usage here of Kyuubi's Fate of Both Worlds. They're forced on back by Hela's Goddess of Death.
Yeah, very aggressive and early usage, which means that Insomnia have the upper hand in terms of staying power in this fight. Relaxing Sky now gets to aggress in forward. The rest of the team move off of the back of their own copied Fate of Both Worlds. New's gonna have their own, so too as Rex. The Supernovas come out from JJM, but Insomnia holding on to the ultimates, refusing to part with the sustainability. They try and stabilize around the corner, but that sets them up to get caught out by the Sonic Seduction. And New's hand is forced. They have to utilize that Lunar Ultimate, and Insomnia need to win the fight now.
Fate of Both Worlds popped by both teams. Ensong Inferno ready to go. You can see that it's already had concentrated fire onto it. Should not be able to hit the ground, but indeed it does. The damage boost, though, not enough to try and carve through the Emma. Frost is too meaty against all of the damage. The Loki regeneration terms have already been expended here, and Twitzy just going to make sure that there's no access for Captain America to the back line. Pasuo on the other side, though, is going to become a little bit more audacious in his own right. A freedom charge forward. Liberty is demanded. Overtime harkens forth. QB just looking for their Lunar Snows to be able to have access to the Fate of Both Worlds. But Ice Art's going to come first, though, to try and carve through the attacking side of Insomnia. Still, there's so much healing that's going to be available. They might need to use it to save everybody here. The Supernova starts to carve through the defense and think twice.
Insomnia have the later God of Mischief, have the later sustainability. If Think Twice don't manage to win in this 12-second duration, Insomnia should be able to pick up second. Think Twice, they're running away, they're trying to disengage, hiding, making sure that they don't lose players. Staggered up with the regeneration domain, the Captain America is going to be able to touch. They've got the Sonic Seduction to potentially break through that choke, but they're still holding onto it rather than burning it. And Insomnia should be able to win out this fight. It's just a matter of cleaning up these staggers before the strange portal can come through.
Yep, Strange made it just in time, but unfortunately there were no healers remaining by the time they touched the point itself. Think Twice once again find overtime to be their nemesis.
Relaxing Sky is just doing such a good job of coming on through with these later God of Mischiefs. He's building it slower than QB. QB's already, by the way, 44% to the next one. So much healing was done in the regeneration domain that Think Twice disengaged into when Insomnia tried to chase into that choke, that this Loki is almost 50% and counting to that next ultimate. However, on third, on all of these open line of sights, Hela reigns supreme in damage output, and Insomnia just continue the ball rolling. Psionic Seduction so Think Twice can't disengage, and Nocta just gets to free fire into the entire team.
Oh, yet another Nastron Crow delivering as well. Nocta really showing off their stuff here.
They're gonna buy back so much time. First and second came down to the wire of overtime with how long these fights have been going, since we're getting back-to-back Loki and Lunar ultimates, without Hela getting the push forward, especially that pick onto the torch before Supernova can come on through. Think Twice can't disengage this fight though. They've got to take it, otherwise Insomnia get the objective to the finish line.
They don't have a space to work with. An early grab onto Forever could be everything, though. Already you can see the usage of the additional of the support ultimates here. The strategists using everything to try and survive it. They're dancing together. It's a tango for two, yes, but in the end, Insomnia seem to be well on top of this, managing to survive everything. JJ managed to find Nocta on an off angle, so far away from the strategists. There was no healing that was available. Rex does their best to keep things prehistoric on the point, keep Noel's essence from going underground. Then it's Kai who's next up. The freedom charge once more rings out across these hallowed halls of Clintar. Passuo feels the exact same though. He's going to be able to match for liberty, match for freedom, and runs free in the backline, looking after Relaxing Sky, channeling their own ultimate here. Passuo falls on down. Think Twice had their advantages. A quick move through of the pentagram of Ferala Forever is punished for their audacity, and the diamond form stops all others from moving on through, just shy of completion.
There's the punishment for how slow in comparison Relaxing Sky was building up the God of Mischief. They use Freedom Charge and run directly at the backline to prevent LOS from Relaxing Sky onto the Luna, which means when the God of Mischief copy comes through, that Freedom Charge that we hear, it's not Passuo's, it's Relaxing Sky's, because that was the only player in Hero that Relaxing Sky had good POV on to go for the cast of God of Mischief so that they didn't get picked before the ultimate could come on out. And unfortunately, Freedom Charge in comparison to Fate of Both Worlds, the two are just on another state of plane.
It's very different utility. Even if it's just down to the area of effect that they offer, so much more difficult to get value out of that Freedom Charge, even if it is a good ultimate.
Yeah, and it's over health as well with the shielding, which means into Phoenix you just get obliterated the second that Endsong Inferno comes up into the mix. However, Insomnia, for how down to the wire first and second went, they got so far through third thanks to a huge magic pick play coming on through from Nocta. No surprises that the Hela is going to be sticking around for that same style of play.
We'll be instantly able to break this window here to have a great overview of the entire battle space. I wonder if we're going to see Kai caught early, trying to make a TP happen. Don't think there's going to be really access to a stun.
The Hela is going to be very vulnerable, which is why they're currently stacked up with that Loki in case the teleport location is directly atop of them. Think Twice, they're not actually committing just yet. They're getting a lay of the land, trying to read out the angles that Insomnia holders. With the Hela and the Torch, you set up crossfires, you set up off angles for your two duelists, and Think Twice want to punish this. Those walls were broken to give a Hela a better POV, but now they get to take advantage with the Punisher's Culling Turret POV instead.
Kai, my friend, was a little bit isolated here. The remainder of Think Twice are going to have to crunch in onto this point rather fast. First tick is going to be denied, so too is access to the Human Torch damage. QB and Rex noted in this small building, and now it's Nocta's turn to creep around the back, and the stealth roll looks good. Unnoted on the approach. It's a 2 versus 1 now, and Rex finds that the Chicxulub Meteor has been reborn in the form of an Asgardian death goddess.
Great jump coming on through from Nocta, immediately onto the Loki in the second. The Loki is removed off of the back of Soul Drainer into primary. Twitzy takes advantage of the attention that the Hela draws and commits fully in through the front door of Side Room. Think Twice now, they've lost the advantage of that portal. Now we're going to see the damage that this torch can do, the spam, the slow of the rotation from Think Twice's players, which then leads in to the follow-up pressure from the Hela coming on through.
Twitzy. Difficult to dislodge from this angle. It's playing just outside of the range of the beam as well, but every time they move on in, Nocta can just wrap around the back and have such free access to the backline QB under stress, and that means an early usage of the greens. Oh, the regeneration domain isn't available then for Kai, who gets caught by the piercing Soul Drainer in the back.
Yeah, think twice. They're trying to just rotate from main under the guise of all of the natural covers so that they can put themselves onto point, force Insomnia into taking a brawl fight where the Heller is traditionally weak into. They might be able to chip away bit by bit, point percentage by point percentage, the free that they need. However, every single time they're stopped and stalled, one pick comes on through from Insomnia's end, and everyone else from Think Twice topples over. They've got the ultimates this time around. The Captain America even caught out by something like a Soul Drainer. With that Freedom Charge has much more staying power, but he gets scouted immediately, and they back on off because that was a premature God of Mischief copy, which means that Relaxing Sky, sooner rather than later, is going to have to commit the ultimate.
Yep, and that's going to be the commitment right there, given on over. Still Think Twice. They find themselves on the point, waiting to fight this one out, and attempt to try and burst through the healing, and indeed it's given over. The good soul gained there by the Psychic Spear. Twitzy caught in mid-air, but it's going to be traded out here by Forever, who managed to seduce Johnny in mid-air themselves. There's going to be no end song that's available for a while, as Passuo just going to do their best to try and keep this one contested. Remember, there's still the option for the re-engage off the back of something akin to maybe a pentagram of Ferala, and Nocta's certainly going to be needing it as Passuo dances around as best they can. Yet another re-engage coming on through. A Supernova with so much sustainability behind it means that FCX just forced to disengage.
Yeah, Think Twice. They can't afford to lose this fight. They've only got 39 seconds left on the clock. Kai almost goes down, does get picked, goes the Phoenix. The Captain America at least makes it on for, and the Captain America is more reliable for this overtime contest coming on out. College has to be the opening, but you can see that Insomnia, they know this. They're checking out that left side. Twitzy is going to make it so hard for that Captain America to get past and touch.
Oh man, the Iron Fist playing goalkeeper indeed. Just interceding every time that Kai tries to make a play here. Passuo. Oh, wow, Twitzy just can't dodge away in mid-air. JJM, very accurate, combined with the hit scan prowess of the Phoenix. And that's going to once again be an attempt to try and isolate that backline. A quick explosion of those flame zones could be everything. You could try and get through Relaxing Sky, but no, just booped right back once again into that regeneration domain. Popped it in advance, a mid-air harassment of Johnny Storm coming through. The Kunlun kick is more than enough to extinguish his flame for a while longer. QB able to match out here when it comes to a fate of both worlds. Everyone's feeling all of the healing, but now heading in towards the back, it's going to be Kai with a Vibranium Energy Sword who cuts through the defense of Insomnia. Those who remain can't stand up to the might, and it seems like this should finally be a capture for Think Twice.
Off of the damage boosted, amplified by Fate of Both Worlds, copied QB ultimate, We Rise comes on through with the end song Inferno, and from the ashes, Think Twice are able to salvage their symbiotic surface, salvage themselves the second high ground hold now. Insomnia, they have the better ultimate economy, but they don't have the better positioning to take advantage of it. And you can already see Think Twice angling, trying to make sure that that convoy continues pushing so that they can take a fight around corner and intrude into the space of their ultimates. The wares of where Insomnia want to place their backline to stabilize, something Insomnia cannot possibly allow. They have to get aggressive, trying to open things up with that Amazonic Seduction, but they just don't have the follow-up that they're looking for. And Think Twice, with just a pure Fate of Both Worlds, are going to be able to circumvent it.
I'm wondering why Forever ended up dropping off the high ground there. Was well out of LOS of any of their strategists, and I think just presented themselves as too easy a target to take down amidst all that.
I mean, Nocta is now going to be off of the Iron Fist back over towards that Heller. It's been particularly trying for the Captain America to have to deal with as the Soul Drainer every single time Kai gets low. Grabs him right back into a punishable position, but Insomnia are definitely going to have a task ahead of them. Into the Supernova, they immediately have to go. The backline already fully split from the entirety of the team. Regeneration domain was up, but the doppelganger position wasn't. And it's the Fate of Both Worlds so that Insomnia can adjust that position and try and keep a hold of Think Twice's high ground hold.
Oh, We Rise almost hit with a 5-person conflux of healing right there. Out comes the Freedom Charge, has to be used just to save the life of the Captain America. Was looking to be added to the armies of hell here by Noctu. She's able to lay down so much easy fire. A supernova now declared by Twitzy is going to do a bunch of damage, but it seems like Think Twice have been happy enough just to disengage and avoid all of this. Now it's down to QB to try and make it happen, moving forward with the fate of both worlds. But guess who was outside of the LOS there? It was We Rise, who won't be able to regenerate themselves in the midst of all of this. Twitzy down to 99 HP, but has for Snowflakes. So plenty of healing can come on through. Kai able to easily disengage back to the loving arms of our strategist. And it's a second ultimate coming through from Relaxing Sky, the last ultimate that's needed. JJM caught on the off angle. It's a full disengage.
Relaxing Sky with that Fate of Both Worlds is going to allow Insomnia to keep pushing. They knew it was a full disengage, and they just continue tearing away at Think Twice's composition. Psionic Seduction used to extend the fight, catch even more stagger. So even though JJM swapped over to the Doctor Strange, the teleport recontest, it's just going to be staggers coming on through from the team one by one out of the portal. They have to fall onto the objective, and one by one they will be dealt with. Regeneration Domain immediately blitz through. Ensong Inferno charred before it can hit the ground. Kai's coming back on the 4 of all things because the portal's closed and he has to just use the dash of the surge to get to the fight faster. And all in the meantime, Insomnia have been able to hold on long enough to get another Lunar Ultimate on the field.
No stuns delivered from the Iron Agamotto, and up above it seems to be that Hela reigns supreme. Once again, she continues getting her kingdom expanded. Rex for next to fall on down. QB surely is going to be following shortly after. Passiveway perfect when it comes to the animation. Cans a quick grip of the Sorcerer Supreme by the throat, and you can't spell your way out of this one, son. Forever dominant when it comes to point battles. FZX, what can they do but fall and think twice? Not quite so lucky here on the Symbiotic surface.
There was one moment where it was just determined immediately, and it's when We Rise gets picked, because Ensong Inferno was up. Ensong Inferno was fully 100% charged, and they had Fate of Both Worlds going through. So in that 12-second window, if the Phoenix Ultimate had come on out and they'd swapped over to the 40% damage boost, everyone on the side of Insomnia would have been incinerated. But the target focus from Insomnia, understanding, anticipating when the Lunar Ultimate comes out, it's the signal flare into the sky that the damage, that follow-up is going to be present, and you have to break the cycle. You have to either target something like a Doctor Strange so that Maelstrom of Madness doesn't get souped up, or in the instance of this composition, you have to deny that Phoenix getting the ultimate off of the ground, and that's exactly what they do. And then they understand with the constraints of time, it's going to be a full disengage call from the side of Think Twice. They're going to be setting up a portal, so they just continue pushing with Psionic Seduction to make sure that the regroup when it comes through is as messy as it possibly can be.
All right, let's jump into our highlights here to see some of the best plays from Symbiotic Surface. This one is turning out to be quite the series here, Marks. It like it could have gone either way. Definitely there was a world where Think Twice could have definitely held on first here as well. They had quite the difficult defense to break at the beginning of Symbiotic Surface, but it seems like Passiveway, there's a reason that we know them as an excellent cap player. They do get so much value off that hero, and I wouldn't be surprised if Insomnia once again go back to making sure they don't pan out the cap for their own.
You know, it's always Insomnia in overtime on Symbiotic Surface. Every single time we look at this team, every single time they're able to come on through and just find that magic moment turnaround, be it off of a Wolverine Adam Warlock composition. This time around, they're able to find that really late hit onto the Phoenix, then just continue pulling away all of the momentum on the side of Think Twice with the Psionic Seduction. Wonderful calls as well to identify those niche scenarios. Like, that's what really defines a professional player. When you don't just see the everyday strategies, you identify, okay, this is a very certain situation that we find ourselves in where we need to deviate from the traditional game plan. But if we do, we're going to be able to find so much success from it.
I'd love to see a pivot back to maybe a Wolverine Protect second here for Think Twice, given that I don't think they need to protect the EMEA, given that Forever 774 is usually going to be trying to play that in their own right. I don't know if banning the EMEA is particularly in the interest of Insomnia, but we'll see how Think Twice try and augment their own bans after this break.
me, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
One-to-one in the lower bracket of MRC EMEA. Insomnia GG and Think Twice are both fighting for their tournament lives here as our series is heating up, Miles.
Yes, and we're getting to see the draft system evolve as the series continues. The Wolverine ban proved paramount to Insomnia being able to walk away with that symbiotic surface. Now, as we head into Egressor Path, we're going to have to see how Think Twice are going to be adapting, as this map has, well, a very good potential for that Wolverine, but so too does it have a very good potential for things like the Psylocke, which we have been seeing target banned out again and again, as I'm sure it's going to probably go as no surprise if the Loki and Luna is able to engineer through the draft system yet again, as this being MLC, bans are universal, and both teams are going to have access to that full stall composition coming out from their backline side.
Yeah, it seems like Loki Luna's probably going to be a composition both of these teams are very comfortable with. QB very good at the Loki, same for Relaxing Sky. The backlines here are fairly comfortable, just going with the full meta. So I imagine that's going to continue rolling on forward, given that Insomnia, a lot of they seem to have a more reactive ban phase to Think Twice, who generally try and corner some of the hero pools of Insomnia. For instance, getting rid of Twitzy with the Psylocke and instead forcing them over towards the Human Torch, where JJM seems very comfortable.
Yeah, there goes that Psylocke ban coming on through. Now, are we going to be seeing Insomnia yet again target out things like We Rise's Ultron so that they can avoid a triple strategist line, as that was another winning combination to take away the backline strength and turn it into more of a 2 versus 2 mirror matchup for the strategist line. And indeed, there we go. We Rise and JJM, if the Human Torch is able to make it through into that mirror matchup, is going to be weakened for the Flyer duel.
Next up comes the Protector, Insomnia.gg. And this time it's going to be the Magneto. This has been one of the bans that Think Twice have deployed previously. And they have actually deployed a Venom ban before as well. I'm not sure if that one's going to be quite as necessary. We're going to face down with the Protect of Magneto. Now for their own.
I feel like Venom is easier to shut down than Captain America, though, purely because so much of your crowd control abilities actually land on the Venom, and indeed there's the save onto the Captain America. So even if something like that Luna's Freeze is able to connect onto the Vanguard, well, that's going to be a very big if, because the shield can just bounce the projectile back, as well as that Freedom Charge giving all of the survivability to the team, not just the Venom. But this is very interesting that Think Twice actually ban out the Human Torch, as we did get to see a Torch 1 versus 1 go down continuously between Twitzy and JJM, and JJM was getting the better of it more than a fair few times.
Yeah, no surprise that it's going to be the reactive early ban of Wolverine here as well, knowing that if they've opted for the Torch ban, JJM wants to play Wolverine, because otherwise JJM will be playing this. Oh, they're actually going to protect the Phoenix here, which is interesting considering that We Rise was doing incredibly well on the Phoenix, and Nocta has been preferring the Hela thus far.
True, but Phoenix and Magneto are, well, a match made in heaven for the team who can find the combination, and the opposite for the team that are having to deal with it, as it has enough damage to be able to punch through even the strategist heal per second of both a Loki and Luna copied ultimate. So it's definitely going to be putting more of a strain onto the strategists to have to deal with, as Think Twice are going to be saving that Emma. So I think we're actually going to be seeing a deviation of the Vanguard lineup here, although we're no stranger to seeing triple Vanguard lines on Egressor Path, especially on the defense, now that teams like Envy over on the side of America have popularized the whole strategy.
Not sure if I'm particularly jiving with the Venom ban here, given that it seems like fairly telegraphed that Insomnia would potentially run the Mag and the Emma. Would have loved to have seen maybe a disruption to the...
Harry breathes a sigh of relief, because no longer does he have to play-by-play a fight of a God of Mischief copying a Luna and also having access to Regeneration Domain and Freedom Charge. The play-by-play voice will be able to survive these team fights. We'll have to see whether or not these teams are going to be able to survive Egressor Path as we get ready to head into round number 3. Here we go, getting ready to head into this defense coming on through. Insomnia, yet again, going to be showcasing off that triple Vanguard line, but this time there's even more extra sustain applied to it. We've got the Rocket VFE strategy, the Atom Soul Bond, the Rejuvenation Cocoon if the Atom gets picked early, and the Comic Revival to bring everybody back to the fold. So think twice, all hands are on deck. This is a full damage burst potential composition with the Storm in the pond.
Yeah, JJM moving out on the aura damage boost of a Storm. Unsurprising when faced with this. Forever already exploited. Just was isolated there by all of those walls that were erected by FCX. Very good heads-up play there from the other group. There's going to be yet another Terracate moving in towards the group. The healing just being pumped out here from Rex. He's already halfway to the Eternal Bomb.
Yeah, but Relaxing Sky is keeping pace, and then some. 76% of all of this incoming damage onto the side of Forever, who was brought back by the Rocket BRB. However, Insomnia had to give up ground outside of the spawn, lacking that group, waiting for the reposition to come in force. The Think Twice have been able to break into the open space and round the corner. Cosmic Ion Amplifier broken almost immediately as Think Twice expend both the Emma and the Luna ultimate to broker a fight around corner.
New resurrections coming on through. Nu's going to be coming back the same as Forever. Inside. Oh, that's a nice wall of healing coming up. This may allow for some survival in the face of a strangling prison. Still, so many resources have already been used here from the side of Insomnia and from Think Twice to try and turn this one around. Forever's going to be crunched in their own right angle. They may be cranking 90s, but they're going to be cranking their way back to a point here, potentially through a portal as Insomnia are wiped.
Yeah, Nocta uses the resources in opposite cycles. Casts Comic Revival and then utilizes Rejuvenation Cocoon afterwards so that he still doesn't manage to find the reses after the ultimate has ended. Now we get to see that strange TP recontest. Password does indeed have that Meteor, and you don't have to worry about holding on to it. Try and counterplay a Final Judgment coming on through from the side of Think Twice. And they might actually just hold on to it to keep FCX's Strangling Prison in check, but no, it has to be used to create space and push Think Twice back, which means that Strangling Prison, unless it's blocked by a shield, is gonna find the target it's looking for.
Yeah, Twisty doesn't have that much left on the shield to begin with right here, allowing it to regenerate as they build up towards that Dark Maelstrom. Like to go instantly and to not get anti-healed. And now to Think Twice, they have to decide how they want to try and make this one work. Moving in towards the side, Kai demands attention with the Sonic Seduction. Multiple players grabbed on in by the Strangling Prison. They are all hit by the Terror Kick. The healing's more than good enough to keep Insomnia in the face of this. Oh, quick interceding, stopping the Eye of Agamotto, closing it before it can be opened. Carbon Crush gets it done. Relaxing Sky creates a little orbit of healing around the goats of the cart to make sure that it's a sustainable area for Insomnia. We rise overwhelmed by Relaxing Sky, who grips through the Darkfall to take down Frank Castle. The Storm noted in the midst of no area, and Twitsy's able to quickly rack them with the dark energies.
Still, there's a question mark over Nocta's Comic Revival position. Think Twice can just send in the Hurricane directly over the spot and try and punish it if Password uses the Meteor M to one-shot the Storm. We Rise gets a free Final Judgment. I have Agamotto starts things up, and again the Carbon Crush comes through. However, they were so busy turning onto the Doctor Strange, no one anticipates the Meteor M hurtling towards them. Pumped up by the damage coming on through from that Final Judgment, and Insomnia stand tall. As we can see, Nocta's silhouette actually through the wall. He's still set up in a position for the Comic Revival fight.
We're still waiting. We Rise, moving forward on the Winter Soldier now, position with the ground, someone out of position. The Omega Hurricane can head towards the backs here, and it might well force out some Earth. Oh, Forever's well out of position right there, and the Omega Hurricane is still doing so much damage. Yeah, there's going to be a quick resurrection coming on through, but the damage might have already been done. 4 players resurrected now by Nocta, but their health is going to start to deteriorate here. So they have to move inside of the path, laying down by their Cloak and Dagger. That's going to be a big Strangling Prison. 4 players in, the Culling Aura starts to accrue. That's going to be a big Agamotto on top of it as well. 3 players stunned away by Twitsy, and it's still the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier on top of it all. Think Twice yet to fall, though. New noted from downtown. Double headshot from across the stern, and We Rise once again demands for this team rise to the occasion. Muscle over next to fall. Overwhelmed Twitsy should be. I'm not sure if they're going to have access to the portal yet again.
The Winter Soldier is just able to overwhelm the sustainability that Insomnia had. They expended so much living that strangling prison. We saw such a good terror cape. They are going to try and make a play for an overtime recontest. Forever coming back in on the Jeff a little bit faster. The teleport is indeed in play. We realize the Ray plays the off angle though. Finds the pick onto the Atom. That's going to be forcing the rejuvenation cocoon early. That also means that the live stream snaps are not there to keep the team reinvigorated. Out comes the Hurricane trying to catch on to the strategist. The Jeff isn't able to escape, and the Hurricane is going to be able to land entirely onto 2 before turning back over to the objective itself. This is Think Twice managing to hold on. Their duelists absolutely clutching out the moment when the team needed.
Unbelievable presence of mind from JJM and We Rise to make that one work right there. The Omega Hurricane managing to find 2 frags, certainly a huge part of that. Noctis swapped over onto the Moon Knight. I mean, it's a bit of a Noctis special, but I'm not sure if I'm a huge believer.
Thanks for the boost.
Yeah, I mean, now you're not going to have Soul Bond to try and survive the strangling prison. You are going to be able to build up your ultimate incredibly quickly. They might actually just try and use the Hand of Khonshu, overlapping the strangling prison, coming on through from Think Twice's end. But Think Twice pushed on up the confidence all in the world off of the healing supplied by the Eternal Bond. Are just going to make a play before Insomnia already and use the strangling prison to catch them on the tail end to just lengthen out the fight longer, get more staggers, which then translates into yet more objective distance for free.
Just a buffet of squishies, and Kai was eating good that time already. So much progress has been made on the cart, making up for lost time on A. And we've still got to get through, got to excavate their way through the walls that can be brought up here by the
ammo.
It's going to be isolating the Emma indeed. Yes, believe a support ult, both New and Sky. If one falls, it could be everything. Twitzy finally taken down to the ground. Oh, they're right on the point!
Yep. Yep.
Oh, no, this is ruinous. This is ruinous, Marks.
Yes, not in time. And so Insomnia now are going to have to take a fight when they're lacking precious players. And Think Twice's respawn is right there, as to other win conditions. Kraken Impacts, Hurricane, all going to be available if they even need them. However, Insomnia with the poke pressure and just the Vanguards being able to hold the line long enough, allow a Reavers to come through in full. But you can see that they're still getting ready to disengage. They have to respect the disparity of these ultimates, and that's exactly what the Storm is going to look to punish. Out into the backline they go, catching them right into that damage boost pumped up from Hugo's ultimate too. Insomnia just don't have a leg to stand on.
I mean, so no strategist ults? Yeah, it's just that easy for JJM. And now Rex is going to have a significant advantage as well. Relax and Sky and New are only halfway there. The Eternal Bond's good to go.
I mean, you have to be so concerned too about the Kraken Impact from We Rise. It's going to be up to Passalo to try and shut this down, but you have to choose. You try and shut down the Eternal Bond, or do you try and shut down the Kraken Impact? One is going to give Think Twice all of the sustain to keep the fight going, and the other is going to be the win condition that finally has stopped the damage to find the picks. The choice has been made. They're looking for the Cloak and Dagger, and they find them. Rex falls crucially, and Insomnia will remain in control.
Big rescue there from Patsuo. Exactly what was needed to give Insomnia a second lease on life. This gives time for New and Relaxing Sky to start building up.
Still 1 minute left. Think Twice. They've got Strangling Prison. They've got that Kraken Impact. Insomnia need to buy the time right now for their strategists to build up these ultimates and have the durability to live the Wombo combo. That's why Passalo is so far forward. So too is Forever. The Magneto has the Curtain and the Bulwark just to make sure that they survive all of this post pressure and translate it into Eternal Bond. If only New who was healing to make sure that that one was brought up and running for this next engagement.
FCX already falling low, maybe getting a little bit audacious, looking for something like this Strangling Prison. For now, though, it's going to be all about holding your nerve if you're New. Twitzy taking a bunch of damage, but the primary fire healing is going to be more than enough. Weaver's already taken him down. Kai brings out the pressure, but QB in the back is sniped down by Passalo. It's just such good accuracy. An absolute alpha strike into the back, and only 15 seconds remain. We've got to try and teleport, but Passalo is going to be there.
Oh yeah, they're looking to cut that teleport off. You can't teleport and spawn. You've got to be outside it, which means that you walk into all of that damage, the Strangling Prison even, to keep up the pressure, forcing the Strange to have to keep holding the shield so he can't even go into teleport cast. And I mean, that was just Insomnia taking what they did to win Symbiotic Surface to the next level. They managed to prevent the win condition cycle from Think Twice, and then they lengthen out the fight, even casting that Eternal Bond into Ensong Inferno to force the disengage, catching the tail end of the disengage, finding those staggers, understanding that Think Twice aren't going to have the opportunity to regroup. If it had gone wrong and that teleport had come into play, their entire ultimate economy would have been spent. They would have been at the mercy of the Strangling Prison and Kraken Impact, and they would have had nothing to stand up to it. But they read the room, they read the time bank perfectly.
Yeah, it was a great read, making sure that there was no room to set up that pentagram of Ferala. And honestly, Pasue, they had to hit that Meteor M onto the opposing Eternal Bond. If they hadn't hit that, Think Twice, they would have had all the sustainability in the world, and Insomnia would have been halfway towards their strategist ultimate. I think it would have been a snowball, but what a clutch from Pasue.
True, but the hardest part of the map, it's not done yet. They have to get all the way into third, and we have seen many a full hold on Egressor path as the seasons have gone by. You can see that Insomnia, they're already on a composition anticipating that triple Vanguard line, so that Think Twice can just chunk as much time off the bank as they possibly can. So even if you win first, eventually you'll dwindle down to absolutely naught when it really matters. And yep, it's not a triple Vanguard line, so out come the swaps. Nocta, though, sticking on this Moon Knight. Okay, goes back over to this one. I was going to say, we've got one-sided damage boost. We're just going to try and walk directly onto We Rise right now.
Actually going to be matching on the Punisher as well. One of the less expected mirror matches, honestly, the Punisher Storm. It's kind of a remnant of a bygone era when it came to our esports metas. Nocta, I believe, does get afflicted by that Terra Cave, but seems they're going to be able to hide away from all the incoming damage for now. FCX might get a little bit too frisky with it, though. Yeah, Nocta is caught overextended trying to claim that high ground.
Yeah, can't hide that one. Unfortunately, though, the Emma goes a little bit too far forward. Gets immediately carbon crushed out by the mirror. The kill from the rest of the team is immediate, though. The Bulwark coming on through from the Magneto. And Neo actually just gets to take advantage of the situation, matching now the Eternal Bond charge coming on through from Rex. Both of these strategists, it's a game of chicken now. The second the Eternal Bond comes through, so too is a follow-up aggressive ultimate going to come out to mirror it. However, you forced Rex to use this before the final judgment's ready from the side of Rex. And that potentially sets up a pick onto the Punisher, but New is the one that pulls instead.
Stop the Omega Hurricane, and now an attempt to try and break through the Omega Hurricane with the usage of the final judgment. It can get through that extra HP so quickly. Metallic Curtain can absorb almost infinite amounts of damage, but now it's Forever's turn. An attempt to shut it down once again, but not too much payback gained off the back of the Meteor M. For Insomnia, everything seems to be going right. They've isolated a Cloak and Dagger, has to move into the Dark Dimension, and going through this area towards the car is just too perilous to do. Insomnia still get themselves a bonus at the end, and they've got quite the time bank for second.
There's the punishment of We Rise's earlier investment of that final judgment. CC immunity, normally when an Emma ultimate is being used to secure space for the other side, you pop that Punisher ultimate and you can just continue walking aggressively forward, but Insomnia didn't have to worry about a final judgment. It had been used previously. Off of the back of that one, Forever gains all of the zoning control. Think Twice just get absolutely pushed into one close-up space entirely off of the objective too. They've been able to gather around one corner, but it's not the first corner, which means that if they give up ground, that objective is getting closer and closer to second for very little time spent, which is going to bleed into an absolute smorgasbord of seconds for Insomnia to have to play with into third.
Going to be an Omega Hurricane available for JJM. Of course, they only lost 50% of it after getting carbon crushed out of it last time. Oh, that's a very ambitious Eternal Bond here, but at least we're not going to miss it when it comes to that last contest. Out comes the Omega Hurricane. On these Terra-caped players, it might be quite dangerous, but even caught within the mind control, it seems like they're just going to survive now and can come in with their own. It's going to be a matchup here of the final judgment. The damage is just too much to bear. They only exist hypothetically when faced with double miniguns of Frank Castle as he pours out raw justice. Overthink Twice, who thought they could stand up against this much. A slam into the wall, a slam forward for the car. This is going to be a 3rd-point defense.
The target focus from Insomnia is just absolutely stellar. And unfortunately for Think Twice, all they can do is give up second forward spawn and teleport to third to make sure that their Punisher in that final judgment does not get staggered. This is the win condition. This is the thing that's going to allow Think Twice to finally stop this momentum coming on through. Sonic Seduction is there for forever, but as we've discussed, the Punisher ultimate means that it's not going to be finding the same level of value as it was previously, so Insomnia are going to be very careful about how they invest it. They know that the final judgment is going to be used to counter it, so they baited it! The Emma made it look like they were pushing off of the ultimate, but the entire team from Insomnia were away, and they just disengaged. Think Twice's master plan is scuppered.
Great pull-out right there. Knocked it. Now I'm going to be able to drag everyone forward, potentially, with something like a Goddess boost that's going to be available in 2 seconds, and that's a huge amount of damage that's going to be available. Maybe Massimo gets extra damage off the back of the Meteor M, and it means it's easy to carve on through, but quickly summoned Mind. The Aegis from FCX keeps everyone else safe. Kai's fallen long down, but everyone becomes the vanguard when you've got this much healing available. Twitzy went out a little bit too far, instantly going to be grabbed when it comes to that mind control. Both of the strategists, in fact, might find themselves disabled in the back here. A quick grab at the soul, but the weather might prove too inclement to try and survive. Forever overwhelmed, and Insomnia forced to disengage. They don't have a bolt to sit on car.
They've got Fate of both worlds though. Fate of both worlds to pocket the Punisher. It's going to be a mirror match right now. Think Twice desperately need to build up the final judgment to stand up to Insomnia. They can't afford to give up ground. Otherwise, Insomnia just get the objective for free. Really, it's going to come down to trying to shut down both of these puns. And for the Magnetos, neither of them have the ultimate to try and send a reaction check through.
QB has to be iron will with this ultimate re-rise. Going to be pocketed through this potentially. Oh, FCX is so far away though, can't get into the range in time of the healing that Fate of both worlds was going to provide. Twitzy going to survive this one despite the 5-person terror cape coming on forward. Now there's nothing to defend them from the Sonic Seduction. Kai once again is going to be isolated with Botanic Bulwark news for themselves. They cannot get onto the point. Insomnia clean up the play, and it's going to be 2-1 now in this series.
Yeah, Think Twice just did not have that Eternal Bond ready, so they had to have one person anchoring the objective to make sure that they didn't just abandon it. When the Sonic Seduction came on through, everybody else was trying to play out of reach of that Emma ultimate and hope that Eternal Bond would be built up in the interim before it comes on through. But again, Insomnia perfect reads, ultimate tracking on absolute point. The first, second, and third, because they made some insane gamble plays on second where they come on through, where they're being pushed around that corner with the Sonic Seduction coming on through from FCX. Patsolo actually utilizes Meteor M for the CC immunity to make sure that the rest of Think Twice's players can't capitalize on the space that their M has been created. And at the time, We Rise was less than 10% away from Final Judgment. So it's up to Twitzy to be able to make sure that he finds the pick in his ultimate. He gets Bulwark bubbled by Patsolo to just send him directly after the Punisher. And wouldn't you believe it, the first person to fall when that final judgment comes on through, it's We Rise. And from that, the dominoes just tumble one after the other.
Going to have some highlights available for you real soon, but for Think Twice, we've got to start thinking about the band stage for the next map already. Do you pivot into protecting the Wolverine first instead of a cap, given that you didn't see the cap at all this time? Have a look at these highlights and maybe you can make a decision for yourself. Everyone in chat is obviously very qualified to be a coach. Look at this bait that came on through to make sure no one was looking at Passivo, who got so much value out of their ults in this matchup.
Just look at the pretty shiny Strange, the one who's ulting that you can immediately stop with Carbon Crush. Like, this is what Insomnia did perfectly. They read the predictability. They looked at how we see ultimates and the reactions to those ultimates, and they flipped the script. They knew into Emma Frost, Doctor Strange would never be able to come on through with an Ivago motor connection, so they used it as a bait, just the way that they knew when they used Sonic Seduction on third, it would immediately bait out the final judgment coming on through from the side of the Punisher. So they literally made sure that that ultimate of Sonic Seduction baited out the win condition of the final judgment, and then when we got reset back into the neutral, their entire team was still intact to keep on pushing. And yeah, they didn't win the fight there and then, but they got the objective so close to the finish line that when we went to the fight afterwards and we saw the final judgment versus final judgment, all they needed was to push the team back with the threat of a pick rather than actually physically finding those picks, and the map was done.
Yeah, and the Storm is such a great tool for a team that wants to engage in that kind of in that kind of like engagement design because of a speed boost and the damage boost that's available to really make things a bit more threatening. We'll have to see if Think Twice can figure out how they want to adjust this with their bans or their playstyle and get themselves back into this series. Otherwise, Insomnia can take a 3-1 after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Match point for Insomnia.gg recovering after a little bit of a gut punch on Midtown. Seems like Insomnia have managed to figure out their mirror matches here and got one over on Think Twice as we head over to our fourth map, Marks.
Yeah, Insomnia, not only have they been able to figure out the mirror matches, they've also taken advantage of the sort of 1+1 nature that has been Marvel Rivals' formula for the past couple of seasons. Like, okay, if this ultimate comes on through, you're immediately going to react with this. And it's actually a really, really smart way of doing it, because now, not only have you found value in punishing the predictability of a team, you've also now sown the seeds of paranoia. Because if you think twice, every single time a Doctor Strange Eye of Agamotto comes through, you're going to be second guessing whether or not that's the actual thing that Insomnia are trying to use to actually win a fight, or if there's something lying under the surface that you have to be able to watch out for, which is then going to play havoc in terms of communication and the speed at which you're able to make your decisions.
Yeah, second guessing yourself when it comes to wondering if there's a trap can be just as dangerous as the trap itself when it comes to, like you said, the efficiency of communication. And a game that's as fast-paced as Marvel Rivals, it really can get one over on you when a team has outplanned your innate responses. It's very hard to get rid of the knee-jerk reaction to a certain stimuli that you have as, say, an Emma player or a Luna player or a Cloak and Dagger player. There are certain things that get programmed into you that you might have to second-guess yourself through.
Yeah, and the longer that fights go on as well, especially if you're playing on something like a domination map, well, the more point percentage you allow your opponent to take control of, as well as you let them build up their ultimate economy better because they're in positions of being able to cloak and do damage more, as indeed we are going to be headed over to that domination type that we were talking about. It's going to be Krakoa, as Insomnia are teetering on the edge of map point. Can they find this win against a 3-1 Think Twice, knocking them out of the tournament for good? As yet again, the bans after that map number 1 remain the same. Instant banning the Ultron, instant banning that Psylocke to put pressure onto Twitzy, but also to slowly remove We Rise's hero pool.
Okay, so Insomnia here going for the early protect on Torch, I really like, as it means that they are... Wait, did we see JJ... M subbed out for MHQ? Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we don't know quite as much about MHQ's hero pool. They are currently hovering for Lord Johnny Storm. And yeah, that's going to be once again just the camp protector. Same as Think Twice have been doing basically all the way down Rex. Well, they have been in, but mostly playing, I believe, the Lunar Snow thus far.
I mean, if the Cap, Loki, and Luna all manage to make it through on a domination map type, it's just going to be a matter of stall fights coming on through for both of those teams, where it's not imperative that you win a fight as long as you're in control of the point. It's just not losing it and letting the other side find that flip. As I'm very surprised that Magneto has been able to make it as far through this draft as he has. As Think Twice, they're going to be removing one component of that Vanguard line. Away goes the Emma Frost, so no Psionic Seduction, putting pressure and forcing Think Twice into uncomfortable positions where they have to try and second guess whether or not Psionic Seduction is actually the opening of a fight Insomnia are searching for.
Okay, that's going to be the main need to protect here. Think Twice. What do they want to make sure remains on the field? Perhaps Wolverine? Maybe even a Luna here for Loki. Well, that makes sense. QB is a fantastic Loki player, although internally I am screaming.
And also into that Magneto, you have the ability to allow your team to sustain and survive through the one-shot component of that meteorite as long as regeneration domain is going to be up and active. And so too, do you have the opportunity to copy a Luna Snow, as she has not yet been melted, as the Cloak and Dagger is going to be removed. So no Terror Cape coming out, not any opportunity to utilize the iframe of Dark Teleportation to dodge through some of those one-shot potential hits of something like that Magneto if it comes to the forefront.
All right, Mantis gone as well, trying to remove any triple strategist shenanigans. Although Noctua, of course, still has access to the Adam Warlock if it is going to be necessary.
True, but you don't get amplified one-sided damage boost onto your Human Torch because we are going to have an aerial dogfight going on for control of this domination map. As Tootsie and MHQ, I'm sure, are going to be going head-to-head as we head in to this round of Krakoa. Well, as we get ready to head in, the pressure truly is on the side of Think Twice. We're actually going to see WeRise on the side of the Winter Soldier to take advantage of the fact that Lokis are going to be on the field. So those doppelgangers are going to be able to provide all of the resets for the Kraken Impact, as well as putting more pressure onto Twitzy, so that it's not a fair 1 versus 1 between those two Human Torches.
Yeah, Noct is going to be picking up once again this Hela, which was a fairly signature hero of Nocta during previous Ignite runs. Very proficient on this raw hit scan. Relaxing Sky still having control of the high ground here. It's going to be assailed by the Captain America. That forced out the Ice Darts from the Luna. But FCX makes sure that the disengagement is rather safe. And now Think Twice are already starting to accrue a little bit of control on the point itself.
Still, Insomnia are actually able to keep Relaxing Sky up with the Divas Exchange rather than the Regeneration Domain, which means that they've still got the crystals to hold their frontline core onto this point. However, now that that one's been burned, we're going to see Think Twice angling for a little bit of spam pressure. They have to be aware of where the hell it could be playing from, and QB is absolutely aware of that duelist position. Takes Nocta down, which frees up the position for both MHQ and WeRise to get so much more aggressive.
Yeah, and having the additional slow ability of generating the overhealth while you... Oh, okay. We rise, making sure that there's not going to be any extra Loki clones around, and starting the chain of... Again, actually just going for a disengage there into the Loki regeneration domains. Remember that Think Twice still haven't captured the point here, and it's going to be down to Passimo to keep this one contested. Here comes the second Fate of Both Worlds. Oh boy!
Yeah, and Think Twice are probably going to have the third rotation of Fate of Both Worlds too, as QB is going to be holding on to the God of Mischief coming on out. WeRise tries to put the pressure and find an opening pick. It's actually going to be a Freedom Charge for Freedom Charge Mirror up to the Magneto to shut it down. QB's ultimate prematurely muted by that Magneto, and that one pick should finally cement a point control for Insomnia's end.
Yeah, trying to get so much min-maxed value out of the God of Mischief, but they end up getting 0 value in the end. Cannot force the ultimate quick enough, and therefore cannot get the overshield to survive all the damage that Forever was going to put down on top of them.
Well, silver lining, WeRise utilizing Kraken Impact so early in that last fight means that he's going to have it up and available before a defensive is on the table for Insomnia. Unfortunately, that silver lining is looking a little bit faded as he has to get into a position to utilize that ultimate, and you're now going into all of the spam pressure from the Human Torch and the pick potential of this Hela. So that Winter Soldier's rotation is going to have to be incredibly slow and measured, which means that a counter rotation comes on through from Insomnia's back line. However, that Human Torch is not able to avoid all of the damage safely, and now the Kraken Impact is in a much better salvageable position because it's on point instead.
Perfect tainted voltage. Nocta getting up close and personal. Quick flick into a headshot. Manages to put Johnny to bed for now. Takes to the skies to make sure that the Captain America's not going to have an easy time trying to retake this one. And the large area of effect of an Astrond Crows easily carves through these interlopers. The Marauders who tried to take away the territory of Insomnia despite their opening pick.
Kraken Impact was used in that fight too. WeRise is off of the Winter Soldier onto the Hela because it just has to be a distance-for-distance duel between these duelists. Think Twice, they are going to have that Fate of Both Worlds, but Insomnia, they do have that Meteor M, and if you're Rex and QB, you're remembering that Magneto. You're making sure that when you use that ultimate, you've got shields to be able to cover and sustain on through.
All right, Quincy making sure But anyone who steps into that collection of hotspots may well get insta-gibbed by the hot drop, and We Rise did not get the memo. Finds himself thoroughly cooked here by Twitzy. A quick flipping of the map using the teleporters, a rotation, yes, but it's already forced out the regeneration of mains, and Passimo's all over them. Forces out the usage of the Fate of Both Worlds after what is basically zero pressure. Here's going to be matched, though, to try and make sure that Insomnia stay in control, and Twitzy just floats around the outside, ready and waiting with the supernova.
Oh, it's a free supernova.
Oh,
It's a free supernova. Meteor M gets burned. FCX tried to shut down Fate of Both Worlds. Doesn't manage to find the one shot. Twitzy just gets to hold on to the Human Torch's ultimate, waiting for QB's ultimate to be done, putting even more pressure onto the fight going down on that point as well. Freedom charge for both of these teams. But yet again, Insomnia have the better lead of the ultimates if the fight goes down to it. As the Meteor M connects onto the Human Torch, direct point blank. And that's going to be Think Twice wiped off of the point. Do they have enough stall to set up for a Doctor Strange teleport? That's the question now.
Oh, Forever's mechanics are kind of clean. Kai still manages to grab him with Vibranium Energy Store on the other side, but the damage has been done. Insomnia have all they need to try and make this one work. Yes, the portals start to open as the last-ditch saloons of congestion come on through. MHQ is thrown away from the portal by the knockback of the hot drop, and Krakoa's first point is captured summarily by Insomnia.
I said to you during those break hours that I would be very surprised if Forever's Magneto managed to make it through, because these Meteor M connections have been problematic. Not only do they absorb a huge chunk of supernovas, but Forever has been able to find so many connections with that actual meteor so that he gets not just the defensive value from it, but the aggressive prowess of shutting down a strategist ultimate or shutting down a duelist win condition. And Think Twice, just ever since they lost that first fight and lost control of the spacing, it was just Noctur and Twitzy controlling every single angle. And that Captain America into the hell having to go on the back foot directly into the Soul Drainer, time and time again.
I mean, heartbreaking when you saw such a perfect early pick from We Rise onto Twitzy in one of those fights on the back of a Tainted Voltage, and they couldn't even convert in the 5 versus 6, cleanly managed. With a little bit of a resource gap as well. Insomnia just managing, like, losing slowly so well until they can find the moment to win.
Think Twice do at least have one ultimate coming into this next fight, so if We Rise is pressured, they can instantly go into that state of Goddess of Death, but it's awkward trying to utilize that Hella ultimate, especially in close-up spaces. It really is just going to be a battle of spam pressure right now. Both of these Human Torches trying to give their team a better position for the frontline core to start to walk. We Rise senses vulnerability. They've broken the defenses through Forever, who had to burn the bulwark, which means that the Goddess of Death, now in full position on the point, can catch the squishies as Insomnia prioritized holding off angles, and it left them so spread.
Oh, an excellent long-range snipe there onto Nu, but still they let Insomnia have the point for free, which is not the kind of objective discipline you need here on Domination. As you can see, that Passimo got even more up percentage off the back of this. 20% free for Insomnia.
Yeah, it's a fast flip, at least when we talk about Loki, Captain America, and Luna in the scheme of stall. And Think Twice do have good ultimates coming into this next fight. They've got both of the strategist ultimates up, but Insomnia have two things that can force them, so it's going to be up to Nocta to get these picks onto the Human Torch, which means no stall capacity. Insomnia sense the movement and just walking aggressively with Supernova.
Oh, they have to use their Fate of Both Worlds. We're already down 2. Might well be some overlap here when it comes to the Fate of Both Worlds. It is going to be only the Vanguards who are going to be able to survive off the back of it, though. Taking to the sky once again, attempt to try and block out the Meteor M. Passimo can't quite get the shield in the way of it. And that's extra damage that was given on over, I believe. Forever gets their own dunk down onto Rex, removing the Luna to make sure she can't start building up towards the next ultimate. The next nightmare to be unleashed upon this point is going to be the Freedom Charge, this time coming through from the side of Kai. MHQ certainly sure has arrived here. We Rise going to be the same. The Loki clones moving on forward, giving the Doppelgang some additional survivability. Both the strategists have remained here. Passimo going to be forced to disengage, and Think Twice are still in control, yes, as the Firestorm starts to alight on top of the Luna's relaxing sky, even while dancing for their life. Cannot keep it together. We Rise finds the headshots in the end.
And there's the context. A very fast flip in comparison to 20%. to the stall that Think Twice were able to put up, not losing the fight until they were in a position to win it with the ultimate cycle. Passivo is going to come on through with one-sided freedom charge. However, Think Twice, they can find a magic pick or figure out the Captain America's rotation. Passo is going to be removed from his team and can't utilize the ultimate. It's up to the Human Torch instead to try and take this 2 versus 1 and put pressure to force Kai to reposition and bail Passo's position out.
MHQ, I'm close and personal. The hot drop takes New out. The permafrost gets melted real quick here as, yeah, Nastron crows are rained down from the Hela. But it seems like they're not going to be able to be converted into too much. A quick flit away, but can't get inside of the safety that the regeneration domain provides. Forever with but a meager slice of health remaining, does their best to keep this round alive as Passio, who's going to be doing their own disruption in the back. Forever still has the mechanics to make it work. A quick copy forced on out. The God of Mischief rolls on forward now. Fate of both worlds channeled by both teams. New has all of their overshield ready still. Plenty of survivability taking to the sky. FCX needs someone else to try and break down this damage as Nocta finds himself with an angle onto QB, getting rid of so much more healing, and it's just out of time that Rex has popped their own ultimate here. Insomnia, they seem to have found the openings that they needed. They're all about focusing down the fire. Even inside of all of this healing, they can still find the frags.
But Think Twice are still going to have sustainability with that freedom charge. Goddess of Death comes up through from Nocta, which is finally going to be the nail in the coffin of this overtime hold for Think Twice's composition. And crucially for Insomnia, it's done before they have to burn any further ultimates. Freedom Charge still going to be up, so too is Meteor M to absorb the pressure coming on through from the Supernova. So Think Twice, they can't even try and take a fight fast and take advantage of a lack of strategist ultimates against their opponents. What they can do is try and teleport directly onto Twitzy on that Human Torch. If they'd find the pick against Insomnia there, that would have been absolutely devastating for this defense, who still has to stall a further 50% before they're in an overtime fight to equalize.
An early pick would be everything. Nocta's accuracy has guaranteed it more than once. Forever just making sure. Oh, this is so low. For the Captain America forced out the metallic bulwark. They still break on through it. Oh my goodness. The focus fire is so good. Twitzy goes down, yes, but oh, Nocta. Okay, now this might be snowballable. We rise, feeling a little bit frisky, moves in towards the back, can try and chase down the Loki. They've lost track of the young Asgardian, though. The Jotunheim child needs to be hunted here by the Hela, but could find themselves in a less of an ideal position. Gets outdueled and finished off by Passio. And now Insomnia, they have the staying power thanks to the Fate of both worlds. Forever's got it. And already, once again, Think Twice are going to be deploying their strategist ultimates after losing players.
Forever has the Meteor M, has not invested it, as is up to Twitzy to put the pressure on the strategists. Yes, they let QB's ultimate go through, but they find the pick onto Rex, who would have had the second cycle of sustain. And Insomnia now just holding onto that one shot are going to be able to use it to absorb all of the damage coming up through from the Goddess of Death. No connection, which doesn't punch a lack of strategist ultimates. Relaxing Skies given the window to build up the God of Mischief copy, and Twitzy's deep into the backline alongside Passilo. Rex, regardless, is able to get onto the point with the Fate of both worlds. The 12 seconds still is enough to confirm a pick onto Nocta, and Think Twice are turning it around trade for trade. However, Insomnia are just too strong on this point right now. They need to clean up before the teleport can come on through, and Kai is just going to hold it even longer as a freedom shot cycle now hits.
Passio simply unbreakable, trying to body block the exit from the portal. Stranger's going to come out the other way this time now. Nocta's arrived on the Spider-Man of all things. The Necros tier 3 subs, they are thriving right now. A metallic bulwark to quickly give a little bit of additional survivability over onto that Luna. Nocta falling low, even has the additional combustible spiderweb tracers, courtesy of the team up from the Human Torch. Insomnia waiting for New to pop their own ultimate, rolling on forward once again with the additional healing. The additional damage as well means that Rex can't stand up to the danger that's given on over. The healing's all gone here for the side of Think Twice. The Eye of Agamotto stuns 3. Nocta, New, and Twisty all in desperate danger. There's additional damage. The Supernova's popped. MHQ's come back as well on the Spider-Man. They want to get in close, but it's too hot for the neighborhood. Think Twice have peeled off the point, and Insomnia bring the series home in 3-1 fashion.
But not a close fashion, let's be honest. That Krakoa, that last fight, it went on for an absolute eternity. Passo coming on through with the Freedom Charge as that Eye of Agamotto hits. Like you said, it connects onto 3 players, but the Freedom Charge is able to overlap those health pools, so it takes a little bit longer to find the follow-up damage. And off of the back of that, they've just got the Supernova. Even coming back with Noctur on that Spider-Man, just so that he doesn't have to worry about making it back through a portal. He can take advantage and displace the strategists too, going for those uppercuts, which then allows Twitzy to follow up the damage with on the Human Torch. What a Krakoa. That's going to be a domination that goes down in the history books.
Yeah, that is going to be potentially quite a statement made by Think Twice as well. Well, this may be the end of their MRC run as we are in the lower bracket. We've certainly proven that these are players to watch going up against such well-regarded names in the EMEA esports space and being able to hold their own. Let's jump into the highlights to remind you all exactly how Krakoa went down.
We started off with such an extremely long fight before the point got capped, and we ended in such an extremely long fight before overtime is done. Forever truly for me was the MVP though, because there are so many times he makes the plays, he finds the connection with the Meteor M, or he holds the Meteor M long enough. Like when they were ult tracking and he's having that Meteor M, both of the strategists are coming up to the ultimate. The Loki has used his, the Luna is 91% to hers. They could have invested that Meteor M to go for that chance of shutting down a strategist ultimate, but they have so much trust in Twitzy that he can go on through, find the pick onto the Luna before the fate of both worlds can be burned, and that allows Forever to hold on to the Meteor M to deal with the Goddess of Death. That would be coming out late on the side of Think Twice, and just having that, making sure that they don't lose that position of point when they don't have a strategist. That was the key factor that allowed them to win that overtime play.
Yeah, just absolutely great management of both resources and the overall fragging power of the team. There are still games to come in round 11 in the lower bracket of MRC EMEA. We're going to go find one to bring to you, so give us 5 minutes and we'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back to MRC Season 3 EMEA, gamers. We have yet another map coming at you from the Round 11 lower bracket, and we're once again going to be checking in with one of my favorite teams, Underachievers, the Thor Enthusiasts. So I'm hoping that we can prove that Thor is meta after all, so my comp teammates can stop calling me a thrower.
Yeah, I think if I do the maths right now, he's still negative, unfortunately, in terms of win rate that we've seen on broadcast. Actually, Kaya going for the 1 versus 1 for Holojalia earlier might have taken it to an even score. I can't believe I'm saying this. We'll have to wait and see whether or not they're able to find a win, as they're going to be matched up against the Vicious, a team who have been in the lower bracket fighting for their lives ever since they had an unfortunate run in the upper bracket against Team Peps. However, starting things off on Spider Islands, I'm sure we're going to be seeing no shortage of Vanguards. This is the home, the bread and butter of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold coming on out with the helping of a Doctor Strange portal.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Underachievers actually beat Team Peps as well after the Vicious's run-in with them previously. Managed to get one over on them, Thor style, of course, as is tradition. And I'm excited to see how far this team can go. They went up against Alcazio, who honestly are looking very good at the moment. They might be potential, probably top 3, maybe top 2 teams here in MRC at the moment. Zero Tenacity certainly would have something to say about that, in my opinion. But Zero Tenacity, they're also unfortunately in the lower bracket due to potentially a technical issue with their internet connections or something earlier on.
Yeah, they unfortunately DQ'd from, I believe, actually their first round. Was really unfortunate. They beat Virtus Pro in the qualifying 10 matches, and then their first scheduled match of the first round, they DQ'd, and have been fighting in the lower bracket ever since.
They've just been fed scrap after scrap, and they have torn them to pieces. Spider Islands is going to be our map for map number 1 of his best of 5 between Underachievers and the Vicious. And we'll have to figure out how our bans are going to work. Once again, these are universal bans here in MRC, rather than the one-sided you might be used to from watching Ignite.
Yes, we got to see the Vicious actually play Peps on Spider Islands, actually, all the way back in their run-in against that team. They did go for a strange teleport back onto a second fight on defense, but they didn't actually do it on the objective. They also liked playing like the Luna and the Adam. We're actually going to see them remove the Adam from the mix almost immediately. So no res strategies, and also no one-sided soul bomb to let a team instantly take space and play fully aggressively in the face of the opposing team who doesn't have access to it.
Certainly can be a real difference maker. Already there's going to be a protect here onto the Johnny Storm. And Simba's more than happy about this on the side of Underachievers. You can say that's probably their signature hero for Underachievers. How do they want to continue making this one work? Maybe a Luna? Yep, there it is. It's going to be the potential for a Snowflake to give a real advantage to the Johnny Torch, for Johnny Storm who has it.
Do we see the ban against the Ultron? Because if Vicious is saving that Human Torch, the Ultron flyer composition, having those double flyers taking advantage of all of the rooftops as natural cover. Oh, that's targeted. Harry sees one ban against her 4 and says it's meta. The decision has been made. And that is going to be the instant save onto the Ultron too, so that the Vicious get full access to the composition that they want to. That Human Torch is going to be very happy up in the sky, fully pocketed and protected, not just by the rooftops, but also by the Imperative drone coming on out from that Ultron.
Alright, Stuff's going to have access to the Phoenix here as well. We've seen some nasty animations cancels come through today from the Phoenixes, just putting out absolutely unbelievable levels of damage. Now for Underachievers, do they want to try and get rid of a Vanguard here in retaliation for the ban of Thor to try and craft a better engagement algorithm here for Alex? Okay,
the problem
get rid of the
is
Mantis.
There's such a huge absence of other Vanguards. If you ban one of them, something that just does the same job similarly is just gonna get slotted into the composition instead. It's much better to start target banning out some of those backline players or a duelist. And indeed, with the Ultron and the Human Torch making it through, even though the Atom was taken out, the Mantis is still something that you have to worry about. Gone is the Guardian's composition. This patch and also at the mid-season LAN, we saw the rise of the triple strategist line with the Mantis, not for the res, but for the damage boost pocket onto a duelist.
Yeah, that can really change up how things work. For now, Alex is going to be hovering over on the Hulk. Let's see if things get Gamma on the Spider Islands.
It's a deviation of the norm for the defense of Spider Islands, and that too is going to lead to a deviation of positioning. The Vicious not going to be holding incredibly close around that first corner. No, they're going to be playing further back so that those flyers get full access to all of that natural cover of the first bridge opening, which means that Underachievers are going to be eating a lot of spam pressure before the fight even begins.
Yeah, it does mean the Flyers have to worry about the incredible leap coming through from the Hulk, though, and that might actually distract Rain long enough, or Rakano long enough for Simba to try and get a good angle for these fire clusters to come on through. The incredible leap is just such a constant threat that you have to worry about as a flyer. You can see Alex getting in nice and close there, but all of the time that you're trying to make these work, you are ridiculously exposed as a Hulk and will be taking it out. Okay, not the main victim I was expecting, but still works out there. Brings X91 down to terra firma, and that forces him to disengage.
Still, Underachievers, they don't actually have the Ultron right now, so Simba on that Human Torch is having to play much closer to Alexio on the Hulk so that he can gain those bubbles as a pocket, rather than Rakano, who has automatic access to that Imperative drone coming on through 24/7 from Wealthy. But with the Vicious playing so stacked, Supernova's actually already built up for the side of Simba. They managed to come on through with that Eternal Bond, and they catch the Cloak and Dagger even in the Ultimate's healing with the sheer amount of burst that the Torch has access to.
Excellent Terror Cape. Simba trying their best to escape. Flame Cluster finds them in mid-air. And now Rakano not really going to be challenged if they go for this Supernova. Has to worry about Alex potentially catching them out of mid-air, but for now, just keeping an eye on where that Hulk is to make sure you're never going to be caught by surprise. Moving in towards the Luna, just making sure that overwhelming firepower is going to be shown. A quick dodge away using the dash and attempt to try and execute the Luna, and that's going to be a combination of firepower to make sure Blins has nothing to add to this one. Seems like nothing's going to be gained off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. Rain, yes, is able to follow up afterwards using the flame cluster onto both Mufasa and Stuffs, but the damage might already be done as Simba flicks around in midair and X91's nowhere to be seen. So guess what? That portal's going to take a while to turn up.
Yeah, I mean, they thought about going for something like the Venom that we saw from the Vicious, but they knew that they wouldn't be able to swing through in time to actually keep that point stalled out long enough for a portal. Now the Vicious are going to have to try and just grab space back onto second, but Underachievers, they might have sacrificed the Ultron, which does bleed into vulnerability for their Human Torch. They have that Phoenix, and we're seeing the power, the wombo combo combination of Ensong Inferno and Meteor M, which means that even though the Vicious have Strategist Ultimates up, they still have to worry about a pick through it. And this Hulk has actually proven incredibly problematic. Banning the 4 might actually have put Underachievers on a better composition in the long run, because Alexia gives so much sustainability to Simba with these bubbles.
Yeah, those bubbles, the Indestructible Guard can really bring so much to the table. Rakano caught on the disengagement. Huge Terror Cape onto the backline Strategist. And they might have to just give up Arts as they try and prioritize their own survival. And guess who's left behind in the midst of all of this? The Doctor Strange by themselves holds up the shield to desperately stall the cart, but can't stand up to all of the power that's arrayed here.
And that Doctor Strange was so close to Eye of Agamotto, which potentially could have been used to shut down and target Simba so that Supernova's not in a good position. As it is, the Vicious are not in a good position right now. The second they walk out from those chokes out into Pyro Prison, they go taking so much damage. The least batteries up Lin's and Satan's ultimates, but the Rage of Ultron is the cost of re-entry back into this fight. And Underachievers, well, they simply disengage it. They don't even rise to the challenge of utilizing Meteor M so they can hold on to it and keep the Strategist ultimates under pressure instead.
Okay, and it follows up the pressure here. Utilizing the Supernova, the Eye of Agamotto ready to go, but X91 looking for a chance to try and find some real pay dirt here. Art sends towards the back with the Meteor M, but easily blocked out by the Metallic Curtain. In towards nice usage of the Indestructible Guard. Means that no one's stunned out there by the Eye of Agamotto, but it is Shlomi who's forward by themselves. Satan overwhelmed, but they were channeling their ultimate. Once again, caught during the dash. It's all about shutting down these perfect usages of the support of the Strategist ultimates that you were using to support the rest of their team. Rakano, though, absolutely comes back with a vengeance, marauding through the backline, the perfect damage.
But it cost them. That's the Strategist ultimates invested. For the same fight, Linz knew missing that cloak and dagger, they had to pocket the torch somehow, and it was the fate of both worlds. That's why Rakano showed up in that frag feed as often as he did. He was getting 40% damage amplified. Now they don't have a Strategist ultimate to measure up to the sustain from Beam's own cloak and dagger.
Yeah, survivability. It's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with here. Still, at least you can tax their entry using these flame clusters in the Pyro Prison. Alex noted around the outside, has the World Breaker Hulk ready to go as well. And now it's time to roll on forward. Beamer Boy says that this zone will be ours. And X91 can't stand up to all the damage. Rakano next to go. The Rage of Ultron might well be declared, but the healing's nowhere near good enough to stand up to the combined power of this fully armed and operational Hulk station.
Yeah, just off of the back of that Eternal Bond into an aggressive Terror Cape, Underachievers don't care a whit for that Rage of Ultron, and now the Vicious don't have it to give themselves better sustain for this teleport play. They'd have been better off holding off of it. In reality, as Arts holds that Meteor and the Loft, trying to absorb the pressure coming on through from the Supernova to give his team any safe passage through the portal without being incinerated. But as it is, the Underachievers just have so much more sustainability because they had those Strategist ultimates as opposed to the Vicious, who burned both of theirs in one fight. And it means that after Rage of Ultron ended, they've got no sustainability to match.
Lynn's blocked out by the Metallic Curtain, blocks off the healing, destined for Arts on the carts. And now with 1:30 left, it's going to be moving on to third for underachievers.
Oh, they're pushing for more too. They're taking away the space. They catch the cloak and dagger. Who had the Eternal Bond available? I mean, even if you have the Eternal Bond, there's no place of safety to use it. You have to be so careful about where that last dash goes because Meteor M and Endsong Inferno are going to be up. That's why the Vicious needs to crucially hold on to these spaces so that they have somewhere to stabilize when underachievers want to get aggressive.
Rage of Ultron, ready to go as well. If they want to use it there, you can see already that we've used the indestructible barrier. Mufasa's already down. Alex is doing some shenanigans in the back. However, a quick exile moving over towards for Captain America. Remember, these does still have that long stun potentially if it's needed. Instead, Alex lets it time on out. Once again, stunning out Arts, making sure they're not in a position to try and contest or defend the remainder of their team. A cooking of a supernova on the outside. Not sure if it's going to be necessary given the Terror Cape that's already been brought on in. Mufasa once again is going to fall, and their sun doesn't fare much better. A quick slide around the outside of a Metallic Curse allows Arts to get themselves a touch of a mag diff as Underachiever are sent back to the drawing board.
Oh, the X onto the Magneto. However, it will be broken before they can find the conversion. Big Meteor M as well in the previous fight came through from Arts, absorbing so much of that supernova damage from Simba. Underachievers, though, they've still got the Wombo. Rakano's going to try and split them. Out comes the Human Torch, and away goes Mufasa back to the respawn. Dark teleportation already employed from the cloak. They know that they're going to be vulnerable. And here comes Underachiever trying to utilize those ultimates just to give themselves space for the cooldowns to come back and stabilize. Linz manages to dodge through. The Endsong Inferno gets shredded before it can hit the ground. And the Vicious hold on with the sustainability they have access to.
No healings available. Mufasa's just been spawn camped every single time they arrive. It's either Rakano raining down on top of them or the Rage of Ultron banning them from entry. Great target focus there onto Voluna to make sure that there was a shutout on third, but this is far from guaranteed now for the Vicious.
It's not often we see that convoy move as far as it did through Spider Islands. So often it's full hold into fuller hold or full hold pseudo into second hold, but there's just so little time left on the bank. This is still entirely doable for an attacking team to get held on first a little bit longer, especially because the Vicious, they didn't go for the stall strategy. They didn't go for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist line, and we can already see from the heroes that Underachievers are currently teasing, that's a play that they're going to make, except we're going to continue to see this Human Torch. So 2 Vanguards to hold the line, but the Human Torch to be that damage burst that punches through so many plays from Vicious's end.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alex once again thinking about a new approach here. With the Thor band away, the thing might be the answer. A quick embattled leap and a stone haymaker, and maybe you can take Rakano down to the ground. But Simba's been doing a reasonable job of that thus far. Still the Vicious. It feels like we've been doing a great job of hunting down Mufasa on this Luna and making sure that they're always undermanned for the underachiever pushes.
I mean, Alexio can not just put pressure onto the Torch, but on the Ultron as well, so that he can find those jumps, knock both of the flyers to that ground, and keep them grounded with the Earthbound that is applied from the Yancey Street Charge too. As the Vicious gonna slowly start moving around that corner. As we talked about, no triple Vanguard, no triple strategist line up here. So these fights are gonna be happening much further back, which means that that back line is entirely unprotected. The Captain America in and out. One quick hit onto the Cloak and Dagger. Grab a health pack to stabilize, and back into the fight you go.
Just fantastic coordination there between X91F and Rakano to make sure that those strategists were continuously taking so much damage. Even Simba falls on down here, and it seems like the staggers are coming thick and fast for the remainder of the Vicious. They're getting frag after frag, knocking out so many members of Underachievers, and you can see just how deep X91F is right now as well, forced out the Yancey Street Charge in appealing capacity.
Well, Shlomi is going to try and get the team past just by going on through with that teleport, so they don't have to pass the strength check of bypassing the Captain America and the Human Torch physically. However, that strange TP is immediately figured on out. The Terror Cape comes on through, finds the connection onto the Torch, and Rakano, unchecked in his angle, is able to swoop in and punish the back line, because everyone fell from the high ground onto the objective. Fight were left behind.
And Rakeno's looking like an absolute superstar right now, just decimating the backline of Underachiever. Beamer Boy and Mufasa are having such a bad time at the moment. You can see already the reinforcement is coming on through from the Vicious to make sure that they are able to secure this.
Do they find the stagger? Underachievers fighting for their lives right now to make sure that Mufasa manages to navigate away from an absolutely devastating stagger if the Luna had gone down, especially because Fate of Both Worlds is going to be something that Underachievers rely on in this next engagement to make sure that they live and survive the supernova. As the Vicious have lost a lot of that positioning, the fight is going to be onto the objective, so it's not free push for the attacker side.
No free push and no free ride for Wealthy. Slowly manages to get that one done with the mag cannon, trying to take Rakeno down to the ground. Forces out the metallic bulwark. It's just stone haymaker after stone haymaker. And a generous hitbox is met with generous dollops of damage delivered dutifully onto the Human Torch.
Yeah, it's also a generous ultimate investment from the side of Underachievers and a very budgeted one from Vicious's end. Rage of Ultron for a Fate of Both Worlds. Now you can just start aggressively with Freedom Charge, which forces the Rage of Ultron from Underachiever's end. And now you get to hold on to Supernova and Eternal Bond, the two ultimates that are actually going to win you the fight if it goes long.
Clean shot from Rakeno. Once again, might well look over towards shutting down one of these strategist ultimates. Can just hot drop onto it instead. Just wants to avoid feeding up that Meteor M. Mufasa in their sights as usual. Doesn't quite have the delivery, but guess what? The Captain America's here as well. And the Supernova's going to be put directly on top of a Lunar Snow. Public enemy number one for the side of the Vicious, and Underachievers find themselves under-healed, under-resourced, and undermanned to defend themselves.
There's just no resources left. Underachievers used everything, including the kitchen sink. They used Dark Teleportation, they used Dagger Storm, they used Imperative Firewall and Drone, and weren't able to keep the Cloak and Dagger intact because Rakeno was just waiting for the Supernovas to be able to find the connection, and yet again waiting for Mufasa to be in prime position for a dive. Down the Luna, down the Idol Ore. It's just outmatched sustainability for the side of Vicious, and they're going to keep the momentum rolling as Underachievers have no option but to abandon a contest of second and shore up their defenses for third.
4 minutes not even get through all of third. This is looking dire for Underachievers, and they still haven't found a sustainable way to protect Mufasa from these aerial dives.
This is going to be very rough for Underachievers to make a comeback into, but they do have that Supernova to clear up the space. So Tam is going to have the Eternal Bond to make sure that the Vicious don't have to back away into a disengage, though. And that Eternal Bond is going to be bookmarked by the Freedom Charge if the Vicious even need it, because Underachievers haven't been able to get past the entire attacking team, which means that that convoy just keeps on moving.
Unbelievably clean. What a debut in my eyes from Rakeno. I know that you guys covered them previously, but this is my first introduction to Rakeno, and man was absolutely farming Mufasa. Unfortunately, the Lunar Snow couldn't do anything but burn under the gaze of Johnny Storm. What a beginning here from the Vicious in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, Rakeno, like you said, an absolute beast on that Human Torch. These statistics are going to be absolutely stacked. And his team fully played into it too. We talked about, you know, the Ultron being able to make it through the bans. They put so much talk into the resources to set up the Human Torch. 21 final hits coming on through, which is absolutely insane. 22,000 damage is sort of what we expect the line for a Human Torch to be. You can actually see that Simba did 27,000 damage, but the crucial aspect of the Human Torch kit is translating that spam damage into actually pick conversions. Otherwise, all you're doing is allowing the other side to build up their strategist ultimate sooner.
Yeah, and it feels like Wealthy just got so much value out of playing the Ultron as well. Being able to put down so much damage via hit scan does mean that you've got such an advantage in the air. Here's a good look at the highlights from this one. Simba features considerably as well. By no means a slouch when it comes to the aerial duelist of the Human Torch, but Rakeno really just made sure that Mufasa was never able to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, X9 too. We have to remember, maths do not lie in terms of that stat line. 21 final hits in comparison to 11 For the first round, Simba didn't have an Ultron, had to play close to the Hulk so that he was able to gain access to the unbreakable resolve bubbles from coming on through, which meant that the Torch's position was much more predictable. Also meant that you couldn't go as aggressive when you saw low health targets. You couldn't commit to the full literal dive bomb coming on through, which we saw time and time again Rakano getting away with because of the amount of resources and sustain that came through from his team's end to catch his aggression.
Yeah, Rakano getting so many resources, but taking a lot of damage to go aggressive, as you pointed out in one of those fights where you really needed to clutch. You give him the Snowflake, give him the Ultron drone, give him 40% damage boost from a Fate of Both Worlds, and like, it's kind of a coat push, but it works out where you manage to grab 4 who find themselves without much means of turning things around if they don't have a strategist ultimate of their own.
I feel like definitely in the future, the teams are going to be looking at that map and banning the Human Torch, or at least significantly weakening the resources that he has access to, because even the Captain America too, being able to just make the space, they look at the Captain America, they don't look at the Human Torch. Rakano doesn't have to utilize all of his cooldowns defensively, which then forces him to play more passively. He gets to be as aggressive as he wants, and Spider Island's just, like we talked about, verticality everywhere. So many roofs, so many high buildings for that Human Torch to be able to flank, rotate around, keep his hitbox obscured before he's in position to just full 100 to 0 your health bar, which Mufasa found out the hard way for.
It could be a real yin and yang of balance for Luna, you know? Like, she could be an absolute demon, but she can also be incredibly vulnerable to someone like a Johnny who gets to set up a pair of those hot points and then just drop down on them, make them explode, and suddenly no more Luna. And then you're trying to get by on just the healing of a Cloak and Dagger, or maybe you've got the Cloak and Dagger and the Ultron if you're lucky. So it was real difficult there for the side of underachievers, but things can be easy when it comes to advancing your battle pass in game, because if you have picked up your umbrella, there's a Chrono Storm incoming, Mox. You can earn 2 times Chrono tokens from weekly missions, challenges, and season missions with up to 2,000 bonus Chrono tokens. It's already started and it's going until September 12th at 8:59 UTC, so don't miss the storm.
Yes, you have absolutely no excuses for not being able to finish your battle pass, and this battle pass is a very good one. I know everyone has been wanting the symbiotic suit Spider-Man ever since the game has dropped, and we finally got it. And it's not even that final costume that you have access to, and it's also not the end of our wonderful cosmetic goodies that you can access. Ancient powers have awakened. Let your might lie dormant no longer for our event that lasts from August 21st. Complete matches to earn XP to unlock Doctor Strange's Old Man Strange costume for absolute free. And if you want, you can upgrade to the premium and gain permanent access, unlocking rewards at any time you so choose, which gains you access to so many fiery costumes, sprays, and emotes. Experience the perfect balance of dark and light as Venom bonds with the Phoenix Force in the reborn King in Black costume, and then discover a legend powerful enough to tame the Celestial Bird of Fire with Iron Fist's Phoenix Fist costume.
Phoenix Fist costume is so clean, but there are also some more clean cosmetics that have been added to Marvel Rivals in the form of emotes to make sure that you can express yourself on the battlefield in the most in the most lovely of ways, as our Scarlet Witch is showing off right there.
The amount of times that I've heard that hello and thought that production was talking to us, it's caught me out, it's definitely caught you out. Make sure that you don't get caught out, though, of accessing those cosmetics, as they are available in the store right now.
Open up the portal, come on through. It's happened in your quick play games, and it could happen even more. And you can always punctuate your greatest plays with an emote in chat to make sure that everyone knows exactly how you're feeling about that previous 6K.
Especially for the Scarlet Witch Ultimate. We don't often get to see the full ace of the reality erasure coming through, unless the team has coordinated a play. We've all seen the viral clips of the Jeffs and the It's Strange, or rather the It's Jeff into that reality erasure. We actually pulled off a budget version of it yesterday. So it's very easy to do. Just make sure that you pull out all of those really annoying, pesky Magneto cooldowns, as well as that Cloak and Dagger Dark Teleportation, before you try and attempt it.
Yeah, MRC EMEA is going to be drawing to a close rather soon, but fear not if you are an esports content enjoyer, because basically 24 hours a day, we have ourselves all of the action from across the regions. Let's have a look at our schedule for the remainder of MRC here in EMEA, because there's still another weekend to go. We're sitting on August 31st. We've been through rounds 10 and 11, but next weekend on September 6th and September 7th, rounds 12 through 14 and our lower bracket finals and grand finals will be coming your way directly, Mox.
Yes, there is going to be a little bit of a downtime in the interim between August 31st and September 6th. So a lot of these teams are going to be looking at the games today and scrimming, coming up with new meta. We tend to see metas change as well, so we head into the beginning of officials in comparison to the end of them as teams try and figure out where exactly they want to head on through. And MLC having that interesting wrinkle of universal bans definitely makes that meta additionally spicy.
Yeah, you won't see that so much in Ignite, but you will see prize pools everywhere in Marvel Rivals Esports, and per region, per platform, there's $14.5 thousand up for grabs, and that's whether you're an EMEA, Pacific North America, on PC or on console. So if you think that you're good enough, make sure to sign up for the next MRC to get your cut of this cash.
And it's easily accessible as well, as the rank placement that you have to be for MSC is pretty low in the whole scheme of things. You potentially could be that undiscovered new talent, as we can have a look and see how our bracket is going to be coming on for Choppity versus Zabs. Now that is going to be a grudge match for the ages, given the fact that Choppity walks away with a good 2/3 of Zabs' previous roster lineup. Virtus.pro and Alcatia as well. I feel like Virtus.pro are definitely going to be the favorites, but with how coordinated and clean we've seen Alcatia's previous matches go, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not going to be a clean sweep.
Yeah, on the downside there, FaZe versus the Vicious EU. I'd say the Vicious are definitely the dark horse in this bracket, but I've already been pretty thoroughly impressed by them, so maybe they can pull something out against FaZe that's a little bit less expected. If you still want more MRC action, North America, the Americas in its entirety, is going to be coming your way very shortly on the very channel you're currently watching, so make sure you stay tuned to get all of the action from across the pond. But for us here at EMEA, that is going to wrap up our weekend, Mox.
Yes, it's been an absolute pleasure as we got to make our way through all of these BO5s. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, and make sure to tune in to NA. Goodbye, everybody.